The day shuts down. The games light up. This is BetMGM Tonight on Westwood One Sports.
Show me the money! And that's exactly what we will do. I am Gabe Ramirez filling in for Pat Boyle. Brad Evans still in the building today. How you feeling over there, Dorothy?
Well, I'll follow Yellow Brick Road, my friend. And thankfully, I have not followed that and gotten blown away by any stretch of the imagination. Toto is good, I can tell you that. My corpulent Norfolk Terrier, Kirby the Gambler, is A-okay. He's a little bit frazzled. He hates the big boomers and the loud thunderclaps that are out there. But we have survived what was supposed to be a tornado outbreak here in central Illinois. It came in two waves. We did have some severe weather earlier today. Had a wind gust around 45, 50 miles an hour here at Casa de Evans. Downpours, though, all stinking day long. Inches of rain. And I live near the scenic banks of the Sangamon River. And surely they're going to be overflowing here the next few days. So people hopefully are going to abide by the flood warnings if they live or close to the river and get to higher ground. But a number of tornado warnings to the south and west of me right now. Springfield, Illinois, about 45 minutes to an hour away. There's been a tornado warning in the last half an hour issued there. I've got WCIA weather and my buddy Kevin Lighty, the leading meteorologist, on the local news, covering all of the storm information as we speak. And another tornado warning just recently issued for Decatur, Illinois, and that's about 35 minutes away from my home. But all of those storms are moving to the east, southeast, away from my wonderful abode. So everybody is safe. Everybody is sound here at Casa de Evans, though I stocked up on booze just in case.
Just in case. I mean, you got to be prepared by all means. There's no doubt about that. And the good thing is both Brad and I have you for the next 3 hours. And of course, this whole thing is brought to you by BetMGM. Make it legendary. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly, but it's not just Brad and I. We got the crew with us. Michael Monty Montgomery handling our video producing. So if you're watching us on any of our streaming platforms, you have him to thank. And then, of course, Brandon Combs, our executive producer, making sure we're lined up today. We are on YouTube. Make sure you search BetMGM Tonight. Hit that subscribe button as well. But we gotta kick things off in the NBA. You know, the thing about social media, Brad, is that, you, me, my nephew, your cousin, little baby Lisa down the block can get on there and generate some sort of rumors. And that is what's been happening. Giannis to everywhere. And what we've heard today, Giannis is Boston bound. However, Gary Washburn of the Boston Globe reported that the Celtics are not all in on Giannis and are not looking to trade Jaylen Brown, despite his antics following the postseason this year. And then Vince Goodwill, ESPN, noted that the Bucks think the Miami Heat are really in the lead to land the multi-time All-Star. Of course, when you're thinking about that, Brian Windhorst of ESPN said that the Bucks seem not to be in love with Miami's trade offer. Giannis Antetokounmpo strikes me as an individual who, to get to the mountaintop, Brad, he was all in on it. He wanted everything to do with it. Yeah. Give me the ball. I'm a bull running down the lane. I want to win this thing for my small market team. But we hear it often, whether it's a Super Bowl hangover, Major League Baseball, whatever. And I feel like Giannis is suffering from it, where he thinks about his legacy and it's almost cemented because he has his championships, he has his MVPs, and he is Giannis Antetokounmpo. Do you think that there's still fire in a guy like Giannis when you're looking at the latter half of his career?
Absolutely there is. And a guy that could still play an extraordinarily high level. I mean, look at the rolling data over the last 3 years. He's top 10 on NBA WAR. That's wins above replacement is tracked at ESPN and their advanced analytics. Get it done on the offensive end clearly. He's a guy that's a triple-double threat every time he takes the floor with his overall unique skill set and his supreme length and athleticism, and also an excellent and well above average defender as well. But he has got to have motivation. Look, he has been on the outs with the Milwaukee Bucks for the better part of last year and a half. And now, of course, with two teams now in the mix, so everybody thought it was going to be Boston about 24 hours ago, but not so fast, my friends. As the Miami Heat are also, involved in trade conversations with the Milwaukee Bucks. So the Bucks are in the best position because they can leverage the two teams and ultimately get the best deal possible. But wherever Giannis lands, whether it's on South Beach, whether it's in Beantown, he's going to have a renaissance because of that motivation. He's going to be able to turn the page, have a blank slate, and go out there and prove to the NBA universe he's still got the skills to pay the bills. And what he wants more than anything is to get another Larry O'Brien trophy. If I'm a Giannis, obviously I'd want to be in Boston because if he goes there, I think immediately the Celtics jump into the championship conversation. They may be the front runner if he were to land out there in Beantown. Miami, a little bit more of a work in progress, but certainly would be a playoff team with Giannis on it. And, maybe Giannis wants to soak up that vitamin D and the wonderful sunshine of Miami, Florida. I don't blame him on that front, but, it's all about winning championships. And Boston, to me, would be way too irresistible to pass up if, and it's really a giant if, the right deal can be put into place. So we'll have to wait and see, ultimately, who is willing to back up the truck with the loudest beep to acquire Giannis. But the one thing we do know, his days in Milwaukee are ultimately done.
Yeah, no doubt about it. I mean, him being in Milwaukee, it was almost sad this past season where, they move on from Damian Lillard. They bring in Miles Turner, trying to at least keep a level of competitiveness. And then, you look at the guys that are there, opportunities to stand out, right? Kyle Kuzma, Porter Jr., an opportunity to really step up and have a bounce back season. Yeah. Guys were given the opportunity, right? Bobby Portis to maybe step out from just a role player's mentality. No one could do it. No one on that team could elevate their game and play alongside Giannis to try to help him get to the promised land. And listen, do I like Giannis? Yes, because I love grow from the ashes and make yourself into something. I'm here for the Giannis story in that sense. But when I look at Giannis in 2026, Brad, I got to be honest, man. There's Zlatan will call it confidence. I in this moment call it arrogance, where you think like Giannis is great. There's no doubt about it, but he could be his own worst enemy. If you go to the Boston Celtics and you can accept the fact that Jason Tatum's the man, the number one, because Jason Tatum's not going to be the number two. And Giannis, you already won a championship, so you're going to have to sit. Like, he's not going to be able to process that. He's not going to be able to, and unless he takes a slice of humble pie, right, there's never going to be a situation where Giannis Antetokounmpo wins the NBA championship with a team where he feels like he's the number one. That's no longer happening. That ship has sailed. His window has closed. Now he must join forces with a superstar. They tried it with Damian Lillard. If he goes out to Boston, I don't know. Are they the favorite over the New York Knicks? A team that's been there, a team that has continuity. I mean, like, in your mind, what do you think, Brad? When you look at Giannis to the Celtics, do they automatically leapfrog what is now the NBA champion New York Knicks?
I wouldn't say automatically, but there is a very strong argument, really, for either side of the ledger there. I think you present an excellent point. The connectivity of the New York Knicks, the fact they're coming off the highest of highs, win their first NBA title in 53 years, and the collectiveness that they have should be able to carry over, and they'll be like, hey, you know what, we've been through this war, we can do it again. Remember, they just won the title as a number 3 seed in the East, so they didn't really dominate the regular season. But on the flip side of the coin, we're looking at the Boston side of the equation. You do present a strong point about Giannis having to check the ego at the door with Jason Tatum there, and it sounds like Jaylen Brown is not going to be dealt anytime soon either by the Boston Celtics. I think they want to have that big three. They got a fantastic bench. They have a cohesiveness of their own. When everybody is on the floor and firing all cylinders, you bring Giannis in. Does it disrupt that? You don't know until the games are actually played. So I think Giannis is a guy that obviously the creativity with the ball in his hands, the guy that can, snare all kinds of rebounds, can score a ton of points. If he can indeed deflate that ego and he can work in synchronicity with Jason Tatum and Jaylen Brown, they, in my mind, would be the team. But we'll have to see how this sucker plays out. There's no guarantee that Giannis is going to wind up there in Boston. But if he did, man, it would be must-see TV on a game-in, game-out basis, to say the least. Hell, Gabe, I usually don't give a damn about the NBA during the regular season, but I might actually tune in for a game or three to watch things unfold, how that team comes together, if they do, and how they develop with Giannis on the floor.
Giannis on the Boston Celtics will definitely have probably lead the NBA in primetime matchups if he were to actually go there. Yeah. It'll be interesting. Father Time catches up with you eventually. And, we've seen it with athletic guys in the NBA who don't necessarily have fluidity, rhythm, mid-range to sustain your career, right? Mike had to do it. Kobe had to do it. LeBron developed the three. Giannis Antetokounmpo, it's like your age catches up with you eventually. You're not going to be able to bulldoze and Euro step your way to the cup when you get into that mid-30 range. It's like guys are going to be younger, guys are going to be faster. It's going to be more difficult for you. And so you have to either, again, take that step back or allow others on the team to really, be that one role. When you look at the better suited team for Giannis Antetokounmpo, for me, I think it is Miami. I think when you're talking about
really,
I do, but again, I'm talking about for a guy like Giannis, right? I'm trying to be in his brain psychologically, Brad. I'm thinking like, really, Boston is not going to work for you, but Miami, you could chill out and be Jimmy Butler. You could get your team to the Eastern Conference Finals, and everyone applauds you and thinks you're well worth every dollar that they're paying you without having to win a championship. And then you, as a Giannis Antetokounmpo, you already won your championship. You tried your best, but at the same time, you're not really tripping off whether or not you win another one. I think he wants to, but I don't see it there. I don't see the fire and the desire. When I see him arguing with his teammates, putting his hands in people's faces on the Greek squad, and when he's doing national stuff, like that's not leader mentality. That's I'm the best player here. Everybody should just shut up and listen to me mentality. And that to me rubs me the wrong way. So for me, when I think about better fit for Giannis, go to a team that has NBA championship aspirations, but can't seem to put it together because they're not willing to spend enough or do enough to get everyone there at the right time. And so go to Miami, chill out, get on South Beach, enjoy your money, open a Greek restaurant down there. Obviously will be great in South Beach. Shout out to Luke Canellis. He owns the other half of that. And they could do some wonders over there. I think that'll be the right move. You don't like Miami? You don't like him in Miami, Brad? Is that what I'm getting from you?
Well, look, it's all about winning titles. And if he has the desire to win another NBA championship, he's got to go to Boston. I mean, Boston this year, they finished top 5 in overall net efficiency. They were, in fact, tied with San Antonio Spurs at number 4 in that category. And look, if they retain Jaylen Brown, they don't wheel and deal him. You got Tatum there, you get him back and healthy. Peyton Pritchard, some of their key parts are still in place, with that deep bench that they have. Like, it's all systems go. That team is going to be a front runner to not only win the East, but the whole shebang. Yeah, Miami is interesting, but they'll likely have to give up Tyler Hero in a deal with Milwaukee to get Giannis. So they could lose a little punch there, especially on the outside. Though I would love him to see, link it up with my former ILL standout and Kasper Giacochonis, and you would talk about a spelling bee nightmare. Good luck trying to spell Giannis and Giacochonis together, because that is a complete and utter alphabet soup.
Yeah, that's going to be something else. He's Brad Evans. I'm Gabe Ramirez. This is BetMGM tonight, sponsored by Progressive Commercial Insurance, protecting your business vehicles 24/7. See if you can save at progressivecommercial.com. And we'd love to hear your thoughts as well. If Giannis lands either in Miami or in Boston, where do you feel like would be a better fit for him? Phone lines, of course, 310-840-4910. That's 310-840-4910. I mean, I'm trying to look at the landscape of the NBA, right? And this is the easiest time to do it, right? We've crowned the NBA champion. You know who's still going to be there next year. Rosters aren't going to change much outside of free agency. And you really try to think, what are these rising teams in the NBA that could benefit from that? And, when you're looking at the West, it'd be difficult to try to pinpoint a squad. I mean, I've heard rumors about OKC. Obviously, they have the draft capital, countless amounts of bodies, in the form of talent that they could trade over, young talent to the Milwaukee Bucks. But and it's also about Milwaukee and what they want, right? Do they want
Yeah.
young stars that have the potential to be great, or do they just want the draft picks because they understand that they're not going to be great? When you're looking at Milwaukee's side of this, Brad, I mean, what do you think they're going to value when moving off from a guy like Giannis Antetokounmpo?
Well, they're going to have to get somebody that's young and skilled. I mentioned Tyler Hero. I think he checks that box. You have to get a number of draft picks likely in return as well. Whether it's on the immediate horizon in this year's NBA draft or this year's NBA draft and future NBA drafts. You got to get as many picks and stockpile them as humanly possible because you're going to have to rebuild this sucker. It's not going to change in a blink of an eye. It's not going to change overnight by any stretch of the imagination. So that's what you got to look at for Milwaukee. Get a young, proven player back in a deal that can be a roster cornerstone for years to come, and then get draft capital and stockpile it and hope you go out there and put your best foot with those investments. You don't spoil those opportunities on your scouts, got to lean on the system and everything else that's in place and build from there. So, for Milwaukee, this is probably like a 3 to 5 year plan that they can maybe take the OKC route in place, make the right picks, and then build a potential dynasty in return. That's the type of haul and mindset you have to have when you're trading a generational talent in Giannis still playing in the prime. Of course, when he's healthy and on the floor, he only played 36 games this year.
Talking about Giannis Antetokounmpo, it's like Milwaukee understands that you can change the fortunes of your franchise if you, in fact, have a guy that is, the best player in the league, right? And that's what you ended up getting with Giannis Antetokounmpo, a young, scrawny dude that put in the work, was hungry, wanted to be great, and then found himself with a skill set that, not many people have, right? And obviously putting the ball in the basket, you think of like LeBron James, the Kevin Durant's, the Kyrie Irvings, the Luka Doncic's, but the way in which Giannis does it is unique on up until himself. The ability to, just be stronger than most while going downhill, drawing contact, getting to the free throw line, but the ability to finish around the rim, right? Which is one of the best skills to have in basketball because inevitably you're going to draw contact. It's just you're getting a little older. You know what I mean? I was 33 once too, Brad. I remember waking up the day after I turned 33. And I remember feeling like, oh, this is different. Are these why the contracts are different at 33? Like I felt that in my own body. So I can only imagine, when you're looking at Giannis, you got to be careful, right? And like what you want to give up and like where you truly see yourself. But, Miami has never drafted the best player in the league, right? They got Dwayne Wade, I think it was 4 or 5 right before the Bulls got Kirk Heinrich. They get Shaq. They're built that way, right? Bringing in guys. You see them always trying to bring in guys that are solidified in the NBA. So that's more of the lane of the Miami Heat. When you're thinking about the Boston Celtics, they'll have to move off of Jaylen Brown if they're getting Giannis. I can't imagine a scenario where all three of them are there. And then unless it's, Jaylen, Jason, and Giannis and the guys, right? Like you're building one of those teams where you're putting people together that are just shooting and filling up spaces. But again, the NBA, the beauty of it all, Brad, is that the NBA is so wide open now. The parity is there. And when you and I were growing up, it was teams that were dominant and you had to get them off of the mountaintop. And now it's more so where every single team has this level of believability. And they say to themselves, damn, we could be the Knicks. We could be OKC. We can have a hot run and get that. And one of these teams might want to do that if they get a guy like Giannis Antetokounmpo. That's for sure.
Yeah, that's an excellent point, Gabe. And that's a great thing about the NBA. And honestly, this is a great thing about sports. I don't want dynasties, okay? I don't want Boston to go out there and win 3, 4, 5 championships. I don't want the Chicago Bulls all over again. Don't hate me, Chicago. The 90s were great. MJ was great. Scotty was great. We loved, The Last Dance. We have stories of Robin and everything else and all the partying and shenanigans that went on. I don't want that anymore. Okay, I want fresh blood. I want the parody. I don't care if it's in the NBA. I don't care if it's in Major League Baseball. I don't care if it's in the NFL. No New England Patriots dynasties ever again during my lifetime. Please and thank you. Now, as a Bears fan, selfishly, I would love to see that. But as somebody that's looking through a lens of objectivity, I want somebody new to rise the occasion and prove that they can be great, but just for a year.
It's like boy bands, It's like boy bands can only come out once in a while. You can't have them all the time, Brad. You got to wait a little bit, let it die down, and then so that's how I feel about dynasties as well. Well, the good news is we are your very own boy band. It's Monty, it's Brandon Combs, it's Brad Evans, it's Gabe Ramirez. We call ourselves BetMGM tonight, and on the other side, we're discussing the hot topics that are going on today in the world of sports, and hopefully including some World Cup action. Don't go anywhere. We got more of that and some bets you should be taking as well. It's BetMGM tonight with Brad Evans and Gabe Ramirez right here on Westwood One Sports.
So I'm going to give you a couple teams first that I think could make sense for Sorsby, and there's one that stands above the rest. The teams that make sense to me, one of which I think will be a little bit of a curveball. What about the Philadelphia Eagles? Now, I love me some Tanner McKee. Could this be Jalen Hurts last season in Philadelphia? I don't think it's going to be clear. I'm a Jalen Hurts fan. I think he's going to play well. But I also have to acknowledge with A.J. Brown gone now in New England, the pressure's all going to be on him. And Sirianni also, Coach Sirianni, but I mean, Jalen Hurts is going to bear the weight of the world on his shoulders this season. There's no question about it for the Eagles. Why not make sure, if it goes poorly, if you're Philadelphia, assuming they like him, and I don't know that, right? You have Brendan Sorsby on the roster. The Dallas Cowboys are a little interesting, right? Dak Prescott is now 32. I think Dallas is interesting. The Carolina Panthers are a little interesting. Let me paint a scenario for everybody. The Panthers picked up Bryce Young's fifth-year option. What if Bryce Young is not great, but he's good? I don't think he's terrible. And the Panthers go 7-10. You're in quarterback purgatory. Like, you know that Bryce probably isn't the guy, but you're also not in a position to draft someone really high. I think Carolina's interesting. With the Tampa Bay Buccaneers, Baker Mayfield's entering the final year of his contract. Will they or won't they extend him? Could Tampa be a Brendan Sorsby destination? But there's one obvious team that I think this is a worthwhile swing for them. And I hope that you know the team that I'm about to say because I think it's obvious. That team is the Pittsburgh Steelers. With Mike McCarthy and Aaron Rodgers currently as the starter. Now, assuming, and I don't know this, and I'm going to try and do some digging and find out. Assuming the Steelers like Sorsby, and Mike McCarthy feels like he can coax it out of Brendan Sorsby, and they feel like Sorsby will stay on the straight and narrow. Assuming that's the case. The Steelers have an opportunity, and I'm not interested in the Will Howard, Drew Aller stuff. I'm not interested. Aller goes in the 4th round. Will Howard's a 6th-round pick. I am not interested in it. Not interested. The quarterback of the future, and I can be wrong, but it's my opinion, right? I have the microphone. I don't think the quarterback of the future in Pittsburgh is on the roster. And this was one of my big critiques of Aaron Rodgers coming back and the way that the Steelers allowed Rodgers to hijack their offseason. Is I don't think they're going to be good enough to win the Super Bowl, and they're not going to be bad enough to pick high in the draft, so you're in limbo. Is Brendan Sorsby a get-out-of-jail-free card for Pittsburgh? where you use a mid-round pick on him, and maybe he can be the guy, and he could sit this year and learn from Rodgers and learn from Mike McCarthy. And let's say he stinks. Whatever. They feel like he gambles again. I hope that doesn't happen. Or they feel like he's not the guy. Like, okay, you've taken a swing and you missed. Okay, you know what you do next offseason? You swing the bat again. You don't not swing. You have to swing. You have to try and get that quarterback. This is the team that makes the most sense. And honestly, let's say the Rams had not picked Ty Simpson. I would say the Rams should do it as well. But they did it already. They took Ty Simpson. Getting Sorsby for a mid-round pick to sit behind Stafford with Sean McVay? Hell yeah. Assuming, again, all those qualifications and all those boxes are checked. But since Ty Simpson's on the Rams, the most obvious landing spot for Brendan Sorsby in the supplemental draft is the Pittsburgh Steelers.
Live scores, sharp options, no waiting till tomorrow. BetMGM tonight is back.
And we're taking your phone calls, 310-840-4910. It's 310-840-4910. On all things baseball right now, Brad Evans, Gabe Ramirez here with you on BetMGM tonight, filling in for Pat Boyle. But the bets keep going, and the greatness continues. Of course, we're talking about none other than Shohei Ohtani. I mean, Brad, we were talking about it during the break. It's like we talk about Shohei so casually, as if we've seen this before, night in and night out in Major League Baseball. Like, oh yeah, pitched 4 innings, 5 innings, struck out 6 or 7. Oh, and went 2 for 4. By the way, I think we're getting too numb to this whole thing called Shohei Ohtani.
Yeah, I think we are to a certain extent because we're witnessing greatness unfold on a daily basis with him, whether he is on the bump or whether he is taking hacks at the dish. People make the obvious comparison to Babe Ruth, who was, the two-position star. But he was only a pitching star earlier on in his career. Primarily with the Boston Red Sox before he came over to the New York Yankees. And then he blew up, of course, as a hitter, much like his body blew up after all the hot dogs that he consumed. And then he was just flexing his muscles as a result and launching home runs, and the legend built from there. But what Shohei is doing is better than Ruth, in my opinion. And a guy that's just really almost dominating every single start he's, taking the hill. ERA did jump today. He looks somewhat human, but still got the victory. He's now 7-2. Got the win today against the Rays. Went 6 innings. Did allow 7 hits. Did allow 4 earned runs. It was not a quality start, but a decent start. Walk 1 and struck out 5 on 91 pitches. Oh, that poor ERA. It spiked, and I'm putting that in quotes for you, those of you not watching the YouTube feed here at BetMGM tonight, to 1.47. His whip is still at 0.88. Now, technically, he doesn't quite qualify yet for the NL Cy Young, but he's a couple of turns the rotation away from doing so. And you're right, looking right now at the BetMGM odds. Gabe, this is what's kind of crazy to me. He's minus 2,500, Shohei is, to win the National League MVP. But in the Cy Young race, again, with that itsy-bitsy, teeny-weeny, microscopic ERA of 1.47, he is 4th on the pecking order in terms of the Cy Young race. Jacob Mizorowski of the Brewers coming off that greatest of all time Maddox's, the 15Ks, one of the most dominant starts we've ever seen. He's at minus 175 to win that award. Christopher Sanchez, also a guy that's worked a lot of deep games this season. He's dominated for the Philadelphia Phillies. He's a plus 250. And Skeens is next up at 15-1. And I find that embarrassing that he's at 15-1 at BetMGM, and Shohei then at 16-1. Ohtani is firmly in the Cy Young race. And if you were to ask Shohei right now, what is the top motivating factor for him? Obviously, winning another World Series would be at the top of that list. But if he had to decide, would you rather win the Cy Young or another MVP? I guarantee you, Shohei would say, "Give me the Cy Young." That is a trophy I don't have yet in my possession, and he is going to be firmly in that conversation. Again, as of today, he won another game. He's a magnificent 7-2. He's 16-1 with a 1.47 ERA to win the NL Cy Young. That, my friends, is what we call a redonkulous value.
Oh, and put me in, donkey, because I'm trying to put some money on that. Seeing that rate right there, 16-1. When you realize that the 4 runs he gave up today is the most in any start he's ever had as a Dodger, that's when you look at Shohei Ohtani, the pitcher, as this anomaly that just does not exist. And as you mentioned, the ERA sitting at 1.47. What are we? I'm just so confused. You mean the guy that could hit the ball outside of ballparks, the guy that at one point I think he started off 3 straight home games against the White Sox with a home run? Wait, you mean Shohei Ohtani can also get on the mound and shut my team down? No, please keep it away. I don't want Shohei Ohtani around my squad. But if you're the Dodgers, if you love it, what you're concerned about really is, the left knee inflammation, something that he was dealing with, heading into tonight's game or today's game, excuse me. And obviously, after that's probably why he didn't, find himself in the lineup batting. He just wanted to focus on.
Yeah.
Didn't hit, right? Focus on the pitching. So, Shohei's a guy that you obviously, you're leaning on, but again, I think we just take it too lightly in those situations when talking about him, because he is that really dude. When you think about Shohei, Brad, because obviously the way I'm making an argument for him, you would think I think highly of his game. Where do you put him at in like the all-time conversation? Is he in your all-time conversation yet? Because you're still experiencing him.
Yeah, I think he's definitely probably top 5 all time in my estimation. And you got to take everything from the perspective of the era in which an individual played. And Babe Ruth was a most dominant player of his era in the 1920s, for example. Just speaking of him, and a number of other guys have, truly owned their era. Shohei Ohtani is truly owning his era right now in a prime, fashion, and a very heightened, state of the Major League Baseball game. People are bigger, better, stronger, more skilled, more refined, more efficient. And, instead of, falling in line and just being, a serviceable arm or a guy that's entirely focused on just hitting home runs and being a big bopper. Guys are specialized in so many ways. Shohei is that unique case, a very individual case of a guy that comes in and is like, no, I'm going to be great at everything. And he truly is. You look at the total WAR right now, combining his batting WAR with his pitching WAR, as tracked there at Fangraphs. It's 5.1. Uno right now in all Major Baseball. Number 2 in total WAR, Bobby Witt Jr. of the Kansas City Royals at 4.2, followed by the greatness of PCA, who is number 14 in All-Star voting. I'm still not going to get that out of my dome. And he's at number 3 in total WAR at 4.0. But again, that distance, Ohtani to Witt to PCA, 5.1, 4.2 to 4. You may think, well, that's rather minute. That's not a gap. But in the grand scheme of things, that is an enormous gap. That's like traveling coast to coast across the United States. That's how wide a gap that is. And Shohei is just, again, owning his era, dominating on the mound, dominating at the dish. He is going to be the MVP, and he could be the first to not only win MVP, but also the Cy Young as well in the same season.
That would be incredible if that ends up happening. He's Brad Evans. I'm Gabe Ramirez. BetMGM tonight. The scary part for the National League is just not that Otani is dominant, right, or is in the running for the Cy Young, but the scary part is that the Dodgers won it anyway, despite him looking human, right? Despite him giving up the 4 runs. It's like, okay, it's one thing for a guy to will you to a victory, night in and night out with his bat and then his arm every 5 days. But then when the rest of the team, and that's why the Dodgers are so scary, right? Tampa had to leave. Freddie Freeman, obviously gets the 2-run shot. Things go haywire, but that's the kind of squad that they have, right? And so, I mean, even, obviously the White Sox, my team just faced the Dodgers. They won that series, by the way, in case anybody was curious
It did.
as to what happened, during those 3 games. But you got to see up close and personal, right? Guys like Mookie Betts that you don't think about, but still find their, home runs littered throughout the season. When you're looking at this team, do you think they themselves have found the level of fatigue in that, there's the assumption that they should win? Or do you think that the roster makeup and the personality of the Los Angeles Dodgers is one that, they want to win these championships and continue to pile them on?
They're going to continue to pile them up. Look, we were talking about dynasties and how I hate them, and parity reigns supreme. I'm a big fan of that. Well, unfortunately, the Dodgers are in a position where they could build themselves a dynastic era, to say the least, and they're very much on pace right now. Like the Atlanta Braves are very much in the conversation of being one of the best teams in baseball, and of course, their stiffest competition in the National League. The Brewers cannot be underestimated in any way, shape, or form right now at 44-26 with a plus 113 run differential. That's number 3 in all of Major League Baseball, number 2 in the National League. The Dodgers are number 1 in run differential by a significant margin. They're a plus 144. Number 2, the New York Yankees, a plus 117. It could be a collision course. Yankees, Dodgers meet in the Fall Classic come October. If that happens, Gabe, oh my goodness, you know who's going to be doing backflips in their standing penthouse offices? The Fox executives, and Turner TBS and whoever's got Major League playoff action, because if you get Yankees and there's, my God, people will be tuning into that during the middle of the football season, because it's just not something you can ignore. It's something so compelling that's got to draw even the most casual fan, because the big names, the brand name franchises that are indeed involved. So that's kind of what we're hurling toward right now, assuming all the key parts stay healthy. And remember, folks, the Yankees are still winning these games without their best player in the field, and that being Aaron Judge.
Yeah. Speaking of the White Sox, they beat up on them yesterday, 12-2. Davis Martin, a supposed Cy Young candidate, gets tossed around. But you're absolutely right. Major League Baseball, or any entity for that matter, wants their biggest stars that can attract the most eyes, especially in their championship series, where people understand that there's something on the line. You look at the New York Knicks, Game 5, the most watched since the 1998 finals when Jordan was playing. But why is that? Because New York hadn't won a championship in 53 years. So the entire city and all the transient New Yorkers, the diaspora of that state that takes place, merges together, eyes on the screens. People are watching, Knicks fans everywhere, and you get that. And of course, it ends up being better for that. But you know who benefits more than the NBA? It's Major League Baseball, because it's not just the Yankees that win in that scenario. The Tampa Bay Rays win. The Chicago White Sox win. Yeah. Everyone in Major with profit sharing wins in that scenario. So again, I mean, you're hitting the nail on the head. To think of a squad like that to be facing against the Yankees. And again, we talked about it yesterday, right, Brad? Where it's like Major League Baseball can go through a run where it's 2 bad teams in the championship, in the World Series, and then all of a sudden they're like, maybe we should put our big market squads or try. The difference is they can't call a bunch of fouls in order to get teams out of position to do like that. But it'll be a hell of a World Series if those 2 teams were in there.
Yeah, it would be the cherry on top of a magnificent season Sunday, to say the least. That'd be, honestly, Gabe, not to go dim and dark on you, but doom and gloom scenario with the CBA and the impending strike. Maybe it'll be the last time we see baseball for an eternity because of the gap that currently exists between MLB ownership and the players union and the desire for the salary cap. The players, of course, don't want it. Is there going to be a salary cap floor? What is the ceiling ultimately going to be decided on? It is going to bleed into spring training. It's going to be the storyline the entire offseason. It's going to carry over, I believe, in the regular season, and possibly, and God forbid, I hope it doesn't happen, threaten Major League Baseball regular season games and even the entire season. So if we do get Dodgers-Yankees, and you get the ultimate World Series matchup, you see the gangbuster ratings that are coming in. Ownership, players union reps, dwell on that, ponder that, put that in not the back of your head, but the forefront of your mind to sit down and reach that C word, compromise, because you can't screw this up, but you probably will.
My wife and I are still looking for that word compromise, Brad. But fortunately, hopefully they can get to some sort of something so we can continue to give you these winners, because that's what we did yesterday. If you went streaking with us, ladies and gentlemen, in Major League Baseball and parlayed all 4 of our bets, you would have hit the plus 240 parlay and walked away a winner. Well, what guys do we have lined up to get hits tonight? Make sure you're hanging with us on the other side so we can let you know. Brad Evans, Gabe Ramirez, talking baseball on the other side, right here on BetMGM tonight on Westwood One Sports.
If I asked you right now, name the best players in the NBA, you, the person listening and watching this, if I asked you right now, and I will lay out for a second, meaning I will be silent for just a moment, because it's an audio medium, and silence isn't great, unless you're trying to make a point, which I will be trying to make here. I'm going to ask you right now, name the 5 best players in the NBA in your head. Who are the 5 best players in the NBA? My guess is you have come up with some combination, right, of Nikola Jokic, of Luka Doncic, of Shai Gilgeous-Alexander, of Giannis Antetokounmpo, and of Victor Wembanyama. They're all great. They're all worthy of being mentioned in rarefied air. They all sit in the current pantheon of greats in the National Basketball Association. With that being said, you must now mention Jalen Brunson. And I would be willing to, at this point, and perhaps there is a revenge middle finger tour waiting from this player, I would bump Giannis Antetokounmpo off the list for now, while acknowledging that he could nuke the league next year on a new team. That can happen. And at his best, I guess you can say he's better than Brunson at his best because he's won MVPs and he had the great closeout game and he won a championship also. But as of right now, Jalen Brunson, I bump above Giannis, and Brunson to me is a top 5 player in the NBA. And I don't even know what the argument is against it, given what Jalen Brunson just accomplished and the fact that he outplayed Victor Wembanyama, and he has the iconic play of Game 5. Down 83-77, 6.5 to play, takes Victor Wembanyama to the bucket, uses his leverage, uses his guile, uses his instinct, bumps Wemby, and lays it in just over the outstretched pterodactyl wingspan of Victor Wembanyama. Delivered a championship to New York after 53 years. I'm not going to sit here and tell you Brunson's undisputed number 1, even though he's my favorite player. He's not the undisputed number 1. But you are deluding yourself if you don't think this is one of the 5 best players in the NBA right now.
we have seen a lot of the favorites struggle their way through this match, through this tournament to start. Just kind of not being at their best. Brazil, Spain, France for an hour until they figured it out, right? The U.S. is in that second tier of teams here, but it's not crazy to think that they are now like true quarterfinal, semifinal contenders. I'm not exaggerating. It will come down to the draw, of course, right? If they end up playing Spain in the quarterfinal, which could well happen, like, yes, they're probably going to lose to Spain. But like, it doesn't take a lot to all of a sudden say, after what we saw from like even a Belgium, like if the U.S. played Belgium in the round of 16, Belgium looked very unathletic to me yesterday.
I think we'd win. I think we'd win. Is that crazy?
I think we're favored. It's not that crazy. What this midfield did to Paraguay, and I know everybody's like, now they're like, Paraguay sucks. They're no good. I mean, nobody was saying that before the match. So like, you can't just turn around now and say, actually, they're really bad. I think the U.S. midfield tactics with Tillman and McKennie making those little runs in behind that were so effective against Paraguay, it was awesome to see. Pulisic's injury risk now, though, has to come into play here. That's the reason we've all been skeptical of the U.S. That I think like it's a fragile setup. When everybody's healthy, when things are right, this team can be really freaking good. But now Pulisic has a calf issue, and you're like, uh-oh, is that the first domino to fall? So it's going to be really important for them to manage that. Ultimately, they are rightful favorites. I think the market's gotten pretty aggressive on them now, laying a full goal. Not sure I'd lay that. But home field advantage, I think the country, you can feel the country start to get behind this team. You can feel that in the energy and the crowds and stuff like that. I think there's going to be a potentially special thing brewing here if they can keep this main core healthy.
Live scores, sharp options, no waiting till tomorrow. BetMGM tonight is back.
We want the money right now. I got no time to wait. He's Brad Evans. I am Gabe Ramirez. This is BetMGM tonight. Thanks for hanging with us. And of course, in just a bit, we're going to be doing something that Will Ferrell loves to do. But first, if you're looking to take your MLB action to the next level this season, boosted odds are here to crank up every pitch, swing, and home run. BetMGM is hooking you up with your very own MLB odds boost token. Just add any MLB bet to your bet slip, activate your odds boost token, and lock it in. And if your bet hits, just like ours did yesterday, you're cashing out with an even bigger payout. All right. I think I learned from yesterday. Let's go streaking!
Yeah! We won a game yesterday. We win one today, that's 2 in a row. We win one tomorrow, that's called a winning streak. It has happened before.
We're going streaking! Yeah!
And that's exactly what we're trying to do. All of us have at least won one, myself included. And we can potentially turn individually all four of us into a streak. But can I ask this question since I am a guest this week on the show? What's the longest streak the show has ever been on?
As far as a collective, I think early in the season, Brandon, correct me if I'm like 3 hit parlays in a single week. Am I wrong in that assessment?
Yeah, we hit 3 out of 5 one week where we.
Yeah.
Wait, but 3 in a row? You guys had 3 in a row or 3 out of 5?
2 in a row.
No, I think we hit
we've ever done as a show.
Yeah, I think it was. Yeah. Most we done is we hit back to back that week, but we hit 3 out of 5 in the same week, which ain't too shabby, honestly.
All right, I got to be honest, guys. If I on my first week tie the streak, you know what I'm saying, that's been going on for a year now, I'm gonna be really excited. I'm gonna expect to be asked back on the show if this ends up happening. So, all right, so I'm gonna go in reverse order from yesterday. Actually, you know what? No. That's the worst thing I could do is try to ruin the mojo that we got going. Brad, you're gonna go. Well, I want you to go first and let me know who you got to go get a hit and keep the streak going.
Oh, man, I was perspiring last night because Juan Soto came through in the clutch. The last at-bat for him in the game. I'm streaking at 10 right now. Again, Monty is our pack leader all time with 14 consecutive hits. Tonight, I'm going with Paul Goldschmidt. There's golden in their hills. Taking on the Chicago White Sox. The reason why I like Goldschmidt, he's got hits, Gabe, in 17 of his last 18 games. He's batting .409 over his last 7 days. He's batting .419 with over 1,200 OPS against left-handed pitchers. And who is he facing? A southpaw. And Anthony Kay, who's given up a 41.6% hard hit rate, and he's got a 6+ road ERA and 8 flat ERA in his last 2 starts. Paul Goldschmidt, and I'm streaking to numero 11.
That is 11 in English for those of you that didn't pass Spanish 101. Paul Goldschmidt to get the hit, and I got to be honest, a commendable streak of 10 right now, because if you were riding it out with him, you'd be rolling in the dough, ladies and gentlemen. All right. Up next, we're going. I think we went. Did we go Monty second yesterday? No, I can't remember.
Yeah, we did. Go Brando tonight. Sure.
No. We're gonna keep it. We won yesterday.
You want to keep it? Okay.
We want it. We don't want to ruin the mojo here. All right, Monty, you're up next, man. What you got for me?
Let's do it. I'm going with Brandon Lau back out to Sacramento in that A's game, except on the other side, we had Kurtz last night. We're going with Lau tonight. 10th highest rated hitter on my board on the day, batters-box.com. Elite matchup against Aaron Savali. Lefties have had no trouble against Savali this season, hitting .305 with a .910 OPS. Lau's in a bit of a slump, but I think the matchup is too good, so I'm not really worried about that. 88 games with an elite rating for Lau, getting a hit 78% of the time. If you look at just road games in that span, 37 games with an elite rating on the road, that trend jumps to 89%. So awesome trend tonight. I'm all over Lau. I think he gets it done. I'm going to be riding a few bets on him as well.
I mean, yesterday I thought Monty was the statistician when he was going streaking and not the video producer, because I love the stats and I love him today. Made me feel confident that this thing might hit back to back. All right, Brandon, what you got for me? You were the first one to hit yesterday. What you got for me today?
Well, Monty, the owner of batters-box.com, better known as the hyphen, is where he gets all these numbers. I'm not going to give you numbers. I'm not going to tell you about elite hitter rating. I'm not going to tell you about OPS. I'm not going to tell you about anything. Why am I going with Brian Rocchio against the Milwaukee Brewers? 2 reasons. 1, Chase DeLauder got put on the IL and I had to change it. And 2, he's going up against the Milwaukee Brewers and he has the most hits in the lineup. And I'm a Milwaukee Brewers hitter. That's why I'm going with Brian Rocchio.
Oh,
I like it. I mean, so Brando has the streak of 2. Monty had to reset his streak at 1. We mentioned that Brad is at 10. My streak is at 1. My first time playing, I'm 1 for 1. And you know what happens when you're starting off hot? You end up pooping the bed on the next one. But hopefully that's not the case for me. I'm going Endy Rodriguez with the Pittsburgh Pirates against the A's. I'm following Monty when it comes to teams. And listen, he's red hot right now. He had 4 hits in his last 2 games against the Athletics. Sometimes you just see the ball in the middle of summer. If you've played Little League, you know exactly what I'm talking about. You might not be the all-star, but there was a couple games where the ball looked this big, and that's exactly where Endy Rodriguez is at right now. Aaron Savali, former Chicago White Sox, yeah, I've seen him take the bump quite a few times. And I think Endy's going to be a guy to want to keep the streak going. He's been playing a lot more lately. So I think this might be the opportunity for him to continue the streak. Now, Brad, I asked you this yesterday, so I want to keep it real. Out of us 3, which one do you like the best?
I'm not going to lie to you. It's mine. It's Paul Goldschmidt. My God. I mean, the fact the guy's batted over 400, over 1,200 OPS against LHPs, that's got to be my top pick to click.
I was saying outside of yours. I know you love yours, but that's okay.
I can't.
That's
love
okay.
my pick.
I understand. You are the right one for all the reasons, but hopefully we all hit it and we catch that parlay, which if you put all 4 of them together is sitting at plus 301 on BetMGM. All right, coming up next, we continue the MLB conversation and talk about what's happening with a guy that's talking about the Cubs. We'll do that after this right here on BetMGM tonight.
my pick is Rory, and I'll tell you a couple reasons why. Rory, the last time the Open was here, missed the cut, and it was a stretch where he had missed multiple cuts in a row in the U.S. Open, and even though he had won this championship, everyone said, well, he can only win when it's an aerial game and it's soft, and he hits it higher than everybody else, and he won it in 2011 at a soft golf course at Congressional. Since 2011, his U.S. Open record, 9th, 8th, 7th, 5th, 2nd. And even last year, when he was kind of coming out of the haze of completing the career Grand Slam himself, he still finished in the top 20. He has got the most well-rounded game he's ever had in his life. At 37, I honestly believe, Nick, that he is improving. He can play shots around here now that he couldn't play 10 years ago, with all 9 windows being open, using the ground as his friend. And he's a much more developed and better chipper and short pitcher of the golf ball, which he was not 8 years ago. And I also will say this as the last thing. He wants to win not only everywhere he plays, but he wants particular bowl-type wins at cathedrals of golf. He loves golf on the east end of Long Island. He wants to win at Shinnecock. I asked him last year why he has gotten so much better in this championship, and he said it was his ego. He said, I didn't want people to associate me with one place that was dissimilar from the rest of the U.S. Open Rota, and he is hell-bent to win another U.S. Open. He wants it badly. I think he's winning.
The reason why I like San Antonio better than OKC next year is actually not because of Victor Wembanyama, even if I believe Wemby is the best player on either team. It's not because of Victor Wembanyama. It's because of Dylan Harper. Be honest with yourself. And let's just have a San Antonio versus Oklahoma City conversation. While understanding that J-Dub, Jalen Williams, has won a championship and was the second best player on a championship team a couple of years ago and dropped 40 in an NBA Finals game against Indiana. I understand that happened. But be honest. When you factor in this past season that J-Dub had and his best ability is availability, and he was unable to stay on the court, who do you trust more as a second banana next year? As a Scottie Pippen next year? Dylan Harper or J-Dub? Dylan Harper or Chet Holmgren? And I understand they play different positions. But as a second banana, even at his precocious age, 20, who do you trust more? For me, it is the outstanding youngster, Dylan Harper. The New York Knicks just won the NBA championship. Think about that. And how crazy that would have sounded 5 years ago. How crazy it would have sounded 2 years ago. And candidly, for hardcore, diehard, lifelong Knicks fans, how crazy it would have sounded until the final seconds ticked off the clock on Saturday night. If the New York Knicks can do it, so can your favorite team. If the New York Knicks, after decades of making the wrong draft pick, the wrong free agent signing, swinging and missing golden sombrero style on a trade, if the Knicks can start getting stuff right, why can't your favorite team start getting stuff right?
The day shuts down. The games light up. This is BetMGM Tonight on Westwood One Sports.
I am Gabe Ramirez along with Brad Evans, filling in for Pat Boyle today, who, I get it. When you're the fan of a team that's winning the NBA championship, you are going to be hated. It doesn't matter your takes. It doesn't matter. Your joy will incite hate in others because you are experiencing something that they yearn for. And on our text line, somebody's feeling just that from the 541. Texting in and said, so glad this is the week of the wedding. Pat was getting unbearably annoying with the NBA Finals. Thank God he hasn't been on my radio this week. Now, I feel bad, Brad, but how do you feel about that statement right there about your partner in crime?
I think it's spot on. It's outstanding. I was also getting annoyed about the New York Knicks, and I'm glad that Pat is across the pond. I'm glad that he is celebrating. Hopefully having peak relaxation, sewing up the Rays in España, checking out the culture, checking out the food, checking out the fare, and sipping on just tons of awesome red wine. Thinking about how he saw a title in his lifetime for his beloved New York Knicks. So he's having the time of his life. He's with his lovely lady. They're at a wedding. He's probably doing backflips every time he's waking up and maybe even pinching himself because he can't believe, A, that he's in Spain, and B, the Knicks won. So, when he comes back, hopefully he's got that all out of his system because I'm kind of with the texter. I don't give a damn anymore. I've turned the page. We're focused on baseball. We're focused on football. You can party in your own individual mind about the New York Knicks.
It's been a week and a half, and I've seen 3 Karl Anthony Towns commercials, and I'm already disgusted. I got to be honest. And it's not going to stop.
I really do. I want him.
It's not going to stop, and I have to deal with it. It might be insufferable. You said something a second ago that made me really think about just sports and how we consume them. And you mentioned that Pat got to experience for the first time in his life this championship for his team. What was the first team of yours, Brad, that you watched and were a fan of that won a championship? What was that team for you?
Well, when I was like 7, 8 years old, the 85 Bears, that was that team. But I was so young. And, I didn't really know about the history of the Bears organization and how they had long suffered for a number of years. And I got to, kind of live that euphoria as a youngster. But as a grown-ass man, it was definitely the Cubs in 2016. I wept. I was living in Denver, Colorado at the time. And I, stayed up all the way through the rain delay, of course. And I was a nervous Nelly. Sweating bullets like crazy. And then it happened. And that final ground ball out. Brian to Rizzo put the ball in his back pocket, and I just collapsed and I started crying. My wife was there. We hugged. My kids were asleep. They were little at the time. That will live for me forever. Like I can go to my grave and I'm good, baby, because the Cubs actually won a World Series while I was a living, breathing human being. The next one I want to see is Illinois in basketball or football. I will take that. That's like the pinnacle because we all have a list of our favorite teams and the team that you most want to win a title. For me, the Cubs are always number 2, but number 1, Illinois men's basketball. That's the one I'm waiting for. You want to talk about crying? I will cry an entire damn river if that does occur during my life.
I know you'll be the grand marshal of that parade if it ever, in fact, happens on the
Yes.
U of I campus right there. That'd be good. It's funny, like you talk about the Cubs championship. I remember vividly, I was doing morning radio at the time, and leading up to the championship, we were broadcasting live from Wrigley Field, right? We were doing our morning show from there. And I'm a Sox fan, and people were like, you're going to jinx the Cubs. Like, you shouldn't be there. Like, get out of there. What are you doing? And then I'll never forget the day that the Cubs won. I remember going to sleep thinking like, I just don't care. Like, this is of zero importance to me. And then I was woken up by fireworks. And that's how I knew the Cubs had won the World Series because everybody was blowing off fireworks in my house. For me, on the other side, like I it's kind of like your stories, Brad. Mine, when I was younger, is when the Bulls were winning championships. My dad was an avid basketball player,
Yeah.
basketball fan, and so he loved the Bulls. We watched every single game together. And so I was a kid though when the Bulls were winning championships. And for me, it was the White Sox in 2005. And I'll never forget, just looking at the TV and being like, because the Bulls seem so far removed from my reality. And here I am in 2005 just thinking like, oh my God, like they're gonna win the championship. Like, I can't believe they're gonna win the World Series. Like, this is so
That was
unreal to
crazy.
me. It's a crazy feeling that you get. And so I'm thinking about Pat in Spain, and he's experiencing it every day, right? Because there's no one to talk him off the ledge. So he's just out there in Spain, like, dude, Jalen Brunson, I don't know, better than Damian Lillard. Like, he's probably having that conversation every single day out there because that's the kind of joy that it brings you. For me, you said it'd be, it'd be the Fighting Illini. It'd have to be the Bears for me. Like weeping as if Jesus himself was standing in front of me. Like I'd have to be like just bawling, crying if the Bears win the Super Bowl. I might stop watching sports. Like, it might be a pinnacle in that kind of sense of the word to get to that. But we can only hope that everyone feels that sensation at some point in their life at one team, and you're not just, the mush, the lovable loser throughout your city and your fan base that's out there. Again, I'm Gabe Ramirez, along with the beloved, of course, Brad Evans, who was weeping during the Cubs World Series. But fortunately, you're listening to BetMGM tonight on Westwood One Sports. And this segment right here is sponsored by Progressive Insurance. Save on commercial auto insurance from Progressive. Get a fast code at progressivecommercial.com. Got to talk about your team in depth. And, this is a Cubs squad that should really be just handling business against the Colorado Rockies. First time they were on the schedule about a week back. The assumption was that they were going to be able to sweep. Obviously ran into some issues. And, Jason Kipnis, who obviously 2016 hero, really went in on the Cubs during the postgame on Marquee, not just, calling out the team after their loss, but really, the effort from the squad after the game against the Rockies. And so, Brad, Brad, when you're thinking about Kipnis, right? And these guys that are covering the team, and I work with a lot of guys that, are former athletes for the teams that they're covering. What's your take on guys that are outside of the game, but maybe come down a bit too hard on what's happening in the present? Do you feel like they're far removed from the game, or they still have that weight and that gravitas to lay down the hammer, so to speak, on the respective squads?
No, wheel the hammer, man. Lay it down. Everything that Kipnis had said was spot on. I mean, this Cubs team deserves all the finger pointing and ridicule imaginable right now. Again, they have 2 10-game win streaks. They were just otherworldly hot for the better part of an entire month in the middle of April to like mid-May. And we're all thinking when they're, double figures above 500, giving off 2016 vibes, they're going to do it again. They're not only going to win the division. They're going to push, if not outright beat, the Atlanta Braves. They're going to push, if not outright beat, the LA Dodgers. They're going to make it back to the World Series. And you know what? They could take down the New York Yankees. That's what we all thought. We was a little bit premature. Obviously, it's a long season, 162 games, and it went south in a hurry with a 10-game losing streak. And, now they've just been largely a 500 team for the better part of the last couple of weeks. They cannot hit themselves out of a wet paper bag. That's the biggest issue. And they are leaving an obscene amount of guys and runners in scoring position. RISP is just terrible in terms of team-wide batting average. The only guy has been the saving grace of this franchise for the better part of last month is PCA. Pico Armstrong is playing, honestly, at an MVP level, although he's not going to be remotely in that conversation because Shohei's going to walk with that award home. I'm not even going to argue it, though. His WAR is extraordinarily high. Again, it's number 2 in the National League behind the aforementioned Shohei Ohtani. He's been dynamite, to say the least. So love him or hate him, you can't ignore the stats and data that he's accumulated here for last several games. But Bregman's been a disappointment. The big franchise acquisition they had in the offseason. They backed up the truck for his services, paid him an ungodly amount of money. He's been a very reliable glove, which was part of his game, obviously. But, the bat's starting to come around. But where's the power, bro? It's non-existent. Ian Happ's been a roller coaster ride. Nico Horner can't hit worth a damn right now after he had a really hot start to begin the season. And, he's been relegated to the bottom of the order because he's just basically ground ball out every time he steps up. Dansby Swanson is a walking, talking punchline. Still reliable glove, but batting well south of Mendoza line. And it goes on and on and on. All of the injuries are snake bitten. They just lost Daniel Palencia to an injury. He's placed on the injured list yesterday. Matthew Boyd's not been healthy. Edward Cabrera's got cramping now in his right hand. What the hell is that all about? You're a pitcher, bro. You're cramping in your right hand. Had to exit the start early last night. It just keeps stacking up again and again and again. The injuries, the ineptitude. You can't blame the injuries necessarily on anybody. Those things happen. They're random, and it's just pure happenstance. But the lack of hitting with runners on base is inexplicable and inexcusable. And Kipnis was exactly spot on in calling out this Cubs team. I don't give a damn if he played in 1900 or if he played in the 2010s. The Cubs deserve all kinds of blame because they can't hit the damn ball.
You're absolutely right. I think, when you're talking about this Cubs team, listen, there's so many things going on with this Cubs squad because it's the most disappointing of the last 3 years. Like, even when you're thinking about the loss last year to the Milwaukee Brewers in the playoffs, like that hurt. That was soul crushing for the fan base, for the organization. But this year, it hurts, but in a different way, right? And it's more painful, but and you're like, wow, we really thought we had some hope. That's what it is. It's hope crushing. You thought that you had hope that the Cubs can get back to that glory. And listen, we were talking about the World Series of both the Cubs and the White Sox. And I can't tell you, Brad, as a Sox fan, especially around the time that the Cubs won that World Series in 2016, so many Cubs fans were like, oh my God, that was 10 years ago. That was 11 years ago. And I'd be like, dude, don't let the Cubs win one World Series and let 10 years pass. And that's exactly where you're at right now, right? And so there's still this level of frustration where Cubs fans still feel like they're owed one more World Series. And Rizzo's not walking through the door, right? Rossi's not coming through to catch, and Kipnis himself is not going to be your MVP in any sort of capacity. But the disappointment that comes from that hope, that again, I think the allure and the happiness from the World Series, from a fan standpoint, it'll live forever. Like you said, you can go to your grave, you're gonna feel great about the Cubs winning the World Series. But the joy of it in like real life has worn off, and you're ready for another one. And then you see billionaire owners take over, and you say to yourself, why are we not as competitive as the Dodgers, as the Yankees? Why are we not still atop the NL Central despite injuries? Why isn't our team good enough? Why aren't the signings that we made coming through? Like you said, hitting with runners in scoring position. Why isn't Bregman coming through? He's not a power hitter, but damn, hit 280 for me and get on base often. PCA is at the top of the lineup because Craig Counsell is trying to find some sort of semblance of continuity and momentum when the true position for PCA should be like 6, 7, 8. So he can turn over the lineup, so he can be dangerous back there. And that's why you need other guys stepping up, like when Michael Busch was at the top of the order. Nico was at 2. And then you had, Suzuki batting 3 and hitting bombs, Happer coming through. Like when that lineup was working together, the starting pitching was performing well, the bullpen, everything was firing on all cylinders. And we all know that inevitably it's going to happen throughout the course of the season that that's not going to be the case. But the inability to find it again, right? That's where the frustration lies. The inability to get back to that place or to look like some semblance of the team that had 2 10-game win streaks. That's where the frustration lies. And again, it's the disappointment of hope that is more out there for anything else. And I even wonder, Brad, does it concern you that maybe the Cubs might be in a position where they're not buyers come trade deadline?
Yeah, I think that is very much on the table right now. Look, if they can't turn the sucker around and be, a handful of games above 500, they're going to be stuck in a rock and a hard place. What direction does Jed Hoyer and this organization take in the front office? And do they indeed go out there and sacrifice some of their good young talent, like a Pedro Ramirez is up with the club and hitting damn well. They got Alcantara too on this roster. Has got a lot of upside. They can maybe dangle one of those guys for areas of need, and it's going to be primarily pitching. At least that's what we thought. But right now, you may have to invest in another bat, along with a rotation starter, along with some help with the bullpen. There's a lot of potholes, a lot of voids right now on this roster. And to be honest, look, I would love for the Cubs to be buyers, but they're barely hovering around 500 come the trade deadline. Sell. Please sell. Stockpile, prospects, trade whoever you need to trade. And play for next year, because there's just no point in you bringing in, some additional guys, sacrifice in the future, and thinking you're going to, it's a guarantee you're going to make the wild card and actually make some noise in the NL race. Because I don't think they could be competitive against the Braves and the Dodgers with the way these things have gone over the last month. And that's a significant sample size for the season. Now, again, we got miles to go before we sleep. There's a possibility they could turn this capsized ship around and get back to that team that we saw earlier this season, or at least some semblance of that, and be, maybe the front runner in the NL Central. But I don't think they're going to catch the Brewers. I still believe they're going to catch hot in some form or fashion and probably finish at number 2. They probably still will make the wild card, but I do not want them selling their souls, giving up those top prospects for guys they think are going to get them over the hump and they think are going to make them competitive against the likes of the Braves and Dodgers, because frankly, that ain't going to happen.
Yeah, they need to restock the cupboards, right? I mean, you get rid of Owen Casey.
Yeah.
You get rid of Cam Smith. You've exhausted all of your arms essentially in your system because of the injuries. So who else is coming to save the day? Right? Who else is coming to right the ship? Obviously, you can always add via free agency, but the majority of teams in baseball, when they're making deep runs, someone from within the organization steps up and makes that big improvement. I mean, you talk about adding a bat. Moises Ballesteros, we talked about this yesterday with the talent jump that teams are supposed to make, right? We talked about the Cincinnati Reds, and we know that they have talent on that roster, but until you can be consistently good, then your team is not going to take that next step. And I think when you're looking at the Cubs, the same thing holds true. Not that you're banking on Matt Shaw, not that you're banking on Moises Ballesteros, not that you're banking on Alcantara, but you would love those guys to come up and be a contributor from the very beginning, right? You've seen it on the South Side where guys have stepped up and contributed. You just would love that from the other side, because that's what then offsets the moments where Bregman or Happ or Suzuki aren't necessarily performing at the level that you want them to. But if they're not performing well, and the back end of your order, like Dansby Swanson's batting 1-something, like if that's what's happening, then yeah, you're never going to be competitive in that scenario. But you need your young guys to come in, spell a guy here and there, put the pressure on the veterans, create that competition, make guys feel it like they have to play a little bit better in order to keep that spot, because some young dude is on their tail. And I don't think anybody on the Cubs right now feels that sort of pressure, like they might lose their position.
Well, maybe Craig Counsell is trying to do that right now with Pedro Ramirez, because Ramirez has gotten some key spots, and he's actually come up with some big hits. Almost hit a bomb last night in a critical situation. Didn't come through, but still put good wood on the baseball, and he's played, more than adequately defensively. I think right now that's putting the onus a little bit on, of course, Dansby Swanson, and also Nico Horner. Both those guys are outstanding with the glove. They're Gold Glovers. The Cubs have arguably one of the best defensive, if not the best defensive infield in all Major League Baseball, maybe the best defensive team in all of Major League Baseball, but you still have to contribute across the board some meaningful numbers. And Dansby Swanson right now is just drowning with the bat. It's weak contact. There's no pop. He's not lining the ball and finding the gaps at all. He stinks. He absolutely stinks at the dish. And Dansby knows it and has put a lot of pressure on him. And Nico's has been equally as bad. And as I said before, it's why he has gone from being prominently a leadoff guy to somebody batting like 7, 8, 9 in the order. A guy like Ramirez could come in and be that spark plug. He might be surrendering a little bit of value with the glove, but what he makes up for offensively, that's exactly what the Cubs need. So hopefully Counsell is emphasizing that and stressing it and is going to get Pedro Ramirez some more of a look, some more at bats, so we can indeed create that competition and push the veterans who are underachieving.
Yeah, you can't overthink the recipe. Sometimes you just need a little more salt, and Pedro Ramirez can certainly be that to get things cooking. We're going to try to cook some things up for you on the other side coming up after the break. Defying the Odds, Major League Baseball edition. We're going to go over some teams and some bets that you might want to put into your app. Don't go anywhere. Brad Evans, Gabe Ramirez, we have more for you on the other side. It's BetMGM tonight, right here on Westwood One Sports.
So I'm going to give you a couple teams first that I think could make sense for Sorsby, and there's one that stands above the rest. The teams that make sense to me, one of which I think will be a little bit of a curveball. What about the Philadelphia Eagles? Now, I love me some Tanner McKee. Could this be Jalen Hurts last season in Philadelphia? I don't think it's going to be clear. I'm a Jalen Hurts fan. I think he's going to play well. But I also have to acknowledge with A.J. Brown gone now in New England, the pressure's all going to be on him. And Sirianni also, Coach Sirianni, but I mean, Jalen Hurts is going to bear the weight of the world on his shoulders this season. There's no question about it for the Eagles. Why not make sure, if it goes poorly, if you're Philadelphia, assuming they like him, and I don't know that, right? You have Brendan Sorsby on the roster. The Dallas Cowboys are a little interesting, right? Dak Prescott is now 32. I think Dallas is interesting. The Carolina Panthers are a little interesting. Let me paint a scenario for everybody. The Panthers picked up Bryce Young's fifth-year option. What if Bryce Young is not great, but he's good? I don't think he's terrible. And the Panthers go 7-10. You're in quarterback purgatory. Like, you know that Bryce probably isn't the guy, but you're also not in a position to draft someone really high. I think Carolina's interesting. With the Tampa Bay Buccaneers, Baker Mayfield's entering the final year of his contract. Will they or won't they extend him? Could Tampa be a Brendan Sorsby destination? But there's one obvious team that I think this is a worthwhile swing for them. And I hope that you know the team that I'm about to say because I think it's obvious. That team is the Pittsburgh Steelers. With Mike McCarthy and Aaron Rodgers currently as the starter. Now, assuming, and I don't know this, and I'm going to try and do some digging and find out. Assuming the Steelers like Sorsby, and Mike McCarthy feels like he can coax it out of Brendan Sorsby, and they feel like Sorsby will stay on the straight and narrow. Assuming that's the case. The Steelers have an opportunity, and I'm not interested in the Will Howard, Drew Aller stuff. I'm not interested. Aller goes in the 4th round. Will Howard's a 6th-round pick. I am not interested in it. Not interested. The quarterback of the future, and I can be wrong, but it's my opinion, right? I have the microphone. I don't think the quarterback of the future in Pittsburgh is on the roster. And this was one of my big critiques of Aaron Rodgers coming back and the way that the Steelers allowed Rodgers to hijack their offseason is I don't think they're going to be good enough to win the Super Bowl, and they're not going to be bad enough to pick high in the draft, so you're in limbo. Is Brendan Sorsby a get-out-of-jail-free card for Pittsburgh? where you use a mid-round pick on him, and maybe he can be the guy, and he could sit this year and learn from Rodgers and learn from Mike McCarthy. And let's say he stinks. Whatever. They feel like he gambles again. I hope that doesn't happen. Or they feel like he's not the guy. Like, okay, you've taken a swing and you missed. Okay, you know what you do next offseason? You swing the bat again. You don't not swing. You have to swing. You have to try and get that quarterback. This is the team that makes the most sense. And honestly, let's say the Rams had not picked Ty Simpson. I would say the Rams should do it as well. But they did it already. They took Ty Simpson. Getting Sorsby for a mid-round pick to sit behind Stafford with Sean McVay? Hell yeah. Assuming, again, all those qualifications and all those boxes are checked. But since Ty Simpson's on the Rams, the most obvious landing spot for Brendan Sorsby in the supplemental draft is the Pittsburgh Steelers.
When the game goes live, the conversation turns up. BetMGM Tonight continues now.
And we turn up all the way to the max. It is Gabe Ramirez, Brad Evans right here on BetMGM Tonight. Pat Boyle on vacay, haciendo su cosa en España, doing his thing in Spain. But the money continues. Gambling don't stop for anybody. These bills ain't going to pay themselves, or this Uber Eats ain't going to buy itself, or Chick-fil-A or whatever you're getting right there. But it is time for us to make you some money in a segment we call Defying the Odds. This is Major League Baseball edition. Is Brandon coming on and throwing these out? And are we chatting these, or what's, or why just?
Oh, we could do that. Bring Brandon on, sure.
Bring Brandon on. Brandon Combs, our producer extraordinaire, out in the downtown Chicago studios. Might not. Oh, there he goes. I was going to say, there he is with his Cubs hat, non-biased opinions when it comes to baseball. What you got for us with this first Defying the Odds?
I can give you all sorts of non-biased opinions when it comes to baseball, especially if you want to talk Cubs. All right. Will any MLB team break the regular season wins record, emerging victorious in 117 plus games? Right now, the Dodgers are at plus 6,600. Atlanta is 100-1, and the New York Yankees are 125-1. Currently, right now, as we speak, the Atlanta Braves have the best record in Major League Baseball, and they are sitting at 46-26. So they would have to win 71 of their last, what's that? That's 72. So 71 of their last 100 or of their last 90 games.
Yeah, listen, let's be very honest. When we're talking about, 117 games, teams would have to care, right? Like, you'd have to care night in and night out about, you'd have to have a huge chip on your shoulder. Like, you had to have lost in the maybe the National League Division Series to like your rivals, and you would need to have that kind of a. Oh wait, that's the Cubs. I'm sorry, wrong tangent I'm going on there.
Oh, twist the dagger.
You would need to have that sort of. You would need to have that sort of motivation, right? Because 117. Listen, it's 2026. Guys are resting. People are being precautionary until the playoffs start. So in order to do something like that, to break a record, you really would have to be on some sort of sick, demented pace where everyone is in and they're just in destruction mode. So I don't know. I can't imagine a scenario where anyone tops that. Brad, what do you think?
Yeah, I think it's going to be far-fetched, but it can get there. But if there is one team that could potentially, top and have a very handsome payout, because, we pull these odds. There's a real market, folks, available right now at our friends at BetMGM. I think it's the Yankees. Because here's why I'm going to throw this out there. The Yankees are sitting at 44-27 right now. Now, they don't have as great a record as the Dodgers or the Braves, also involved in this conversation. But you look at the division race. The Tampa Bay Rays, including the game today in which they lost 5-4 against the LA Dodgers, they're only 3 games behind the Bronx Bombers. So they're pushing them, right? And that's what you need in this scenario. You need a team that's got the goods, and the Yankees certainly do. Again, they have the very highest run differential in the American League by an extraordinary margin. They're plus 117. Well, the list, the Seattle Mariners at plus 22. Think about that. You got the 90-plus run differential advantage over the number 2 team of the American League. That's how incredible the Yankees have been this season. But yet, the Tampa Bay Rays, again, are only trailing them by 3 games in their own division. So as long as the Rays can stay within striking distance, the Yankees continue to win games. The Rays continue to win games. Maybe, just maybe, the Yankees maybe, win the division by a margin like 3 to 5 games. You're like the final couple of weeks of the regular season. It's not a foregone conclusion. The magic number, though dwindling, is still rather high, and they're playing competitive baseball to win. That's what you need. You need somebody breathing down their neck to guarantee that they're still going to bring the noise, bring the bats, bring arms every single night. Would take the Yankees for a little sprinkle on that action right now at BetMGM at 120 to 1. Why the hell not, Gabe?
I love the long odds. Let me get them. I have no problem with it. I think you bring up a great point, right? Because I think a lot of times in gambling, we try to visualize our bets or our theories when we're coming up with our winners, right? Like why it could happen. And having someone on your tail is a good enough reason to continue to want to get victories, knowing that if you falter at any moment, right? If you have any hiccup, someone could leapfrog you in any given instance. So I think that's a great one right there. And I do love the long odds. No doubt about that. All right, Brandon, what do you got next for me? Speaking of odds, what's the next define the odds moment for us?
Well, regular season home run leader. Who's your favorite pick? Is it Kyle Schwarber at minus 110? Yordan Alvarez at plus 260. Byron Buxton is plus 500. Nick Kurtz plus 900. James Wood is 13 to 1. Matt Olson is also 13 to 1. Or is it somebody else? Brad?
You know what? I'm all about the long odds as well. I just gave you 125 to 1. I feel the New York Yankees have a shot. I'm saying it's far from the G word, the L word, easy money. None of those things really should apply when you're thinking about laying a little action on something, no matter what it is, because there's always doubt that creeps in. The injury imp always lurks. There's always extraneous circumstances that you cannot predict. However, in this case, looking at the long odds, I'm going off the board. I'm going with a guy who is going to be in action against my beloved Chicago Cubs tonight at Wrigley Field. Is it a Chicago Cub? No, I'm not going to be betting on PCA to be the home run leader. I'm looking at a Colorado Rocky. Oh, my God, yes, I am that sick and a minute in there. How about Hunter Goodman, who right now is at 30 to 1 to lead the Bigs, and he's got 20 bombs on the season. His isolated power is at 282. That's extraordinarily high. Barrel rate is 16.1%. Hard hit rate of 47%. He's number 22 in exit velocity. Oh, and last I checked, he plays in the thin air of a hitter's haven, that being Coors Field in Denver. The Rockies may collectively stink, but Goodman's going to be an all-star. The backstop's been one of the best in baseball. Folks, he is a legitimate dark horse. Yes, a Colorado Rocky is a legitimate dark horse to be the home run champ this year. Hunter Goodman for me at 30 to 1.
I love long odds. Got no problem with it. And that's why my person to lead the league in home runs is not on the list either. Can I interest you in a Munetaka Murakami? Already
Oh.
has 20 home runs. When he comes back, the summer air is going to be thin. White Sox Park is a very hitter-friendly ballpark. And,
Yeah,
you know,
it
he's 560 slug right now, 938 OPS. And this isn't a situation where Murakami is some, rookie that got hot for a week or two. This guy has had proven consistency. He's done it in prior leagues, back-to-back MVPs. The guy was swag, has the charisma, and I think it's really pace, right? More so than anything else. It's not like he had a week or two where he put up 10 home runs. No, he was doing it consistently throughout the season before dealing with the hamstring injury. So I think, the reason why I'd buy Murakami stock on this, and I don't even know what that is right now, is that he doesn't need to be a better hitter to win it, right? He just needs to show up day in and day out like he's been doing, get protection in the front and the back from Colson Montgomery and a guy like Miguel Vargas, crush fastballs over the middle of the plate, and rake, right? You're hitting 240, you're seeing the ball well, and it's just a matter of putting good bat on ball. Now, again, dealing with the hamstring injury, so you wonder how much that's going to kind of zap his power when he comes back. But I mean, everybody goes through ruts, and maybe this is just his rut. And then when he comes back, he can do that. Can I interest you in the Murakami as the season winds down?
Yeah, if he can get back and healthy and on the field, sure. Look, he does play in a bandbox there on the south side, and that Mercury is going to be rising. And just a natural launch angle and lift that he gets on a swing. It's almost like effortless when he does make contact, gets the ball in the air, and it travels, man. The guy is ox strong. So, sure, I get aboard Murakami. So, Goodman, 31, Murakami, long odds as well. Yeah, sign me up, man. Twist my arm. I'm in.
All right, Brandon, what you got next for us?
All right. I love the Murakami bet, by the way. That was when I saw this question, it was the first name that I went to. I was like, I wonder what his number is at. All right. Will any team or individual pitcher throw a perfect game this year? 24 in total over the 151 years of Major League Baseball. Yes is at plus 60. And if you choose yes, who are you taking? Most recent MLB perfect games. Domingo Germán were in 2023. Felix Hernandez in 2012. Matt Cain in 2012. And Phil Humber in 2012. So only 4
Crazy.
in the last 14 years.
And 3 in 2012.
Yeah, 2012. I do remember that Phil Humber game vividly because I remember thinking, who? who got the perfect game there? But I love the odds. I love it. 2026. I know we're not hitting as many bombs as we once were. Pitchers are. I just think it's inevitable that things like that happen. In another Phil Humber situation, who can do it? I mean, do we have to go further down the list than Jacob Mizorowski, a guy who's absolutely a dog right now? Threw a pitch 103 miles per hour the other day. I mean, he has the best combo of whip. He has the strikeout ceiling, which if you're going to throw a perfect game, you got to have swing and miss stuff. He has an overpowering arsenal that anyone has seen if you've watched them pitch for more than 5 minutes. So if you're thinking about someone that can do it, so if you're banking on him and the field to throw a perfect game, geez, we almost saw one the other day. I think we were talking about even here on this show where somebody gave up a walk in the 7th inning. So, I mean, you're going to get remotely close to it. And if you're telling me I can get close to something at plus 650 and I have 1,500 games left to do it, I think I like my odds. Brad, are you convinced by something like that? Is that long enough odds for you?
Yeah, plus 650. I think it's going to happen. I think it will happen at some point this season. And I think it will be Jacob Mizorowski who pitches a perfecto. I mean, look at the K per 9 at 13.55. The walks per 9. He has shaved significant numeric off of that. It was 4.23 last season, now 2.28. So he's really honed his stuff. He has flourished in his craft. I mean, he's routinely touched 103 miles per hour, even late in the games. And it could be a tick faster than that. We've seen him throw 104 this year. His stuff, the sliders off the table, extraordinary movement with the fastball, very low contact rates, not a lot of hard hit rate contact when it is made. It's only 31.4% is his hard hit rate percentage. on the year. I mean, he has got the goods to absolutely dominate. We saw it recently with the greatest Maddox performance in Major League Baseball history. Faced the minimum 27 batters, gave up just 1 hit, also struck out 15 with 95 pitches and a complete game shutout. I mean, he is just wonderful to watch. Toe the rubber every single time, mystifying to the opposition, and pure dominance potential every single time he goes out every 5th day. So I think it will happen this year, and I will lay a little action on it plus 650. It's too bad that BetMGM can't say which pitcher would get it. They give us odds on a per pitcher basis, because whatever the number is, I lay it on the Miz.
Like you said, he is mystifying when he's on the mound, and I know we're gonna be able to do something there. And I mean, hey, plus 650. Like I said, sign me up. Long odds. If I could just set top of my money, I'm here for it. And of course, that's exactly what we're trying to do here on BetMGM tonight. All right, on the other side, we got a little buy or sell, asking you some questions and figuring it out. What side of the argument are you on? Including, will Tua Tagovailoa be under center for the Atlanta Falcons in Week 1? We'll discuss that and more. It's Gabe Ramirez. It's Brad Evans. It's BetMGM tonight, right here on Westwood One Sports.
If I asked you right now, name the best players in the NBA, you, the person listening and watching this, if I asked you right now, and I will lay out for a second, meaning I will be silent for just a moment, because it's an audio medium, and silence isn't great, unless you're trying to make a point, which I will be trying to make here. I'm going to ask you right now, name the 5 best players in the NBA in your head. Who are the 5 best players in the NBA? My guess is you have come up with some combination, right, of Nikola Jokic, of Luka Doncic, of Shai Gilgeous-Alexander, of Giannis Antetokounmpo, and of Victor Wembanyama. They're all great. They're all worthy of being mentioned in rarefied air. They all sit in the current pantheon of greats in the National Basketball Association. With that being said, you must now mention Jalen Brunson. And I would be willing to at this point, and perhaps there is a revenge middle finger tour waiting from this player, I would bump Giannis Antetokounmpo off the list for now, while acknowledging that he could nuke the league next year on a new team. That can happen. And at his best, I guess you can say he's better than Brunson at his best because he's won MVPs and he had the great closeout game and he won a championship also. But as of right now, Jalen Brunson, I bump above Giannis, and Brunson to me is a top 5 player in the NBA. And I don't even know what the argument is against it, given what Jalen Brunson just accomplished, and the fact that he outplayed Victor Wembanyama, and he has the iconic play of Game 5. Down 83-77, 6.5 to play, takes Victor Wembanyama to the bucket, uses his leverage, uses his guile, uses his instinct, bumps Wemby, and lays it in just over the outstretched pterodactyl wingspan of Victor Wembanyama. Delivered a championship to New York after 53 years. I'm not going to sit here and tell you Brunson is undisputed number 1, even though he's my favorite player. He's not the undisputed number 1. But you deluding yourself if you don't think this is one of the 5 best players in the NBA right now.
we have seen a lot of the favorites struggle their way through this match, through this tournament to start. Just kind of not being at their best. Brazil, Spain, France for an hour until they figured it out, right? The U.S. is in that second tier of teams here, but it's not crazy to think that they are now like true quarterfinal, semifinal contenders. I'm not exaggerating. It will come down to the draw, of course, right? If they end up playing Spain in the quarterfinal, which could well happen, like, yes, they're probably going to lose to Spain. But like, it doesn't take a lot to all of a sudden say, after what we saw from like even a Belgium, like if the U.S. played Belgium in the round of 16, Belgium looked very unathletic to me yesterday.
I think we'd win. I think we'd win. Is that crazy?
I think we're favored. It's not that crazy. What this midfield did to Paraguay, and I know everybody's like, now they're like, Paraguay sucks. They're no good. I mean, nobody was saying that before the match. So like, you can't just turn around now and say, actually, they're really bad. I think the U.S. midfield tactics with Tillman and McKennie making those little runs in behind that were so effective against Paraguay, it was awesome to see. Pulisic's injury risk now, though, has to come into play here. That's the reason we've all been skeptical of the U.S. That I think like it's a fragile setup. When everybody's healthy, when things are right, this team can be really freaking good. But now Pulisic has a calf issue, and you're like, uh-oh, is that the first domino to fall? So it's going to be really important for them to manage that. Ultimately, they are rightful favorites. I think the market's gotten pretty aggressive on them now, laying a full goal. Not sure I'd lay that. But home field advantage, I think the country, you can feel the country start to get behind this team. You can feel that in the energy and the crowds and stuff like that. I think there's going to be a potentially special thing brewing here if they can keep this main core healthy.
Live scores, sharp options, no waiting till tomorrow. BetMGM Tonight is back.
We don't cash out over here. We ride our bets out and make the money. Ooh, baby, we got some more on the line for you. It's Brad Evans, it's Gabe Ramirez, it's BetMGM Tonight. And now we get an opportunity to jump into some buy or sell. We got some really interesting questions on the docket today. And of course, BetMGM has the odds for all of them. So first up, we go back to the hardwood, talk a little Giannis. Assuming Giannis, Brad, is Boston bound, the Celtics are the surefire NBA title frontrunners next season at plus 700 on BetMGM. You buying or are you selling that?
I think I got to sell it because of the surefire side of that and being an NBA title frontrunner. Look, they're going to be in the conversation, but are they a surefire? I wouldn't, necessarily count on that because, again, it's a long season, 82 games. The injury imp is always lurking in every sport, especially in the NBA. And, knee buckle, one ankle twist. And one of those key players, whether it's Giannis, Jaylen Brown, Jason Tatum, assuming, all would be on the court together and not playing somewhere else. I'm looking at Jaylen Brown. There's always that risk. There's always that downside. And as you mentioned earlier on the show, will Giannis, assuming this were to come to fruition, fit in with the team? Is he able to check that ego? Can they work together, a unit as a collective? You still have the Knicks there. You still have the Oklahoma City Thunder. The San Antonio Spurs are going to be a year older, a year wiser. Surefire NBA title frontrunner? Nah, man, I don't think so. So I'm going to sell on that narrative.
I'm buying it, and I might be at the front of the line to buy it. I actually thought the Boston Celtics had a really good chance of winning the championship this year. We talk about people having their chip on their shoulder. I thought Jason Tatum coming back, might have been able to help will his team. They had a deep squad. They had great role players. And I assumed that was going to be the case. The reason why I'm sitting at the front of the line, I think it has less to do about Giannis and the potential of him being there. And it has more to do with a Jason Tatum that gets a full offseason workout. A guy that gets to come in week one with his body exactly where he wants it to be. Obviously, he was rushed in. Nobody thought Jason Tatum was going to come back and play, let alone play at an extremely high level, right? And I think a lot of times when we watch NBA basketball, or any sport for that matter, the assumption is that they're video game characters. And you get Jason Tatum back, and all of a sudden you get 35 points, 8 assists, 7 rebounds. And it's like, it just doesn't work like that, right? Talk to Jordan when he came back after the first three-peat. It just doesn't work like that. And so I'd be at the front of the line just because he is the guy who has a Mamba mentality. He is the guy that doesn't care he won a championship. He feels like he wants to win more. He feels like he's in a position to win more. So put me at the front of the line with Jason Tatum. Give me a little baby oil to put in my hair so I can have some pretty curls on top, just like him. And then we'll go ahead and go make some money together. All right, next one I got for you, buying or selling. Your boy from ILLINI, Keaton Wagler. We know he's a sensational player, but does he have sensational market value when it comes to landing with the Clippers at the number 5 pick? He's currently plus 240 to get there. Do you see Keaton Wagler going that high in the NBA draft?
Yeah, I'm going to buy this all day. And again, I'm burying the orange and blue bias to the best of my ability. I think Wagler fits the area need for the Clippers. They need help in that backcourt. And this is a loaded backcourt class. We talked about Darius Dacoff, and I think he's likely to go number 6 overall the Brooklyn Nets. Michael Brown in that conversation. Kingston Fleming's out of Houston. All those guys for the LA Clippers, but I think Wagler is a special dude. You saw what he was able to do in Champaign last season with the rock in hands, the creativity, the limitless range that some people were comparing to Steph Curry, for crying out loud. He may not be the most supreme athlete, but I think he kind of shocked somebody. A lot of individuals that are out there with his verticality that he showed in the NBA Combine. He didn't have a single dunk at Ellis last year. But he's a guy that certainly has the leaping ability to flush it home and rock the rim. So you can play him at point guard. You can play him at shooting guard. So that versatility helps. The creativity, the distribution skills. He's exactly what the Clip need. And I'm rather shocked that he is plus 240 to go there. I think the front runner at BetMGM, though still a plus money, is Michael Brown to go the LA Clippers at number 5. But give me Keeler. The orange and blue going out west in the City of Angels and representing the LA Clippers.
Yeah, I think Keaton Wagler is a Kevin Martin clone, right? When I think about who he was, a guy that could score, same body type, but I don't know if he's going to be an impact player the way a guy like Darius Acuff would be. And if it goes to Bonsa, Peterson, Boozer, Wilson, or some variation of that, when you're thinking about number 5, the Clippers gave up on one superstar point guard in Shai Gilgeous-Alexander. They're not going to do it a second time and passing up on Darius Acuff. That's the guy who I would take in that situation. All right, we got about a minute left. I got to ask you, Tua Tagovailoa, is he going to be under center for Atlanta week 1?
I'm buying it, man. I don't think Michael Penix is going to be back and healthy. Kevin Stefanski said, quote, if Penix will be ready in time, he kick us a long shot. I think Tua is a more accurate quarterback. And I think it'll be Penix alone. You got a true QB battle in training camp for the ATL. I think Tua wins it and at least starts week 1. I'm buying it.
I know it's difficult, right? You see Tua, obviously you go up to Minnesota, you see Kyler Murray. These veterans that are good, maybe we're not necessarily on the greatest teams, getting opportunities to totally redeem themselves in better situations. And I mean, when you're thinking about, obviously, Tua stepping into a role in Atlanta where he already has the weapons there, you get the best running back, in the league, arguably, to help you out. And you get just a fresh start. Sometimes you need a fresh coat of paint. And I think Tua's a professional. And I think that's what you're seeing with both Kyler and Tua. They step into these situations, understand how to handle offenses. And so in training camp, they've been there before and they look like the adult in the room. And so, and then I think when you're talking about the franchises themselves, they like a little certainty there as well. So I'm buying that also. All right, we're going to continue our NFL conversation on the other side. We're going to talk a little Dallas Cowboys. Oh, I'm sorry, Eagles fans. What are the key additions, key subtractions, and will they make a push for the playoffs? And what fantasy guys should you be looking at? We'll do that on the other side. It's Brad Evans. It's Gabe Ramirez. It's BetMGM tonight on Westwood One Sports.
My pick is Rory, and I'll tell you a couple reasons why. Rory, the last time the Open was here, missed the cut, and it was a stretch where he had missed multiple cuts in a row in the U.S. Open, and even though he had won this championship, everyone said, well, he can only win when it's an aerial game and it's soft, and he hits it higher than everybody else, and he won it in 2011 at a soft golf course at Congressional. Since 2011, his U.S. Open record, 9th, 8th, 7th, 5th, 2nd. And even last year, when he was kind of coming out of the haze of completing the career Grand Slam himself, he still finished in the top 20. He has got the most well-rounded game he's ever had in his life. At 37, I honestly believe, Nick, that he is improving. He can play shots around here now that he couldn't play 10 years ago, with all 9 windows being open, using the ground as his friend. And he's a much more developed and better chipper and short pitcher of the golf ball, which he was not 8 years ago. And I also will say this as the last thing. He wants to win not only everywhere he plays, but he wants particular bowl-type wins at cathedrals of golf. He loves golf on the east end of Long Island. He wants to win at Shinnecock. I asked him last year why he has gotten so much better in this championship, and he said it was his ego. He said, I didn't want people to associate me with one place that was dissimilar from the rest of the U.S. Open Rota, and he is hell-bent to win another U.S. Open. He wants it badly. I think he's winning.
The reason why I like San Antonio better than OKC next year is actually not because of Victor Wembanyama, even if I believe Wemby is the best player on either team. It's not because of Victor Wembanyama. It's because of Dylan Harper. Be honest with yourself. And let's just have a San Antonio versus Oklahoma City conversation. While understanding that J-Dub, Jalen Williams, has won a championship and was the second best player on a championship team a couple years ago and dropped 40 in an NBA Finals game against Indiana. I understand that happened. But be honest. When you factor in this past season that J-Dub had and his best ability is availability, and he was unable to stay on the court, who do you trust more as a second banana next year? As a Scottie Pippen next year? Dylan Harper or J-Dub? Dylan Harper or Chet Holmgren? And I understand they play different positions. But as a second banana, even at his precocious age, 20, who do you trust more? For me, it is the outstanding youngster, Dylan Harper. The New York Knicks just won the NBA championship. Think about that. And how crazy that would have sounded 5 years ago. How crazy it would have sounded 2 years ago. And candidly, for hardcore, diehard, lifelong Knicks fans, how crazy it would have sounded until the final seconds ticked off the clock on Saturday night. If the New York Knicks can do it, so can your favorite team. If the New York Knicks, after decades of making the wrong draft pick, the wrong free agent signing, swinging and missing golden sombrero style on a trade, if the Knicks can start getting stuff right, why can't your favorite team start getting stuff right?
A shuts down. The games light up. This is BetMGM Tonight on Westwood One Sports.
With Gabe Ramirez and Brad Evans, we getting down and dirty in the D, as Brad would say. Talking about these Dallas Cowboys in just a bit. 3-point stance coming up. Looking at the key additions, key subtractions, and more importantly, how you can make some money with some fantasy value, some player props, and we'll take a look at their over-under on the win totals as well. But first, let's go out to the phone lines, man. Of course, you can always reach us on the text line or on the phones, 310-840-4910. Let's go ahead and kick this thing off. We have, obviously, somebody talking about some Bills fandom. We got Chance out there. Chance, what's going on? Welcome to the show.
Hey, y'all. Thank you for taking the call. So earlier you were talking about remembering your first championship, right? I'm a Alabama college football fan. I'm a football guy first and foremost, and then a hockey guy, right? And then a Bills and Sabres fan, right? As a Buffalo fan, we ain't won jack squad. Of course, we made it to the 4 straight. Sabres have never made it to a championship. But, you know, my father being from down here and living down here a lot of my life, Alabama's had plenty of darn success. I was young in 1992. I think it was 2009, Saban's first chip, right? Man, I was ecstatic. Julio Jones, Greg McElroy, Rolando McClain. I was so happy, but nothing, and my God, I mean nothing, could compare in my life, other than having children, to the Buffalo Bills winning a Super Bowl. I will talk about it for years. I don't care if it's the only. Listen, I don't care if it's the only one we ever win. I don't care if I have to hitchhike. I will drive to Buffalo for the parade. Just to be around other Buffalo fans. I will just lose my mind because I love that team. It has been such a struggle. I believe we have the best quarterback going in the league right now. I want it so bad. I'm so darn thirsty. The last 2 years, Allen has put them in a position to advance, and he's been let down by other people around him. And I mean, I pray to the sports god, please give us a chip, please. But anyways, Alabama.
Yeah, they got to give you a championship at some point. We were talking about it earlier, right? Like we're all fans of some team, and we want their championship glory to happen so we can bask in it, like Brad did with the Cubs in 2016, and I did with the White Sox in 2005. And hopefully, speaking of franchises that are obviously in misery, the Dallas Cowboys, certainly one of them. So we get the opportunity to do a 3-point stance, take a deep dive into the squad. And when you're looking at the Dallas Cowboys, you know, we were talking a little bit, you mentioned it yesterday, like how lucky they got with a guy like Caleb Downs, right? Right, Brad?
Oh, that's exactly right. I mean, it's precisely what the doctor ordered. And then shout out to Chance, man. Good luck to the Buffalo Bills this year. Hey, you never know, man. This could be your year. You never know. But speaking about Dallas Cowboys, it looks like they're actually going to have a respectable defense. They got to seal the deal in Caleb Downs in the NFL draft. A lot of people are projecting him being a top 5 overall pick, possibly going to the New York Giants. My esteemed colleague Pat Boyle was incensed. He was beside himself that did not go with Caleb Downs at their not one but two positions inside the top 10, and he slipped all the way to Dallas Cowboys, one of his arch rivals, and that pained him, man. That really stuck in his craw, to say the least. But that's exactly what the doctor ordered for this little D squad that now could be a respectable D overall squad. You know, you look at the initial rankings and some of the prognosticators out there, got them anywhere between with that defensive unit, like 14 to 18 overall. That is just a leap of a jump, a quantum leap of a jump compared to what we've seen in recent iterations in which they've been, the dregs of the keg in the NFL and not wrapping up a soul, not really defending anybody on the back end. We know the Cowboys are going to have arguably one of the best offenses in the entire NFL. When you got Dak, you got CeeDee Lamb, you got George Pickens, you got juggernaut Javonte Williams, who really broke out last year. You got a suitable tight end in Jake Ferguson. You got Ryan Flournoy. when the WR3 can make some plays in his own right. I mean, they are going to put up crooked numbers on the board offensively, Gabe. It was just that defense that was so uneventful, so lackluster, and right now so trending in the right direction. The Cowboys, I said it yesterday, I'm going to double down. Hell, I will quadruple down on it. They're winning the NFC East this year. Gabe, I think you're muted.
You have a quarter. My bad. You have a quarterback that is, it's everything that you dream for with the roster that you have, right? You have a quarterback that is more than capable in those situations. Then, obviously, on the outside, you got CD Lamb, you got Pickens, and as you mentioned, the defense finally gets an opportunity to get revamped, and you got an owner slash GM slash president slash everything, and Jerry Jones that really wants to get them that championship, and so obviously we know who the headline players are, but it's like, can their passing game live up to the hype? It did 2 years ago when Dak and the team was putting up big numbers. He was having, I think he led the league in passing yards. And so like, can they get back to that point and then have the defense catch up? Or, are they going to find themselves in a situation where they're a little too top heavy? When you're talking about some of the departures, obviously, these Brock Hoffman, Solomon Thomas was traded away to Tennessee, and then they moved on from a couple other players. And then, I mean, when you're thinking about guys that left and where they are, and who's at the head of that snake, it is Dak Prescott. Do you see him as someone that is on the decline in terms of ranking with NFL quarterbacks? Do you see him kind of plateauing and he is where he's at? Or is there still room for Dak to kind of, creep up on that list?
I think Dak is still going to be a top 10 quarterback, and there's some dispute to that. I mean, if you were to survey a number of NFL fans, maybe you took, 10 random people off the street that follow the NFL, how many would truly say that Dak is a top 10 quarterback? Maybe half of that number, depending upon, who they surveyed and what geographic location, what their team allegiance is. There's a lot of doubts there, but he's an effective quarterback, man. He can make almost all of the throws. And the key for him is this. A, he's got to stay healthy. But B, he's got a formidable offensive line. I think he's got to have a top half, a bunch of boss hogs there protecting him. So he'll have a lot of clean pockets to throw the ball effectively to a supreme group of weapons at his disposal. As I mentioned, CD Lamb is an elite WR1, a guy that I feel is a top 5, if not top 3 wide receiver in this league. I mean, he's in the same tier in my estimation as like a Jamar Chase, a Justin Jefferson, a JSN, those guys. I mean, he's extraordinarily good, can run every route, do it precisely, and absolutely crush the competition week in and week out. George Pickens, one of the best outside the numbers ball adjusters in the entire NFL. He's got those Gumby-like skills, the bend, the contortion, the movement that he can have with the supreme ball tracking that he has, an ideal complement to CeeDee Lamb. And again, I got Javonte Williams catch a number of balls out of the backfield, guy good for 40, 45 receptions. Jake Ferguson do a lot of that dirty work underneath. Like, they raised the profile of Dak Prescott. And the only thing that may degrade his profile is honestly the defense improving. You may not have to have Dak going out and throwing the ball 40, 45 times in a game because the defense may be able to go out there and actually get some stops.
Dak Prescott's favorite play, the handoff. That means you're winning games right there. You mentioned that the Cowboys could, find themselves atop the NFC East and win the division. Does that then make them a Super Bowl contender, because they get to the dance, or that's their ceiling right there?
It's probably their ceiling, quite frankly. I mean, we'll have to see how good this defense is. Like maybe they even exceed my expectations. I'm saying they're going to be a borderline top half unit overall. Maybe they're a top 10 unit. And again, that offense lives up and delivers on the hype. And if you're talking about, a top 10, maybe even a top 5 offense match with a top 10 defense, that's exactly what you're looking for, when you're looking at some of the EPA data that's out there, and a true blue Super Bowl contender. again, what's tough for them is the LA Rams playing their conference. And I still believe whether Aaron Donald comes out of retirement or not, the Rams are the team to beat. Period. End of story. As long as the key components stay healthy, they're going to win the hardware in their own home stadium in Los Angeles at SoFi. So that's the one thing that would deter me from really buying in on the Dallas Cowboys fully. They're going to be competitive, but I think they'll win the division, maybe one playoff game, and that's it.
Yeah, it's going to be an interesting one. I think, again, we talk about the parity in the NFL, and you forget about squads like the Dallas Cowboys. We talked about the Cincinnati Bengals 2 days ago in 3-point stands, right? These are teams that you might have forgotten about, but they still have quality rosters. And if they're able to put things together, right, lightning in a bottle, they can find themselves in a very good situation where obviously they can get out of not only their division, but potentially make a tough run. Let's talk a little bit of dollars and cents in the form of fantasy and player props. And last but not least, we'll discuss some win totals for the Dallas Cowboys. I need you to cue me up. You're the king of fantasy. I feel like I learned so much stuff from you yesterday. When you're looking specifically at the Dallas Cowboys, I heard you throw the word elite around a lot. But when you're talking about fantasy value, who you got in mind, Brad?
Again, it's the artist known as Juggernaut Javonte Williams. Didn't really live up to the hype. I thought he was going to be a sensational running back for the Denver Broncos based on a lot of the advanced data, based on the film work that I did coming out of North Carolina. But he had a second lease on life, and he flourished in Big D with the Cowboys. And, throw a saddle on him, man, and ride that cowboy because he is going to turn a profit. RB17. An average draft position at 35.07. He is going to deliver an RB1 line. That's right. I think he's going to be a top 12 running back again this year. A guy that saw 69% of the opportunity share last year. A guy that went for over 1,300 combined yards, had 13 total touchdowns, was RB11 overall season ago. He was inside the top 5 in YAC per attempt. He was inside the top 10 in total missed tackles force. He was number 5, Gabe, in total red zone touches on a team with no defense. Now he may have a suitable defense. And 2, he's got the 5th easiest schedule for a fantasy running back. How on earth? Oh, last thing, I can't not forget about mentioning this. A number 13 projected offensive line. There are no weaknesses to his game. He's in an ideal situation. Why on earth is he at RB17 going outside the top 30 overall? Somebody explain it to me because I frankly don't get it. Go the extra mile. Go the extra dollar. Get Juggernaut Javonte Williams on your fantasy roster this year.
Even if you have to jump up around, Brad told you, if he's your guy, take him whenever he's available. I'm going to go with the quarterback, Dak Prescott, QB12 right now. This to me, when I think about like fantasy value, this is where the boring league winning stuff happens, right? Where everybody wants the shiny quarterback early, the Josh Allens, but there goes Dak Prescott sitting there at QB12. Oh, and who is he throwing it to? CeeDee Lamb and George Pickens. Oh, in a pass-heavy offense. Oh, where some predict they're going to have the number 1 plays per game or the top 5 dropbacks per game. It's like, oh, you want the discount quarterback? Oh, no, nobody wants the discount quarterback. They want to pay full price. They don't want to get the hookup. Well, Dak Prescott is Costco. You know what I'm saying? It's like, it's nothing sexy, but you leave with 30 touchdowns and you regret absolutely nothing. And so if you take him in your fantasy draft, trust me, like Brad told me yesterday, it's okay to have a backup quarterback sitting on your bench. You want him there. Break the glass in case of emergency. And Dak Prescott will be someone that can win you some games in the event that happens. All right, player props. A lot of them out there for this team. A lot of talent. Which one do you like the most, Brad?
I'm going to echo your sentiment and belief in Dak Prescott. The Dak attack is going to be for real this season. Give me the over 27.5 passing touchdowns at a lighter juice at a minus 105 right now at our friends there at BetMGM. He has gone over 27.5 passing touchdowns in a season in 4 of his last 7. Yes, he was only number 20 in red zone completion percentage last year, but he was number 7 in deep ball completion percentage and number 11 in adjusting completion percentage overall. I think that was a blip, the red zone inefficiency a season ago. My buddy Mike Clady, ESPN's kind of projected for 30 passing touchdowns. So he has the 10th easiest fantasy strength of schedule for a quarterback. And again, a good offensive line. Dak, honestly, I think he throws for at least 30 and all he needs 28 to cash. Love the over on 27.5 passing touchdowns. Again, at minus 105.
Love that, love that, love that. Hammer. You should have brought your hammer for that one. That's the one that I was thinking about that was going to happen. I love that, especially because it correlates with my player prop pick. And that is, I see it. I see it. Maybe you should pull it out for mine. George Pickens, over 6.5 touchdowns. It's at minus 130. I know we talked about the juice and all that good stuff. He had 9 last year. Obviously, that was because CeeDee Lamb was hurt for a good portion. So, somebody had to muster up the touchdowns. But when you're playing on a franchise tag, Brad, you want to get the bag, not the tag. And so he's going to try to get a bunch of those. And to be at 6.5, he's in the contract year, 6'3", to go up and get a guy. He's proven that not only can he be successful on the Steelers, he's proven that he's successful on the Cowboys, proving that he is a top-tier receiver in this league. 6.5. What does Jameis Winston do? All that little finger-licking stuff. I'm on it. Give it to me. I have zero problems with it whatsoever. All right. Now it's where like the text messages and the phone calls start coming in because a lot of hate because we're going to be discussing the win totals for the Dallas Cowboys. It's currently sitting at 9.5. Are you at the over or the under on this one?
Look, I'm munching W's like Jameis, what you just laid out there a second ago. I'm going to take the over, man. I think this is a 10-win team at a minimum, and I like to find get it at plus money right now, though little baby seduced by the juice there at a plus 105, but it's doable. Again, Mike Clady, ESPN's got the boys projected for 10.1 wins, gives Dallas a 55% or greater win probability in 11 games this year. Again, I feel they're going to be a borderline top 5 overall offense. I think they're going to be a borderline top half overall defense. Now, the downside, they have the 10th hardest projected strength of schedule. But if they, click across the board, that defense does at least play at a respectable level. Dallas is going to win 10 games. Dallas is going to win the NFC East, I believe, and I'm a buyer.
I hate to be on the opposite end of you here. But this is where I split from you, Brad. I love the fantasy pieces. I love the volume. I love the improvement on the defensive side of the ball. But 10 wins make me nervous. It's just the double-digit factor makes me nervous. And what I don't want to do is sweat the last game of the season where they're at 9 and they're trying to win. And for whatever reason, the Dallas Cowboys do what the Dallas Cowboys do best, and that is fumble in that moment. And so I want them to. I like the Cowboys for fantasy. I don't know if I like them for 10 wins. And that's because that, can he throw for 4,300? Yes. Can George Pickens get over 6.5 touchdowns? Yes. But will they get 10 wins? I don't know. Are the Commanders going to be that much better? Are the Eagles going to continue to have to nosedive, or are they going to play well? I just don't those are those things that I can't process correctly in order to wrap my brain around it,
Yeah. Look, I understand completely, but you got to call a spade a spade. You got to look at the data. You got to look at the team-wide improvements. And you know what just sucks me in, Gabe? Plus money. I get plus one on the over. I will bet all diggity day long.
Yeah, I have no problem with it. I love plus money, and I just, the Dallas Cowboys, something about it. But hey, there's a lot of value all over the board there, right? Whether you're thinking about some names to draft in fantasy, or if you're just looking at some of the player props to win money there, you can find them on BetMGM and certainly make your ways there. All right, coming up on the other side, we're going to do some NBA, and we're going to play a game called Guess Who. Brad's going to read some clues. I'm going to try to figure it out with Brandon. Can I put my NBA skills to the test. I can't claim to be an NBA guru and then it's my favorite sport and then lose guess who. I did like the board game, so who knows how I'll fare in this one. You can play along as well. Make sure you're here for it on the other side. He's Brad Evans. I'm Gabe Ramirez. This is BetMGM tonight on Westwood One Sports.
So I'm going to give you a couple teams first that I think could make sense for Sorsby, and there's one that stands above the rest. The teams that make sense to me, one of which I think will be a little bit of a curveball. What about the Philadelphia Eagles? Now, I love me some Tanner McKee. Could this be Jalen Hurts last season in Philadelphia? I don't think it's going to be clear. I'm a Jalen Hurts fan. I think he's going to play well. But I also have to acknowledge with A.J. Brown gone now in New England, the pressure's all going to be on him. And Sirianni also, Coach Sirianni, but I mean, Jalen Hurts is going to bear the weight of the world on his shoulders this season. There's no question about it for the Eagles. Why not make sure, if it goes poorly, if you're Philadelphia, assuming they like him, and I don't know that, right? You have Brendan Sorsby on the roster. The Dallas Cowboys are a little interesting, right? Dak Prescott is now 32. I think Dallas is interesting. The Carolina Panthers are a little interesting. Let me paint a scenario for everybody. The Panthers picked up Bryce Young's fifth-year option. What if Bryce Young is not great, but he's good? I don't think he's terrible. And the Panthers go 7-10. You're in quarterback purgatory. Like, you know that Bryce probably isn't the guy, but you're also not in a position to draft someone really high. I think Carolina's interesting. With the Tampa Bay Buccaneers, Baker Mayfield's entering the final year of his contract. Will they or won't they extend him? Could Tampa be a Brendan Sorsby destination? But there's one obvious team that I think this is a worthwhile swing for them. And I hope that you know the team that I'm about to say because I think it's obvious. That team is the Pittsburgh Steelers. With Mike McCarthy and Aaron Rodgers currently as the starter. Now, assuming, and I don't know this, and I'm going to try and do some digging and find out. Assuming the Steelers like Sorsby, and Mike McCarthy feels like he can coax it out of Brendan Sorsby, and they feel like Sorsby will stay on the straight and narrow. Assuming that's the case. The Steelers have an opportunity, and I'm not interested in the Will Howard, Drew Aller stuff. I'm not interested. Aller goes in the 4th round. Will Howard's a 6th-round pick. I am not interested in it. Not interested. The quarterback of the future, and I can be wrong, but it's my opinion, right? I have the microphone. I don't think the quarterback of the future in Pittsburgh is on the roster. And this was one of my big critiques of Aaron Rodgers coming back and the way that the Steelers allowed Rodgers to hijack their offseason is I don't think they're going to be good enough to win the Super Bowl, and they're not going to be bad enough to pick high in the draft, so you're in limbo. Is Brendan Sorsby a get-out-of-jail-free card for Pittsburgh, where you use a mid-round pick on him, and maybe he can be the guy, and he could sit this year and learn from Rodgers and learn from Mike McCarthy. And let's say he stinks. Whatever. They feel like he gambles again. I hope that doesn't happen. Or they feel like he's not the guy. Like, okay, you've taken a swing, and you missed. Okay, you know what you do next offseason? You swing the bat again. You don't not swing. You have to swing. You have to try and get that quarterback. This is the team that makes the most sense. And honestly, let's say the Rams had not picked Ty Simpson. I would say the Rams should do it as well. But they did it already. They took Ty Simpson. Getting Sorsby for a mid-round pick to sit behind Stafford with Sean McVay? Hell yeah. Assuming, again, all those qualifications and all those boxes are checked. But since Ty Simpson's on the Rams, the most obvious landing spot for Brendan Sorsby in the supplemental draft is the Pittsburgh Steelers.
Live scores, sharp options, no waiting till tomorrow. BetMGM Tonight is back.
And we got the goods. Oh, wait. Do we sit back and sing this a little bit? No. I think the mystery still exists. Like what OPP truly stands for. You know, they gave you a reason in the song, but I don't know if we really ever figured that one out. It is Brad Evans.
Oh, I did long time.
It is. Is that? Okay, sir. Okay, sir. I'm scared to find out what your high school days were like. He is Brad Evans, the OPP master. I am Gabe Ramirez, the OPP discoverer, and we get to play Guess Who. And this is going to be the NBA Draft Edition, which I'm really excited for. Love the board game. Love this segment even more. So the premise essentially is you're going to read some clues, right? And then both Brandon and I get an opportunity to try to figure it out.
That is correct. So here's what I'm going to do. Gabe, since this is your inaugural campaign, you're going to be teammates with Brandon Combs. So you guys got to work in synchronicity on this. I'm going to give you a clue. You guys will get one guess, not each, but then I'll read the second clue. You'll get a guess. Third clue, you'll get a final guess. If you don't get after clue, you strike out and we move on. Topic tonight, specifically about the NBA draft, number 1 overall picks in the NBA draft. Are you ready, Gabe and Brando?
This. I'm ready, man. Hit me with the first clue.
All right, here we go. Clue number 1. And for those of you that watch on YouTube, we apologize. Our graphics machine is not work, so you're going to listen if you want to play it on along. All right, here we go. Clue number 1. Product of Glenn Academy located in Brunswick, Georgia. Who is this?
Brunswick, Georgia. I already know who it is. Anthony Edwards.
Clue number 2. Again, you're working with Brando on this one.
Gabe, you're killing me, Smalls.
Over his 607 career NBA, the 6 points per game. Who is this?
Wait, and this is the number 1 pick in the draft? Is that how we started this? This is a number 1 pick?
That is a category, good sir. Number 1 NBA draft picks.
Okay.
You broke up there. How many points did he average per game?
6 points a game. 6 points a game.
I'll reread it. For his 607 career NBA games, he averaged 6 points per game. Who is this?
Oh my God.
All right. I'm thinking like Andrew Bynum or who is the guy from
really low
Cleveland?
Total for a number 1 draft pick, right?
Yeah, that's why you got to think of like busts, right? So you're thinking like Greg Odom, but he's not. Is he from Georgia? You're thinking like Greg Odom. You're thinking, I say a smirk there from Brad. So I'm reading that too, by the way. You're thinking Greg Odom. You're thinking, I said Andrew Bynum, and then who's the one that got drafted by Cleveland? That was a super bust, but he probably didn't play 600 games, so it wouldn't be him.
I don't think Greg Oden played 600 games.
2, 1.
We'll go Andrew Bynum.
Third and final clue. Before playing his last NBA game in 2013, he suited up for the Sixers, Bobcats, Warriors, Wizards, Pistons, Lakers, and Grizzlies. Who is?
In the same season or in his career?
No, in his career, bro. In his career.
Say those names again. Say those names again of the teams.
I'll reread the entire clue. Before playing his last NBA game in 2013, he suited up for the Sixers, Bobcats, Warriors, Wizards, Pistons, Lakers, and Grizzlies. Who is this?
Number 1 pick in the draft. I am going to take a guess. No, number 1 pick in the draft, though. Who would have played on all those teams? I am so disappointed in myself for not knowing
The only
this.
person I know that played on the Grizzlies, the Bobcats, and the Sixers that I can think of is Kwame Brown.
Ooh, that's our guess. It's got to be it.
Is it Kwame Brown, Brad?
Correct. It is indeed the colossal number 1 overall pick, Kwame Brown. Gentlemen, let's move on to the next Guess Who. All right.
I love
Here we go. 1. His number 4 jersey currently hangs in the rafters at the John M. Huntsman Center. Who is this?
Oh, I would need to know what the John M. Huntsman Center is.
Whose stadium
But
is
his
that?
number 4, though. He's number 4. All right, so number 1 pick that wears number 4.
God, I
don't even know. Number 4?
John M. Huntsman, is that?
Are we gonna go with Anthony Edwards again?
Is that a West Coast? Can you give us the coast? Which side of the map is that
no,
on?
I like it. I like the ambiguity.
Clue number 2, you losers. Won an NBA championship in 2015, the same year he was named to the NBA All-Defensive Second Team. Who is this?
All-Defensive Second Team. Oh, Andre Iguodala? He was the number 1 pick? Iggy wasn't the number 1
your
pick.
guess?
Yeah, we're going to go with Andre Iguodala.
Third and final clue. Good day, mate.
Oh, Andrew Bogut, right? That's who it is. It's Andrew Bogut.
Correct. It is indeed the Aussie product. Played at Utah. John M. Huntsman Center, where his number 4 jersey currently hangs in the rafters. Andrew Bogut.
I was thinking Giddy when you said that.
No, number 1 picks.
Oh,
Number
good.
1 picks. I like it. First of all,
Number
I
1 pick.
love this game. I could do this all day long. I love this. I
Monty's
can't
telling
wait.
me
We got
to
2
Google it.
more.
If I was
Let
Googling,
me
I'd
in
get the
quick.
answer quicker.
All right, let's go. What we got?
Don't be Googling. Don't be cheating like you usually do. Home for you. All right, here
Yeah.
we go. Third, number 1 NBA draft pick, and guess who? Clue number 1. The Bahamian-born player won the Karl Malone Award in 2018.
Tim Duncan.
In 2018.
During his 8 years in the association, he has averaged a double per game, 5.8 points per game, and 10.1 rebounds per game.
Gabe is not
Clearly, I'm
good at this team stuff. Gabe's like, I got an answer. I'm just gonna shout it out. We're not gonna talk it over. We're not gonna go back and forth.
I don't want to discuss with the guy that's Googling. I don't want to talk to the guy that's Googling anything.
If I
don't
was
wanna do that.
Googling, wouldn't I have the answers?
I'm just saying. I'm just saying. I thought it too. All right. What was the second clue, Brad?
Okay, second clue again. During his 8 years in the association, he's averaged a double per game, 15.8 points per game, and 10.1 rebounds per game. Who is?
2018. Oh my God! Number 1 pick in 2018. From the Bahamas. Paulo before him. I am drawing a blank right now. You got anybody on my teammate?
Yeah. Oh, now you want to ask me.
Now
you want to ask me.
Maybe this is why I don't ask you.
I'm trying to think about Bahamas has got me thrown off.
Nah,
And he was the number 1 pick in 18.
You got to think of 2018. 2018.
4,
Yeah.
3, 2, 1. I need
Shea Gilgeous
answer.
Alexander. Shea Gilgeous Alexander. I don't know.
Third and final clue.
All right.
The
Almost
former
2018.
Pac-12 Player of the Year has played his entire NBA career with teams located west of the Mississippi. Who is this?
Oh my God, I hate this. I hate that I don't know this. 2018.
What the
How
hell?
long is and Ant is averaging more than 15 a game. What number one pick? Who was in 2018? I can't think back that far.
I'm drawing a blank too, man.
I have no idea, bro. You stumped me on this, and I'm so disappointed in myself.
All right, gentlemen, to recap. Clue number 1. The Bahamian-born player won the Karl Malone Award in 2018. Clue number 2. During his 8 years in the association, he has averaged a double-double per game, 15.8 points per game and 10.1 rebounds per game. And clue number 3. The former Pac-12 Player of the Year has played his entire NBA career with teams located
DeAndre
west
Ayton.
of the Mississippi.
DeAndre Ayton.
Who is
DeAndre
this?
Ayton. DeAndre Ayton. Let's
Correct.
go.
Pull it out of your ass at the last minute.
I'm like,
No,
who
you
in the
Googled
world
it.
is this guy?
You Googled it.
Yeah, I did. Yeah. Oh my gosh, I was like, how do I not know this answer? My God. All right, one more. I love this game.
Do you want one more? I got one more.
Yes, I need one more.
Let's do it.
All right, here we go. Clue number 1. Again, the category for those of you just tuning in. Number 1 overall NBA draft picks. Clue number 1. During his 11-year NBA career, he played for franchises, averaging 20.7 points per game. Who is this?
You said 4 franchises?
Yep.
All right, 4 franchises averaging 20 points a game. All right, Brandon, who you think it is?
Yeah. I mean, like 30 different players that I could think of right now. What year was he
20
drafted, did
points
you
a
say?
game. Didn't say it.
I
Didn't
just
say
said
that,
during
no.
his 11-year NBA career. I'm not going to give you the easy clue of what year
11-year
he was
NBA
drafted.
career.
Okay. I got you.
4
I got it.
teams,
I got to
11
guess.
years.
I got to guess. Wait, no, but he played on more than they played on Bulls, Knicks, Cleveland, and then Minnesota.
11
I'm going to
years.
say Derrick Rose.
Clue number 2. The pride of Gary, Indiana. He was selected to the 1996 Olympic team, though he didn't play a single minute. Who is this?
96 Olympic team.
96.
Like, who were those guys that didn't play? It was Christian Laettner. It was Christian Laettner and like somebody else. But Gary, Indiana?
Yeah.
In 96.
What the hell?
Who? What comes out of Gary, Indiana? What's going on here? All right. All right. 96.
The Jacksons.
Yeah. 96 gets put on the team. So he had to have been a college kid that didn't get any tick. I know it was Christian Laettner and one other college player that was on that squad. Maybe I'm totally wrong. No, Dream Team was 92, though.
Shot clock.
The original Dream Team.
4, 3.
Hey, somebody, Brandon.
2.
Hey, somebody.
Right.
Anybody?
No, Jordan.
Third and final clue. It's likely he's a fan of Milk Bones. Who is this?
Oh my gosh, he's a fan of Milk Bones. I love the clue here. He's somebody like a dog. Who was the dog?
What the hell's his name? I can't think of his name. His nickname was the Big Dog, though.
Oh, Glenn Robinson.
His name?
Glenn Robinson.
Correct.
Let's
The pride of
go.
Purdue and Gary, Indiana. Glenn Robinson.
I had no clue
Congratulations,
that
gentlemen.
Glenn Robinson was from Gary, Indiana.
Yeah, now you
Dude,
do.
I gotta be honest. Hey, I gotta say something, guys. You know, I do a lot of shows. I have a lot of jobs, and the games that you guys are playing on here, top notch. I'm not just talking about this one. We had some the other day too. I mean, top notch stuff. This is a great show. I'm like genuinely happy that we're doing this stuff. This is good. I love it. That was a great game right there. Oh my gosh.
Oh, we got
I could
more,
do that all
Gabe.
day.
We got more. I mean,
I-
we're just
we
getting
got
warmed
more.
up. We play all kinds of crazy trivia games on this stupid show on a nightly basis.
Gabe,
that
you're
Guess
here
Who
on
game
Friday?
is one I came up with years ago.
You're here on Friday.
great.
You get to play our staple, our Friday staple called The List,
Oh, The
where
List.
none of us know what the topic is until the list starts and Monty comes up with the
Oh.
topic.
Oh, Monty's in charge.
It's a brutal
Yes.
I
game.
cannot wait.
It's a rough
I
one.
cannot wait until we do this one. But I'm glad you know what it is though, guys? I love having fun. You know what I'm saying? Like I'm not a radio guy in that sense. I like to have fun. I like to be talking sports, hanging with the guys, and I feel like that's what we're doing right here. So I'm having a great time, man. This is awesome. But we continue. We move on, and of course, we are not done yet. On the other side, we'll give you some score updates, give you some live reactions to what's happening on the World Cup, and maybe discuss some mascots and who is your favorite. Where's Benny the Bull in this whole thing? We'll discuss that on the other side. Don't go anywhere. It's Gabe Ramirez. It's Brad Evans. It's BetMGM tonight right here on Westwood One Sports.
If I asked you right now, name the best players in the NBA, you, the person listening and watching this, if I asked you right now, and I will lay out for a second, meaning I will be silent for just a moment, because it's an audio medium, and silence isn't great, unless you're trying to make a point, which I will be trying to make here. I'm going to ask you right now, name the 5 best players in the NBA in your head. Who are the 5 best players in the NBA? My guess is you have come up with some combination, right, of Nikola Jokic, of Luka Doncic, of Shai Gilgeous-Alexander, of Giannis Antetokounmpo, and of Victor Wembanyama. They're all great. They're all worthy of being mentioned in rarefied air. They all sit in the current pantheon of greats in the National Basketball Association. With that being said, you must now mention Jalen Brunson. And I would be willing to at this point, and perhaps there is a revenge middle finger tour waiting from this player, I would bump Giannis Antetokounmpo off the list for now, while acknowledging that he could nuke the league next year on a new team. That can happen. And at his best, I guess you can say he's better than Brunson at his best because he's won MVPs and he had the great closeout game and he won a championship also. But as of right now, Jalen Brunson, I bump above Giannis, and Brunson to me is a top 5 player in the NBA. And I don't even know what the argument is against it, given what Jalen Brunson just accomplished and the fact that he outplayed Victor Wembanyama, and he has the iconic play of Game 5. Down 83-77, 6.5 to play, takes Victor Wembanyama to the bucket, uses his leverage, uses his guile, uses his instinct, bumps Wemby, and lays it in just over the outstretched pterodactyl wingspan of Victor Wembanyama. Delivered a championship to New York after 53 years. I'm not going to sit here and tell you Brunson is undisputed number 1, even though he's my favorite player. He's not the undisputed number 1. But you deluding yourself if you don't think this is one of the 5 best players in the NBA right now.
We have seen a lot of the favorites struggle their way through this match, through this tournament to start. Just kind of not being at their best. Brazil, Spain, France for an hour until they figured it out, right? The U.S. is in that second tier of teams here. But it's not crazy to think that they are now like true quarterfinal, semifinal contenders. I'm not exaggerating. It will come down to the draw, of course, right? If they end up playing Spain in the quarterfinal, which could well happen, like, yes, they're probably going to lose to Spain. But, like, it doesn't take a lot to all of a sudden say, after what we saw from, like, even a Belgium, like, if the U.S. played Belgium in the round of 16, Belgium looked very unathletic to me yesterday.
I think we'd win. I think we'd win. Is that crazy?
I think we're favored. It's not that crazy. What this midfield did to Paraguay, and I know everybody's like, now they're like, Paraguay sucks. They're no good. I mean, nobody was saying that before the match. So, like, you can't just turn around now and say, actually, they're really bad. I think the U.S. midfield tactics with Tillman and McKennie making those little runs in behind that were so effective against Paraguay, it was awesome to see. Pulisic's injury risk now, though, has to come into play here. That's the reason we've all been skeptical of the U.S. That I think, like, it's a fragile setup. When everybody's healthy, when things are right, this team can be really freaking good. But now Pulisic has a calf issue, and you're like, uh-oh, is that the first domino to fall? So it's going to be really important for them to manage that. Ultimately, they are rightful favorites. I think the market's gotten pretty aggressive on them now, laying a full goal. Not sure I'd lay that. But home field advantage, I think the country, you can feel the country start to get behind this team. You can feel that in the energy and the crowds and stuff like that. I think there's going to be a potentially special thing brewing here if they can keep this main core healthy.
Live scores, sharp options, no waiting till tomorrow. BetMGM tonight is back.
And we're live, ready to put some money down. Hanging out with you, checking out what's happening across the scoreboards of not just Major League Baseball, but there's a pretty good match going on right now. Panama versus Ghana in the World Cup. That one's knotted up at 0 in the 84th minute. I just cashed out. I'm out. So I took my money. I got 3 kids. I don't got time to be playing games in the last 15 minutes and losing a heartbreaker like I did yesterday. For those of you that are watching the World Cup, that third goal from Austria cost me a good day. I'll just say that. And ruined my. So I didn't want to go through that again. Brad, what's your philosophy when it comes to cashing out? Because some people are just completely against it. They're like, you made the bet, you live and die with it. Are you cut from that same cloth?
No, but I will say this. You got to watch the actual action to get a kind of an ebb and flow, get a feel for where the game is headed and how that's going to impact your wager overall. Prime example, look, I'm a college basketball nut. So oftentimes, I may have action on a team. Maybe they get an early big lead, and then the opposing team goes on a monster run. All of a sudden, it's not a backup. You're like, oh, momentum is swung in this game. I can still profit. Obviously it was a much greater profit earlier on, but I could still turn a profit despite the game being knotted up. I'm going to go ahead and take my money out, with the feeling that they could lose this thing by 10 to 15 in their own right. That's one example of how live betting can come into play and can work to your advantage. So, again, you have to trust your gut with a lot of this stuff. You have to really understand the nuances of every single idiosyncrasies they possess on a game in, game out basis, and just kind of go with the flow. At the end of the day, a profit is a profit. And you just have to accept them, whether good or bad, whether you could have profited more or less, and roll with it. But if you're profiting, you're still winning.
Got to trust your gut. And my gut is happy because late night tacos are certainly on the menu after my cash out right there. Delicious. All right, looking at the MLB scoreboard, we got the Blue Jays besting the Red Sox 2-0. That one's in the bottom of the 6th. Giants crushing the Braves right now 5-0. That one in the bottom of the 6th as well. Brewers on top of the Guardians 5-4. That one in the 4th. The Cubs.
Oh my God, the Cubs
explosion. I forgot about them. I forgot that they were still playing meaningful games. 7-0 against the Rockies. Certainly going to town there. And then my White Sox, 4-3, trailing the Yankees. That one in the bottom of the 5th right now. I got to say, when you're looking at the scoreboard, any of these games standing out, is there anything, like when you're looking at these live scores, like what is something that would need to draw you in to a live look at a scoreboard like this?
The Cubs just gave up a home run as Sterling Thompson hit his first home run of the season for the Colorado Rockies. It is 7-1. I will say something about this Cubs game. Dansby Swanson hit a home run. Hell hath frozen over America. Dansby Swanson was encased in ice. He was like Han Solo, frozen in carbonite for like the better part of the last 6 weeks. And all of a sudden he melted and broke out. I can't believe what I just witnessed. The Cubs for now are up 7-1. Hopefully we won't screw it up. And this is a trend that hopefully is not all of a sudden started. And, optimistically, I pray the Rockies offense hasn't suddenly woken up and will erupt.
You have to break out the champagne. Dansby Swanson's hitting home runs, and
crazy.
Cubs are on a tear. Hopefully they can keep that up. All right, I know it is National Mascot Day, and so I definitely want to get your takes because you cover all sports. You know what I mean? You're not just on your. You love your favorite teams, but you're everywhere. So you get your fair share of looks at some of these mascots. So I'm gonna throw out a sport. And then I want you to tell me who's the best costume character in your mind when it comes to these kinds of things. You cool with that, Brad? All right, let's start with college sports. There's so many to choose from. Brutus at Ohio State. You got your Trojans at USC. But in your mind, who's the best mascot in college?
I think it's Cosmo the Cougar at BYU. That the guy does just unbelievable acrobatic stunts, whether in basketball, football. I mean, that person is like a supreme athlete. A stud mascot is Cosmo the Cougar again for BYU.
I mean, it's so funny, right? More often than not, it's some college kid that's just trying to, pay for his beer on the weekends. That's sitting inside of that suit. And, you get a guy like Cosmo that really gets to stand out. But there is a pipeline. I know this for a fact. I work with the Chicago Fire. I've met quite a few mascots in my day. And the economy that exists and surrounds mascotting is something that you would never think of in terms of the amount of dollars that they get. But Cosmo the Cougar at BYU, who knows? You might be seeing him at a bigger stadium near you. Speaking of bigger stadiums, let's go over to the NFL. I mean, I think this one's pretty obvious to me, but who do you have as your best costume mascot?
It's Jackson DeVille of the Jacksonville Jaguars. It can wear a Speedo or a thong at a time. Hilarious. Just a funny character. Does a lot of stunts. Big into like ropes and bungee jump. I mean, Jackson can do a little bit of everything. So Jackson DeVille of Illinois graduate Shad Khan's Jacksonville Jaguars.
INI. All right, what about Major League Baseball?
It's got to be the Philly Fanatic with the four-wheeler stuff, all the antics, all the shenanigans the Fanatic does. Legendary. Fun fact, Pat Boyle absolutely hates the Philly Fanatic, and I do not understand why.
Fair enough. All right, NBA. If you don't say Benny the Bull, we might have some problems here. Who do you got?
We could fight over it. We can grapple. I'm going to go with Rocky, the Denver Nuggets mascot. I went to a number of games in the Mile High City at Ball Arena when I lived there, and Rocky does some stupid stuff, like crazy, insane stuff. The 30-foot hands on, puts his back to the basket and shoots one over his head. He actually hit one of those off the ladder this year, blind. Unbelievable. I like Rocky quite a bit. Love the antics. Love the just fun that he brings to the game and some of the stunts that he pulls. So Rocky for the Denver Nuggets, my favorite NBA mascot. Sorry, Benny.
But does he pour popcorn on you in the middle of a game? See, that's what Benny does well. And Benny hits half-court shots backwards as if he's making layups in this one. Now, see, Benny the Bull versus Rocky, that right there, I'd love to see that one-on-one matchup. That would be one I'd probably pay
Rocky would dominate.
Yeah. Hey, Brad, great hanging out with you again. Looking forward to hanging out with you tomorrow. He is on his way out. I still got 2 more hours with you guys, so do not go anywhere. Are you going to go hide in the shelter somewhere?
No, the tornado risk has gone bye-bye. I may hide in a shelter if the Cubs do somehow give up.
All right. Well, you find your yellow brick road, and I'll keep on giving these winners while we sweat this Cubs game. All right, ladies and gentlemen. On the other side,
yes,
what you've been waiting for, a World Cup update. and where you should be placing your money a little later on today when it comes to Colombia and Uzbekistan. We'll do that after the break right here on BetMGM tonight.
My pick is Rory, and I'll tell you a couple reasons why. Rory, the last time the Open was here, missed the cut, and it was a stretch where he had missed multiple cuts in a row in the U.S. Open. And even though he had won this championship, everyone said, "Well, he can only win when it's an aerial game and it's soft." And he hits it higher than everybody else, and he won it in 2011 at a soft golf course at Congressional. Since 2011, his U.S. Open record: 9th, 8th, 7th, 5th, 2nd. And even last year, when he was kind of coming out of the haze of completing the career Grand Slam himself, he still finished in the top 20. He has got the most well-rounded game he's ever had in his life. At 37, I honestly believe, Nick, that he is improving. He can play shots around here now that he couldn't play 10 years ago, with all 9 windows being open, using the ground as his friend. And he's a much more developed and better chipper and short pitcher of the golf ball, which he was not 8 years ago. And I also will say this as the last thing. He wants to win not only everywhere he plays, but he wants particular bowl-type wins at cathedrals of golf. He loves golf on the east end of Long Island. He wants to win at Shinnecock. I asked him last year why he has gotten so much better in this championship, and he said it was his ego. He said, "I didn't want people to associate me with one place that was dissimilar from the rest of the U.S. Open Rota," and he is hell-bent to win another U.S. Open. He wants it badly. I think he's winning.
The reason why I like San Antonio better than OKC next year is actually not because of Victor Wembanyama. Even if I believe Wemby is the best player on either team, it's not because of Victor Wembanyama. It's because of Dylan Harper. Be honest with yourself. And let's just have a San Antonio versus Oklahoma City conversation. While understanding that J-Dub, Jalen Williams, has won a championship and was the second best player on a championship team a couple years ago and dropped 40 in an NBA Finals game against Indiana. I understand that happened. But be honest. When you factor in this past season that J-Dub had and his best ability is availability, and he was unable to stay on the court, who do you trust more as a second banana next year? As a Scottie Pippen next year? Dylan Harper or J-Dub? Dylan Harper or Chet Holmgren? And I understand they play different positions. But as a second banana, even at his precocious age, 20, who do you trust more? For me, it is the outstanding youngster, Dylan Harper. The New York Knicks just won the NBA championship. Think about that. And how crazy that would have sounded 5 years ago. How crazy it would have sounded 2 years ago. And candidly, for hardcore, diehard, lifelong Knicks fans, how crazy it would have sounded until the final seconds ticked off the clock on Saturday night. If the New York Knicks can do it, so can your favorite team. If the New York Knicks, after decades of making the wrong draft pick, the wrong free agent signing, swinging and missing golden sombrero style on a trade, if the Knicks can start getting stuff right, why can't your favorite team start getting stuff right?
The games light up. This is BetMGM Tonight on Westwood One Sports.
That's right. And then we get the updates for you on World Cup action. And don't forget, when the U.S. scores, you score too. Win a share of $500,000 in bonus bets for every U.S. goal. Place a $5 or more pre-match bet on any World Cup, on any World's game in which the U.S. is playing and apply your Gold Rush token. You win a share of $500,000 in bonus bets for every goal scored by the U.S. in the match. And bonus bets are going to be split amongst all eligible winners after the match happens. Now, of course, Team USA, they don't play again until Friday, 2:00. So, come Friday, we're going to have a lot to talk about when it comes to Team USA going up against a tough Australian team. But here's what I want to do. I know we're going on across the country right now, so I want to open up the phone lines to my soccer heads that are out there. I'm talking about my soccer dads that, have been watching the game a little bit more closely because your kid's been in it. Or maybe you're a guy that plays in the Sunday leagues and, you're watching it closely as well. What team do you think is going to take it all? I'll have some odds here up for you that we can reflect on. But I'm curious, you're following some of your favorites. What are the squads for you that you like? Phone lines are open. 310-840-4910. Again, that's 310-840-4910. You can also watch us on YouTube, Twitter, jump in the chat. We got both Brandon and Monty manning everything, so we'll make sure we get your comments in there as well. Now, a team that a lot of people were high on today, of course, Portugal. And we'll get into a conversation about how Ronaldo fared after, just absolute incredible performances by Mbappe, then Haaland, and then, of course, the GOAT, La Cabra, Lionel Messi comes out with 3 goals and just leaves everyone in awe. Now, before we get into that, I talked about it a second ago, but I gotta just harp on it again. My bad. I feel like it was a bad beat. I did bet on the Panama-Ghana draw, which ended up happening, and I was glad about that. But I went against myself like most of us do when we're gambling. And I was supposed to give myself a timeout today. We've all been there. We're like, you know what? I need a beat. I'm on tilt. I should not place another wager right now because it's going to be emotionally driven. And what did I do? I made a bet anyway. It hit, thankfully. But the reason why was because of last night. Earlier in the week when I was doing this show with Brad, I told him, he's like, first thing I do is I check the box scores. And I said, no. What I do is I wake up, I grab my phone, and I sneakily look at my account and pray that it's more than it was before I went to sleep. And so last night when Austria was playing Jordan, I went to bed. I had to do another radio show this morning, right? So I had to be in bed. I'm thinking like for my own sanity. Austria's up 1-0. It's about to be halftime. I'm thinking to myself, I got Austria in under 3.5. I am coasting to this victory. And I put a lot of units on this game, on this match. And I'm thinking like, 1-0. I made the right bet. I'm going to sleep. My 10-month-old daughter, as she does every morning at 5:15, is flopping around the bed, cooing and doing everything she wants to do. So naturally, I wake up after several smacks to the face and I go grab my phone. And I'm thinking, for sure, I won that bet. I wasn't even doubting it. I was more so opening my app to see how much money was actually in the account. And to my surprise, The only thing that was there was the same amount that I had before I went to sleep, because then I'm looking at the group checks, because obviously I let all my boys know. I let you guys know last night what I thought the best bet for tonight was. So all my boys were tailing, and I just see the group chat go crazy, and I'm thinking it's because we won money. Then I go in there and they're like, I can't believe what just happened. And so now I'm like, okay, now I have to go into the box scores and find out what happens. I just told you that I cashed out Panama versus Ghana in the 80th minute because I just wanted to take my winnings. Imagine what I would have looked like in the 98th minute, 8 minutes into extra time with the score 2-1. My cash out probably sitting at like 95%. You damn right I would have cashed out that bet and took my money and went to sleep comfortably like McScrooge on a pile of money. And instead, I was counting sheep instead. And I ended up losing the bet. So after that, I was like, okay, I cannot lay money down on anything today. Like, just don't do it. And thank God I did it on the first match of the day. Now we get a chance to circle back to Portugal and what happened in their match. Now, obviously, an immense amount of pressure, right? When you're thinking about what Ronaldo has to do in order to match the greats that have performed before him. He had to watch damn near a week worth of soccer before he could play, and he's watching everybody go crazy. And in the third minute, for those of you that did watch it, in the third minute of the match, Ronaldo has this breakaway, and he gets to the left corner of the box, and he starts, doing all this and one mixtape stuff, but he couldn't finish, right? And he had a level of frustration, and the guy who he passed it to ended up pushing it back out, right? Kind of quelling what was, an intense moment. And then there was no intensity there. And it felt like Ronaldo in that moment kind of had an idea like, oh, damn, this isn't going to go the way I want it to, right? For France, Mbappe, although he's playing with other guys that are incredible, he is the star. And those stars understand that he is the man. Holland for Norway, understand that. Messi and Argentina, they have killers on the team, but they know Messi's the man. Portugal, remember, this is a guy that didn't make his last team. I wonder if there's like Ronaldo fatigue, where they don't necessarily view him as the end all be all and the pathway to victories. And it was unfortunate to see. But the fact that it ended up 1-1, right, with Congo, it's like, thank God I didn't bet any money on that one. And sometimes you do got to take a break, a mental one, right? Even though our video producer, Monty, was just saying, hey, man, got to look forward in the fact that the account fluffed up a little bit. But you can't help in situations to be happy when you don't lose that money also, right? Like, I would have bet Portugal to win. I would have bet Ronaldo to score a goal. And neither one of those would have hit, and I would have just been crying as a result of that. Second game of the day, second match of the day, was one where it did kind of play out the way that majority of people thought. England versus Croatia. England is a team, if you're looking for, some futures bets on what countries could potentially end up winning the whole thing, you got squads like, of course, Brazil. That's maybe not has the best odds that you would take. But, you're looking at countries, of course, like Germany, Spain. Those are the ones that are your, clear-cut favorites. England is kind of like, I love giving examples here. England is kind of like Duke. They're going to win some games in the tournament, but at some point, they're going to be Duke and just lose. That's England in a nutshell. People are waiting for that Emeka Okafor year, or no, not Emeka Okafor, Jaleel Okafor year, excuse me. They're waiting for that Jaleel Okafor year where you actually end up winning the championship, but it's few and far between. But this team's a little different. And I'll tell you the reason why. Okay. First of all, you got Harry Kane with 2 goals. This is a guy who at one point was playing at Tottenham in the Premier League. Now goes over to the juggernaut in the Bundesliga, that's the German league, and he's playing for Bayern Munich. And he's their number 9. The number 9 means the guy that scores all the goals, or that is responsible for scoring all the goals, right? He's their number 9. But he's not playing in England anymore. That's the takeaway, right? From England and why things might be a bit different. Their best player doesn't even play in England in the Premier League, right? It's England's league and what some consider to be the best league in the world. So he doesn't play there. So the pressures aren't necessarily there because you're not playing domestically, right? You get to play in Germany and then come represent for your country, and everybody's behind you in that different way. It's kind of like when they say you kind of got to leave the hood in order to get put on. Sometimes it be like that. And Harry Kane is certainly that guy. Then Jude Bellingham, another guy who, had to leave the Premier Leagues in order to do a Marcus Rashford. Obviously you're talking about guys that are playing on some of the top teams in the Premier League. And then when it all comes together, you find yourself where the offense is clicking. You're holding the back line to as best as you can. Didn't allow a goal to Croatia in the second half. England wins 4-2 and convincingly, right? I mean, to think Harry Kane, Jude Bellingham, and Marcus Rashford are all on the same team. And this was a young team that faltered last World Cup, missed out on some penalty kick opportunities. Both Rashford and Bellingham just getting tons of hate across the globe, really, when it came to the outcome and the output of England. But again, a sneaky good team that could, after a victory like this is a convincing victory. Croatia is not, not to say it like that, but they're not in the bottom half. I'll put it gently. They're not in the bottom half of teams in the World Cup. This is a squad that has some legends on it, and the assumption is that they'll be the team that passes through to the knockout stages. But England is certainly a convincing win in this one. Oh my goodness. And just to prove, Monty, did you see what just happened? Ghana scored in the 95th minute. The 95th minute, cash out on deck. Let's go. See, you got to trust your gut. That's what Brad Evans told me. I'm learning. In the 95th minute, literally exactly what happened to Austria yesterday. In the 95th minute, right before they're about to blow the whistle, Ghana ends up scoring a goal, taking the game, and your boy ends up on top. Oh, I can't wait to tell Brad tomorrow that's what ended up happening in this one. But, man, I try to tell you guys. And the only reason, listen, so in soccer, for those of you that don't bet soccer and that want to, after the 80th minute, things go haywire, right? Like, think about it. It's the last 10 minutes of the game. Think about like a boxing match. I love that there's these analogies for soccer, and I could just pivot to other sports. In a boxing match, if you get to the 9th round, or let's say if it's 12-round fight, championship fight, after the 10th round, rounds 11 and 12, if you're losing, you're only throwing haymakers. You're trying your best to win the fight. You gotta knock them out to win. And in doing so, you might get caught with a right hook by the superior boxer. And that is exactly what happens in the last 10 minutes plus extra time of a given match, is that teams become desperate. And like I mentioned before, legs do get tired, but you take more chances in those 10 minutes because you're not as fearful of the repercussions, right? Whether it is moving your line a little bit more towards the goal so that you don't have as many defenders in the event of a fast break the other way. You don't do that necessarily in minute 30 in the first half, but you might do it in minute 90 because you're trying to think about when in hockey. Oh my God, I am on fire right now. Think about in hockey when they pull the goalie, right, to give themselves a better opportunity. They're desperate in those last minutes and they're willing to give up an empty net goal in order for an opportunity to tie up the game. And I think in this one, knotted up at 0-0, Ghana felt like they needed to win this one. And if you were watching the game, when you're looking at the stats, I mean, Panama had possession 63% of the time. Think about those statistics. When you're live betting soccer, those are things you look at. But like Brad said, loved it. You got to be watching the match because despite the possession advantage to Panama, Ghana certainly could have had better opportunities. Now, they didn't have a shot on goal in the first half, but second half, 8 shots, 3 on target. Think about that. 8 shots, 3 on target. Obviously, they were a bit more physical, allowing to pull up the victory, but wow. That's why the World Cup is awesome. Imagine for a second, everyone, what Ghana is like right now. You just scored a last-second goal in your first match of the World Cup. It's Wednesday. Like Ghana is going up right now. Like the bars, the town neighborhood watering holes. Like everybody is going crazy. And in Panama, quite the opposite. Quite the opposite. My wife is sad. She lived in Panama for like a year and a half. She was cheering for them. But Ghana on the other side, them boys. Now you still have an opportunity to lay some bets down. Fortunately, there's another game that's happening tonight. Of course, I'm talking about Colombia and Uzbekistan. Colombia minus 270 in this one. Now, just like any other sport, right? If you're watching baseball and you're betting on the Yankees and Aaron Judge to hit a homer, it's juiced because so many people are on top of it. So the lines have to adjust accordingly. If you're talking about Steph Curry and the Warriors, things get juiced. Well, Colombia is no different. Like they are the darlings of the tournament. They have a guy named James, who was an absolute stud the last World Cup. I'm talking about like absolute stud. Actually, 2 World Cups ago. And now, this is an opportunity where the Colombia team is, changed the narrative on their squad. They have a lot of forwards that, Luis Diaz that's joining James. But, I mean, this is a game where if you do think, again, if you like your team, where 270 is not enough value for you, but maybe you say, man, they're going to win by 2 goals, right? And when you're putting that minus 1.5, just like a run line in baseball, you're going to get significantly better odds. But what I would encourage you to do is if you are going to take that bet, wait till the game starts. Because you're going to get better odds once the game starts than the 270. If you wait till the 10th minute and there are no goals, now obviously you run the risk of them scoring early, kind of like how Portugal did in the 7th minute or Team USA did. But more often than not, that's not happening, right? So if you wait 8 to 10 minutes, you allow those odds to drop down a little bit, then you can find yourself in a more favorable position to grab a team like Colombia. Now, this game's at 9:00, so it'll be starting in a little bit. I'll be watching it. Goal scoring, again, something that you could look at to try to get yourself in the right frame of mind. But this has been quite the tournament. And it goes on for a while. Like group play goes on for almost 3 weeks. I mean, the Team USA plays their second match this Friday, and then they have another match next Thursday. So you're talking about over the course of 3 weeks, you're playing 3 matches, and then you get to the knockout stages. So, I mean, this thing's going to be going on for a while. And I think just like any other sport, it behooves you to watch these games now. Because then when you're watching, if you've watched enough games, then you've kind of seen the form and quality of these other squads. And you might say to yourself, like, let's say Panama, perfect example. You can say, hey, man, they had a hell of a defense. They were pressing the whole time. They just lost on a last-second goal, but I think they're good. And if they go up against another team that maybe is mispriced because, they drew with another team, last time out, you can really take advantage and manipulate the numbers in that way. So, it's in your best interest. Again, it's like Pac-12 after dark, right? 9:00 matches on, you might as well throw it on, learn a thing or two, throw some money on it, and then, who knows, you might find yourself up a couple bucks on this whole thing. Now, of course, tomorrow, things get a little interesting with the World Cup. I mean, when you're looking at all the matches that are happening tomorrow, we're starting at 11 a.m. Mexico, South Korea is going to be, especially in Chicago. Like, Chicago has so many Mexicans, man. It's crazy. And so the bars everywhere you go is absolutely insane. I work for the Chicago Fire, and they took over a bar in downtown Chicago, or not downtown, Fulton Market, and it's the largest outdoor bar in the city. It's called Recess, and they've turned it into the world's largest soccer celebration is what they're calling it, because obviously trademarking and such. But the first game of the tournament was Mexico, and the place, this is, again, I mentioned, it's the largest outdoor bar in Chicago, right? Like the 3rd largest city in the country. Imagine how many people are there. And I'm talking about shoulder to shoulder, everyone ready to go. So when you're talking about some of the bigger draws, obviously USA has been great at Recess, and then as has Mexico. The cooler thing about Recess the other day, on Sunday, I was there. I introduced the head coach of the Chicago Fire, Greg Berhalter. Obviously, he used to be the head coach of the U.S. men's national team, and his son, Sebastian Berhalter, is on the squad right now. But he was actually a replacement. If you are a soccer fan, the person I was supposed to introduce was Robert Lewandowski. Yes, that Robert Lewandowski. So he was in Chicago over the weekend, and the Chicago Fire were courting him. Obviously, for those of you that don't know, he used to play for Bayern Munich. Then he switched over to Barcelona, a team that Messi used to play on. He was their number 9, the guy that was responsible for scoring goals. And no one, hear me out, not one person in the last 15 years has scored more goals than Robert Lewandowski. And he is of Polish descent, so his team didn't make the World Cup this year. But Chicago, here's a little tidbit for you, has the largest population of Polish people in a city outside of Warsaw, capital of Poland. Think about that. The capital of Poland has a bunch of Polish people, and the next largest population and group of Polish people is in Chicago, not in Poland. The number 2 city in Poland has nothing on us. So to get a guy like Robert Lewandowski over here to Chicago would mean wonders to the squad. They're still pursuing him. Greg Berhalter said it himself while I interviewed him that they're going to try to do all they can to get him here. And again, another international star playing in the MLS does a lot for the league. And you saw Messi. Hey, don't tell me the MLS is bad when our star player hits you with a hat trick. That right there is no doubt about it, and a surefire way to let you know that the MLS is here to stay. All right, we're going to continue the conversation on BetMGM tonight. On the other side, we're going to check some scoreboards, look at some live bets, and find out where you can make a little bit of money. It's Gabe Ramirez. We got more on the way for you here on BetMGM tonight on Westwood One Sports.
So I'm going to give you a couple teams first that I think could make sense for Sorsby, and there's one that stands above the rest. The teams that make sense to me, one of which I think will be a little bit of a curveball. What about the Philadelphia Eagles? Now, I love me some Tanner McKee. Could this be Jalen Hurts last season in Philadelphia? I don't think it's going to be clear. I'm a Jalen Hurts fan. I think he's going to play well. But I also have to acknowledge with A.J. Brown gone now in New England, the pressure's all going to be on him. And Sirianni also, Coach Sirianni, but I mean, Jalen Hurts is going to bear the weight of the world on his shoulders this season. There's no question about it for the Eagles. Why not make sure, if it goes poorly, if you're Philadelphia, assuming they like him, and I don't know that, right? You have Brendan Sorsby on the roster. The Dallas Cowboys are a little interesting, right? Dak Prescott is now 32. I think Dallas is interesting. The Carolina Panthers are a little interesting. Let me paint a scenario for everybody. The Panthers picked up Bryce Young's 5th-year option. What if Bryce Young is not great, but he's good? I don't think he's terrible. And the Panthers go 7-10. You're in quarterback purgatory. Like, you know that Bryce probably isn't the guy, but you're also not in a position to draft someone really high. I think Carolina's interesting. With the Tampa Bay Buccaneers, Baker Mayfield's entering the final year of his contract. Will they or won't they extend him? Could Tampa be a Brendan Sorsby destination? But there's one obvious team that I think this is a worthwhile swing for them. And I hope that you know the team that I'm about to say because I think it's obvious. That team is the Pittsburgh Steelers. With Mike McCarthy and Aaron Rodgers currently as the starter. Now, assuming, and I don't know this, and I'm going to try and do some digging and find out. Assuming the Steelers like Sorsby, and Mike McCarthy feels like he can coax it out of Brendan Sorsby, and they feel like Sorsby will stay on the straight and narrow. Assuming that's the case. The Steelers have an opportunity, and I'm not interested in the Will Howard, Drew Aller stuff. I'm not interested. Aller goes in the 4th round. Will Howard's a 6th-round pick. I am not interested in it. Not interested. The quarterback of the future, and I can be wrong, but it's my opinion, right? I have the microphone. I don't think the quarterback of the future in Pittsburgh is on the roster. And this was one of my big critiques of Aaron Rodgers coming back and the way that the Steelers allowed Rodgers to hijack their offseason is I don't think they're going to be good enough to win the Super Bowl, and they're not going to be bad enough to pick high in the draft, so you're in limbo. Is Brendan Sorsby a get-out-of-jail-free card for Pittsburgh, where you use a mid-round pick on him, and maybe he can be the guy, and he could sit this year and learn from Rodgers and learn from Mike McCarthy. And let's say he stinks. Whatever. They feel like he gambles again. I hope that doesn't happen. Or they feel like he's not the guy. Like, okay, you've taken a swing and you missed. Okay, you know what you do next offseason? You swing the bat again. You don't not swing. You have to swing. You have to try and get that quarterback. This is the team that makes the most sense. And honestly, let's say the Rams had not picked Ty Simpson. I would say the Rams should do it as well. But they did it already. They took Ty Simpson. Getting Sorsby for a mid-round pick to sit behind Stafford with Sean McVay? Hell yeah. Assuming, again, all those qualifications and all those boxes are checked. But since Ty Simpson's on the Rams, the most obvious landing spot for Brendan Sorsby in the supplemental draft is the Pittsburgh Steelers.
Live scores, sharp options, no waiting till tomorrow. BetMGM Tonight is back.
That's right, and that's hosted by yours truly, Gabe Ramirez. Pat Boyle on vacation, Brad Evans hiding in a shelter somewhere so he doesn't end up like Dorothy in The Wizard of Oz. But what we get to do is have a little fun. I mentioned how much fun these games are that we play, and one we did yesterday kind of put me in a good mood, not only because I beat our producer, Brandon Combs, but it kind of, scratched the itch of my NBA basketball bug that I typically have. So what we do is simple. We open up our website, and as a result, we get to choose 5 players from different teams and different eras. We get one redo on the team, one redo on the era, and we'll try to see if we can put together a dynasty, so to speak. Brandon, you ready to do this one?
Let's do it. Yesterday, just like the Knicks NBA title, it was kind of fluky. Just saying.
Oh, I fluky for you, my friend, not for me. All right, Monty, you got the 82-0 calculator up there ready to roll?
Yes, sir. Here it comes.
I love it. All right. So the website is, what is it? 82-0.com. Is that the website?
That is correct.
All right. So you can play along with your buddies while you're doing it, but we get a chance to do it right now.
Monty, can I ask one favor? Can you take us out of safe mode so we can read it?
Oh, that's a brilliant idea. I'll do that real quick.
That would be great. Okay. I appreciate that.
Oh, what is it? Blurred? Is it blurred intentionally? I like that.
Yeah, it's so, sometimes, if we're having connection issues, and sometimes Brad was a little spotty tonight, so we can do things within our system on the back end that makes it so it helps it out a little bit. And so
right, because this looks much clearer now.
Oh yeah,
I look great now. Oh man, my mom's gonna be happy. All right, you went first yesterday, Brandon, so I think I'm gonna go first today, just so that we keep it fair. All right. Let me see what we got over there. I'm ready for this first one. All right. So it was Portland. I got to make this a little bigger.
Portland 2010.
Portland in 2010. Ooh,
like the
LaMarcus
names are cut
Aldridge
off a
was
little bit.
crazy. Yeah. I'm gonna go. I'm gonna go. Am I gonna find somebody better than Damian Lillard, Dame time, in the 2010s, or am I going LaMarcus Aldridge just to solidify my forward position? I'm gonna go Dame Lillard because he's movable. I believe that's what I see there, and I'll put him at the 1 for right now. No
All
doubt
right, you
about it.
guys talk about that. I'll fix this real quick.
All right.
Okay.
Damian Lillard at the 1 to me is like he's not your quintessential point guard. He's obviously a score first point guard, so I might slide him over to the 2, depending if I get the guy like Jason Kidd from like I did yesterday, because you do need that true point guard if you're gonna get a bunch of scores. Now Dame Lillard at the 1, I mean he's a bucket, but I don't want him to be. He's too ball dominant, so I'm gonna have to really figure out. Like I don't know, there's a roster that exists with Damian Lillard that goes 82-0.
Well, see, and here's the thing with the 82-0, right? Like these sites, they're going based off of like the averages, like so the numbers, right? So they're not really looking at whether or not he was ball dominant. They're looking at how many points are you going to score with this roster?
Right.
How well, what's your average rebounds? What's your average steals? That type of stuff. They're not going to take into account like if you had, let's say you had Damian Lillard and then you got Michael Jordan and then you got LeBron James. They're all ball dominant. Like pretty much everybody you're going to pick in this game is going to be a ball dominant player. So you kind of got to take like we can't think like we're building a basketball team to go out and win a championship that like we have to worry about like their headspace or how they are.
I know
as
what you're
a
talking
teammate.
about.
We're just doing averages.
I would really want to take your advice, Brandon, but my team dominated George yesterday, so I'm gonna go ahead and do this. All right, go ahead. You're up first with your first pick.
All right,
I think Monty got it all set up. Let's go.
Ooh,
Indiana in the 20s. You mentioned you were trying to sell me on Pascal Siakam the other day. You were just trying to sell me on it. I think I think this might be your first redo.
I would probably like to,
Redo seems crazy.
Redo seems crazy? No, I'm going.
Why would that seem crazy? I mean, that's
Sabonis,
let's go ahead.
20 points, 12 rebounds, 7 assists, or Halliburton at 19 points, almost 10 assists, 1.5 steals. I don't know. I would take one of those two guys.
I do like Sabonis because if I put him at center, that's a pretty good average, and I have the option later to move him to power forward. So that's a good call, Monty. That's a good call. See, video producer helping executive producer. I like how that works. Go ahead. Give me Domantas Sabonis, and I'll save my respin, and we'll put him at center for now.
I'm glad that officially went in because that's a terrible pick. You should have picked Tyrese Halliburton to be your point guard.
Or that one.
When I get Shaq that's dunking all over Domantas Sabonis. All right, come on.
Okay.
Hit me with that spin. I'm ready. I like where this is going already. Ooh. Boston in the 90s. Line me up with Larry Bird.
You want Antoine Walker?
Right. Why is Paul Pierce there? Was he a rookie? Was he? Yeah. Oh, it's just all the people in the 90s. No. Give me Larry Bird. This is a non-star. Small forward. Pencil him in right there.
You gonna pass up on Dominique Wilkins? How dare you? All right, go ahead and spin.
Let's see what we got.
Why do I keep getting the 20s?
But you can get a little Joel Embiid. See, you could throw Joel Embiid at the center.
Yeah.
James Harden at your 2.
Yeah, that's what I would do. Let's move.
Hey, wait. This is why I'm not giving you advice.
Move Sabonis over to power forward, and I'll take Joel Embiid as my center.
It's a great center right there. God. 30 and 10.
Yeah, as long as he stays healthy. Thank God they don't take into account the amount of time he spends on the injured list.
Yeah, see, it's like super video game right here. All right, Joel Embiid's there. I'm ready for mine. I can't wait. Why don't I get Jordan like you did? It's not fair. Miami in the 2010s.
Oh God!
Damn.
Next best
Look at Monty. Monty's already penciling in my pick. He has no idea how much I despise LeBron James. Nah, just playing. He's a great basketball player, but there's a guy there. There's a guy there that was really good. Nah. LeBron James.
Surprise us all.
We're not playing
Hassan
any
Whiteside.
games here.
Do it.
Yeah, Hassan Whiteside.
Oh,
Yeah, LeBron James, no doubt about it. Pencil him in.
unbelievable.
He can play every
You keep
position,
giving him all the
apparently.
good ones, Monty. I don't like this.
I'm gonna
Sorry,
let's
what
put him
position
in.
would you like him at?
Let's put him in
He
at
can play them all.
the.
So I guess it doesn't
Right,
matter.
Let's put him at the 2 for right now,
No.
which is ridiculous. But let's put him at the 2. All right, Brandon's spinning. He gets Sacramento in 2000.
I would like to.
What? This
I
team
would
made
like
it to
to
the Western Conference
respin-
Finals.
I would like to respin my team, please.
Wow. All right. Let's see what we got. Ooh. The Bulls in the 2000s.
All right.
This is a good one.
I'm going to take a chance
you
here.
dare.
Oh, God, we got
Yeah.
Derrick Rose. I know, but that wasn't like the good Derrick Rose. The good
No.
Derrick Rose came in like 2010. Like, that wasn't
you're thinking what
prime
I'm
Derrick
thinking.
Rose just yet. Here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to take another chance to respin the era, please.
Smart.
That
Smart.
is
Oh,
That's
exactly
the way
what
to
I
go.
was thinking.
Come on,
That's smart.
90s. Come on, 90. Oh.
80s. All right,
All
you
right,
get
still
a
get
young
Michael
Jordan.
Jordan. So give me Michael Jordan, please.
Now, for the people that are just tuning in
at
right
shooting
now,
guard.
Brandon had Jordan yesterday and still had an inferior record to whatever I was doing. But Jordan is a great pick right there. It's Gabe Ramirez here on BetMGM tonight. We're doing 82-0 at 82-0.com. Got Brandon Combs, our producer, that we're going up against. You got Monty on the 1s and 2s, mixing everything up. All right, hit me with a spin. I'm ready for this one. Let me see who I got here. Dallas in the
Come on, give me
2000s.
some- oh, my God.
Give me Dirky Dirk. Let's put Dirk at the 4. Let's put Dirk at the 4. So I got Dame Lillard, Larry Bird, LeBron James, Dirk Nowitzki. I like it. I like it.
I feel like the guy on that Adam Sandler movie, Big Daddy. Damn you give him the easy ones. Like what? Like all of these your spins are so.
I know. I haven't even had to do a respin. All right, you got your last
I
2
know.
players. Let's see what we got.
And I have no
Spin it.
respins left. Oh
The
God.
Clippers in the
All right,
90s.
give me Dominique Wilkins, please, at the small forward.
Wow, you might not go 500. you might be. All right, let me see.
He's gonna be just fine. He's got MJ
All right, let me get this.
and Joel Embiid.
I will say this. Look, when we went last week, when we had Kate Constable on the show, when we went 20-0 when we did the football version of this, we thought our team was terrible.
Right,
and,
so
and somehow we went 20-0. So,
all right. Let me get my last one up here. The good thing is I have movable pieces. You know what I'm saying? Oh my God, Amari Stoudemire? Are you kidding me? Do I take Shaq?
I mean,
Do
you've
I
got your
take
respins too,
Shaq?
which sucks.
I know. Amari Stoudemire is disgusting. Give me Amari Stoudemire at the 5. And
Are you
The
sure?
team is so good.
Oh yeah. Amari Stoudemire at the 5. I'm
You don't-
100% positive.
I think you use at least one respin. No,
I haven't
You're gonna
used
settle
any
for
respins.
21 and 9.
I know. This
Exactly.
is your last player.
I'm raw
And you got
dogging the
players you can
82-0.
move
And give me Amari Stoudemire. Phoenix Suns Amari Stoudemire? Yes. I don't want New York Knicks Amari Stoudemire. I want Phoenix Suns Amari Stoudemire. Yeah, give me
All
him
right.
right there.
All right.
Put me in,
He's
coach.
getting cocky now. Monty. Just go ahead
As
and give him
soon as I
Stoudemire.
click it,
Do
we
it.
will see the record.
Go.
Do we want to wait and see what Combs does
Do
first,
it.
or do we want to see
No.
a record now?
No, go ahead. Let's
Do
see his
it.
record so I know what I have to beat.
69. Oh, 67.
67
Okay.
and 15.
Dynasty, though. You see it up there? Dynasty.
Dynasty.
is
Well,
what I-
yeah,
is what I got.
Dynasty.
That's only one win better than Brandon last night, and I think
It
3
is.
wins worse than you last night.
Yeah.
I think.
Yeah. Yeah,
I'll-
you're
I'll take-
regressing.
I'll take
Well,
the 2
nervous.
wins better than Brandon. Let's see what he got though. He has LA Clippers Dominique Wilkins on the team. Trying to put that. I just want to remind everybody of that.
I need a good point guard here. Oh, yeah. Give me Damon Stoudemire.
Even
Absolutely. I have
Stoudemire,
no respins left.
Dominique
That's
Wilkins,
my
Domantas Sabonis. Yeah, 56 wins. 57 wins. 57 wins.
71. 71.
Not even close.
72
No
and
way.
10 team right here.
Do it.
74 and 8, baby.
74.
Let's go.
Hey, Michael Jordan and Joel Embiid pick and rolling to death. Dominique Wilkins.
You trashing my team, thinking I was going to be
I
terrible.
was.
Okay, I was 8 wins off of being 82-0.
Damon Stoudemire, Dominique Wilkins, Domantas Sabonis. It's because of Jordan. It's got to be a Jordan-led team. Sounds great. Great job, though. Hey, you put them together. Maybe I should have used my respins, and then maybe I would have had some better ones. But you know what?
That's what I mean. That's what you go get for just going for it. You know what I mean? Like no respins, no nothing. You just went straight for it.
You know,
like my first marriage, you just went straight into it. You didn't even care.
You know, you talked about getting lucky, but yep, when you get Michael Jordan, success. And I think about it. I had LeBron James, you had Michael Jordan. See what happened there? And then you end up with a better record in that situation.
Now we know GOAT debate settled.
Solved right here on BetMGM tonight. Doesn't get any better than that. All right, we're going to take a break, and then we'll catch you up on the score updates happening across Major League Baseball. We'll also let you know where to lay your money on Colombia and Uzbekistan. Don't go anywhere. We got more bets to make on the other side. It's Gabe Ramirez right here on BetMGM tonight on Westwood One Sports.
If I asked you right now, name the best players in the NBA, you, the person listening and watching this, if I asked you right now, and I will lay out for a second, meaning I will be silent for just a moment, because it's an audio medium, and silence isn't great, unless you're trying to make a point, which I will be trying to make here. I'm going to ask you right now, name the 5 best players in the NBA in your head. Who are the 5 best players in the NBA? My guess is you have come up with some combination, right, of Nikola Jokic, of Luka Doncic, of Shai Gilgeous-Alexander, of Giannis Antetokounmpo, and of Victor Wembanyama. They're all great. They're all worthy of being mentioned in rarefied air. They all sit in the current pantheon of greats in the National Basketball Association. With that being said, you must now mention Jalen Brunson. And I would be willing to, at this point, and perhaps there is a revenge middle finger tour waiting from this player, I would bump Giannis Antetokounmpo off the list for now, while acknowledging that he could nuke the league next year on a new team. That can happen. And at his best, I guess you can say he's better than Brunson at his best because he's won MVPs and he had the great closeout game and he won a championship also. But as of right now, Jalen Brunson, I bump above Giannis, and Brunson to me is a top 5 player in the NBA. And I don't even know what the argument is against it, given what Jalen Brunson just accomplished and the fact that he outplayed Victor Wembanyama, and he has the iconic play of Game 5. Down 83-77, 6.5 to play, takes Victor Wembanyama to the bucket, uses his leverage, uses his guile, uses his instinct, bumps Wemby, and lays it in just over the outstretched pterodactyl wingspan of Victor Wembanyama. Delivered a championship to New York after 53 years. I'm not going to sit here and tell you Brunson's undisputed number 1, even though he's my favorite player. He's not the undisputed number 1. But you are deluding yourself if you don't think this is one of the 5 best players in the NBA right now.
we have seen a lot of the favorites struggle their way through this match, through this tournament to start. Just kind of not being at their best. Brazil, Spain, France for an hour until they figured it out, right? The U.S. is in that second tier of teams here, but it's not crazy to think that they are now like true quarterfinal, semifinal contenders. I'm not exaggerating. It will come down to the draw, of course, right? If they end up playing Spain in the quarterfinal, which could well happen, like, yes, they're probably going to lose to Spain. But like, it doesn't take a lot to all of a sudden say, after what we saw from like even a Belgium, like if the U.S. played Belgium in the round of 16, Belgium looked very unathletic to me yesterday.
I think we'd win. I think we'd win. Is that crazy?
I think we're favored. It's not that crazy. What this midfield did to Paraguay, and I know everybody's like, now they're like, Paraguay sucks. They're no good. I mean, nobody was saying that before the match. So like, you can't just turn around now and say, actually, they're really bad. I think the U.S. midfield tactics with Tillman and McKennie making those little runs in behind that were so effective against Paraguay, it was awesome to see. Pulisic's injury risk now, though, has to come into play here. That's the reason we've all been skeptical of the U.S. That I think like it's a fragile setup. When everybody's healthy, when things are right, this team can be really freaking good. But now Pulisic has a calf issue, and you're like, uh-oh, is that the first domino to fall? So it's going to be really important for them to manage that. Ultimately, they are rightful favorites. I think the market's gotten pretty aggressive on them now, laying a full goal. Not sure I'd lay that. But home field advantage, I think the country, you can feel the country start to get behind this team. You can feel that in the energy and the crowds and stuff like that. I think there's going to be a potentially special thing brewing here if they can keep this main core healthy.
When the game goes live, the conversation turns up. BetMGM Tonight continues now.
We are back, and it is Gabe Ramirez hanging out with you right here on BetMGM Tonight. All the way till 10 o'clock, trying to win you some money before you go to sleep. I know how it could be. You lose some throughout the day betting on Ronaldo. Now you're trying to win it all back. Well, we have some opportunities to do just that. I've been like really doing a deep dive on Colombia, Uzbekistan right here in this final match of the day in the World Cup. And I'm trying to, the juice is there for Colombia, but I'm like, do I get a -1.5? That's paying even money right now on BetMGM. And I'm like, do I want to be in a situation where I'm watching this match, it's 1-0, and I'm waiting for the second goal, and then Uzbekistan ties it up, and now Colombia just needs to score one. It's just, it's a dirty place to be. And this is why I said I shouldn't have gambled today after my heartbreaking loss last night. But got about 13 minutes left before I go ahead and contemplate on that one. But before we get to that and before I actually lay the money down, let's take a look at the Major League Baseball scoreboard, everything that's going on there. Right now, of course, the Blue Jays and the Red Sox. This one in the bottom of the ninth, Red Sox getting their final opportunity. The Blue Jays just put Max Scherzer on the IL. And obviously, we were talking about them yesterday as a team that could make the playoffs. They're still plus money. The hope is that they still can and that they have the talent to get there. But, Max Scherzer, I'm sure puts a dark cloud over that for sure. White Sox and Yankees. Again, White Sox giving up double digits runs to the Yanks out in the Bronx. Top of the eighth in that one. But again, it's in order for the White Sox to, and this is a knock on them in the present, they got to win on the road, something that they've struggled to do. We know how effective they can be at home, but you got to win on the road and against good teams. I mean, listen, that's if you want to be viewed as a formidable opponent in the playoffs. If you just want to have a feel-good season, then sure, win some at home, go 500 on the road, lose to the best teams in the league, and then, psychologically set yourself up for the following season in the hopes that you obviously bolster the rotation. But in the present, sometimes you get reminded, where your team is at and where it lacks in talent. The Giants up on the Braves 7-2. That one's about to be called final shortly. The Brewers up 3 runs on the Guardians. That one in the bottom of the 8th. Cubs still up on the Rockies 8-2. Again, we talked about the offensive explosion. Cubs still sitting 2 games above 500 in this one. But, the pitching performance is what people are going to be talking about most. Javier Assad. We talked about the arms of the Cubs and their farm system and the ability to bring up other guys that have major league experience. And a guy like Javier Assad, whether it was pitching on Team Mexico or for Team Mexico, excuse me, or the quality innings that he's pitched for the Chicago Cubs, he's someone that is capable. Now, the strikeouts are the issue, right? He pitched 5 2/3, didn't walk anybody, ding, 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 right? And he actually only struck out 1. So the swing and miss stuff is not necessarily there, but Javier Assad, where he's at in his career, he needs to be more of a pitcher and changing eye levels and speeds and less than, obviously, because he's not going to get guys out the other way. But, you saw it with Jordan Wicks earlier where you tried to give him the opportunity against someone that had opportunities and had been pitching and got innings with the Chicago Cubs, but that didn't necessarily work out. But the fact that you can lean on Javier Assad says a lot. And then in this one, of course, the bats come alive. PCA with another home run. Dansby Swanson, we mentioned it earlier, went yard in this one. Nico Horner got himself a hit. They got him in the 2-hole today with Seiya going 2 for 2 in that 3-slot. Bush, as your cleanup hitter, is, Happer going 2 for 3. Everybody got a hit in the lineup except for Alex Bregman right now. And it's only about to kick off the top of the 7th. So Cubs, obviously, listen, sometimes the doctor gives you some medicine to make you feel better. And sometimes the scheduling gods give you the Colorado Rockies. And granted, they lost the other day, but it's what you're hoping for. You're hoping for a team that you can kind of, get right, figure out the swing, get some confidence in your rotation. And the Cubs are definitely right there. Orioles and Mariners kicking off right now. That's probably one you're going to be watching throughout the night to try to see where you want to lay some dollars in that one. But again, a lot of good bets still to be made out there tonight. If you're looking at some stuff, of course, Orioles, Mariners, as I mentioned. And then kicking off in just a few, I think I'm going to do it. I think I'm laying it. Columbia -1.5. It's better, right? It's like when you're thinking life's too short to bet the unders. That's what they say, right? So it's like, why not just go for the gusto? Why not really cheer for a team that you feel like really wants to make a statement? Columbia feels like they're in a position to win the World Cup. To be very clear. You're not just talking about a squad that wants to compete. They themselves feel like they can make a run at this thing. And the easiest way to do that is to get out of your group, create a gap in that goal differential from the very beginning. And again, I think it's like anything else. If you're the closing act of the first round, right, you've seen everyone else play. You want to put on a showing yourself. You heard a lot of the guys. You heard Virgil saying it from the Netherlands. He's like, he was talking about the hydration breaks in the middle. And he's like, he casually let it slip out, but he's like, I've watched every single match of the World Cup leading up to my match. So, because I wanted to see how it was, playing out. So these guys are paying attention. Everybody's locked in. Nobody's in their respective country, right? They're here in the United States, in Mexico, in Canada, and they are locked into what is happening. So why is that important? Because you're seeing guys like Haaland having multiple goals. You're seeing Mbappe scoring 2 goals. You see Messi with the hat trick. And if you're James or if you're Diaz, you want to be talked about in the same breath. You want your team to look as dominant as Germany did against Curaçao, as Switzerland did. You want your squad to look like a team that needs to be reckoned with, even though there's still 2 more games in the group stage. You feel like you want to be that opponent. So, you know what? Did I just talk myself into it? Isn't that what we always do when we pull out our gambling apps? We talk ourselves in to the vision that we have, but does it actually come true? I guess we'll find out. 7 minutes away, Colombia kicks off against Uzbekistan. During the commercial break, I'm definitely going to be laying money on some -1.5. You fade or follow and act responsibly, but still stick around because on the other side, we're going to bring our producer in, Brandon Combs, and play a little hot or cold. He cues me up with a line and a take, and then I let you know whether it's freezing cold or hot like a summer day in summertime shy. More bets on the way as the final hour of BetMGM tonight continues. I am Gabe Ramirez. Do not go anywhere. I got you covered right here on BetMGM tonight on Westwood One Sports.
My pick is Rory, and I'll tell you a couple reasons why. Rory, the last time the Open was here, missed the cut, and it was a stretch where he had missed multiple cuts in a row in the U.S. Open, and even though he had won this championship, everyone said, well, he can only win when it's an aerial game and it's soft, and he hits it higher than everybody else, and he won it in 2011 at a soft golf course at Congressional. Since 2011, his U.S. Open record, 9th, 8th, 7th, 5th, 2nd. And even last year, when he was kind of coming out of the haze of completing the career Grand Slam himself, he still finished in the top 20. He has got the most well-rounded game he's ever had in his life. At 37, I honestly believe, Nick, that he is improving. He can play shots around here now that he couldn't play 10 years ago, with all 9 windows being open, using the ground as his friend. And he's a much more developed and better chipper and short pitcher of the golf ball, which he was not 8 years ago. And I also will say this as the last thing. He wants to win not only everywhere he plays, but he wants particular bowl type wins at cathedrals of golf. He loves golf on the east end of Long Island. He wants to win at Shinnecock. I asked him last year why he has gotten so much better in this championship, and he said it was his ego. He said, I didn't want people to associate me with one place that was dissimilar from the rest of the U.S. Open Rota, and he is hell-bent to win another U.S. Open. He wants it badly. I think he's winning.
The reason why I like San Antonio better than OKC next year is actually not because of Victor Wembanyama, even if I believe Wemby is the best player on either team. It's not because of Victor Wembanyama. It's because of Dylan Harper. Be honest with yourself. And let's just have a San Antonio versus Oklahoma City conversation. While understanding that J-Dub, Jalen Williams, has won a championship and was the second best player on a championship team a couple of years ago and dropped 40 in an NBA Finals game against Indiana. I understand that happens. But be honest. When you factor in this past season that J-Dub had and his best ability is availability, and he was unable to stay on the court, who do you trust more as a second banana next year? As a Scottie Pippen next year? Dylan Harper or J-Dub? Dylan Harper or Chet Holmgren? And I understand they play different positions. But as a second banana, even at his precocious age, 20, who do you trust more? For me, it is the outstanding youngster, Dylan Harper. The New York Knicks just won the NBA championship. Think about that. And how crazy that would have sounded 5 years ago. How crazy it would have sounded 2 years ago. And candidly, for hardcore, diehard, lifelong Knicks fans, how crazy it would have sounded until the final seconds ticked off the clock on Saturday night. If the New York Knicks can do it, so can your favorite team. If the New York Knicks, after decades of making the wrong draft pick, the wrong free agent signing, swinging and missing golden sombrero style on a trade, if the Knicks can start getting stuff right, why can't your favorite team start getting stuff right?
The day shuts down. The games light up. This is BetMGM Tonight on Westwood One Sports.
And hanging out with you is your primo, your cousin, your homie, the famo, Gabe Ramirez, filling in for Pat Boyle today, who is in España, handling his business. I believe he's at a wedding. And I've had the luxury of hanging out with you guys all week. Brad Evans, myself. It's been good, man. We've been able to talk some World Cup. We've been able to go deep diving on baseball. And I love the 3-point stance where we randomly look at NFL teams just to kind of, make sure we're still touching on the squads that could potentially do something. But what we're going to do now is a little hot or cold. Brandon Combs, our producer, is going to come on, shoot me a take, and then we get to discuss whether or not the take is absolutely freezing cold, like the couch that my wife sends me to when we get into an argument, or if it's as hot as the coffee that I get to drink in the morning. All right, what you got for me first?
Oh God, the old couch. I remember those days.
We've all been there.
All right.
We've all been to the old couch there, buddy.
We've all been on the couch. I've slept a couple times outside. Not gonna lie. All right, so we've got some hot or cold, and I can already tell Monty's already read this first one. He's probably already rolling his eyes. But hot or cold, Shohei Ohtani is already Major League Baseball's GOAT.
I know it's an interesting one, right? It's a hot take, but it's not a dumb take, right? It's hot because GOAT in baseball. You still got to talk about guys like Barry Bonds, Babe Ruth, Willie Mays, etc. The list goes on. There's so many greats that have played the game of baseball. I think Ohtani's career WAR is like above 50 or something like that, but the reason why it's not ridiculous is because he's doing, something that essentially baseball had to invent the language for. When you're thinking about what he's been able to do, right? First player to get 50 homers, 50 steals in the season, won the NL MVP in 2025, 55. I mean, it's just he's so accomplished, and there's still so much to go in his career, right? So the fact that you're even able to make the argument, top 5 player of all time, well, there's only one way to go but up if he continues to do it, unless you're waiting for some other miraculous thing to happen from Shohei Ohtani. But, the GOAT, this is where, we were talking about eras the other day, and, I think people will make their argument in case for something like that. I think the issue I think the point that most people will make with Shohei Ohtani is that he's also pitching. You're not just talking about, a gold glove center fielder that hits 40 home runs and bats 323. You're talking about a guy that gets on the bump every 5 days and shuts down his opponents with a sub-2 ERA. And so, to be GOAT, the greatest of all time, I think it would have to be somebody that was a dual threat, like a Babe Ruth, like a Shohei Ohtani. So yeah, hot take, but definitely not a dumb take.
Yeah, look, I did this to kind of goat you into my favorite conversation, which is always the greatest of all time debate in Major League Baseball. And anybody who's listened to this show knows how I feel about one Barry Bonds, who to me is the greatest ball player of all time, and it's not even really close. I understand what Shohei's doing. I really do. I understand the pitching aspect and the hitting aspect. He's doing both at a really high level right now. But if I were to ask you just based off pitching alone, where does Shohei Ohtani rank all time? You probably don't have him in the top 10. If I were to ask you where does he rank off hitting alone right now, you probably don't have him in the top 10, or at least you shouldn't have him in the top 10 just yet. So that for me, right there, when I look at it, yes, I know you combine them and you put them both together, and he's, he's this player, and he's great, man. I love watching Shohei Ohtani play ball. I'm a baseball guy. Like, baseball is my first love. But I mean, you look at Barry Bonds' numbers, man. And they are real life video game numbers. And people talk. I don't want to hear about the steroid. Everybody in that era was using steroids. I don't care who you were. Everybody was. People come at me all the time. There's no way Cal Ripken played all those consecutive games without having something to get him through the everyday aches and pains of a major league season. There's no way. People. Oh well. You'll never tell me that Ken Griffey Jr. was using, really? Because right after they started testing, how much weight did he gain when he was with the Cincinnati Reds? Okay, so those are good arguments, but everybody was using. And Barry Bonds had some incredible seasons, man. Like the 2004 season, where he had more hits and walks than he had swings and misses at a baseball. He had 92 times where he swung and missed at a baseball that year. Like, that's incredible. It's like look, Shohei Ohtani 50-50. I give you all of that. Like yes, some great seasons. But the things that Barry Bonds was doing was like, I mean, you're talking about like he was on Monstars level. Like he was
true.
He was something different, and the things that he put together, being the most feared hitter of all time. I mean, the amount of intentional walks that dude has. You could take his intentional walks just from 2001 to 2004, and he's still the all-time leader in intentional walks. My favorite one that I always bring up is that Barry Bonds not in the Hall of Fame, which is a crime against humanity. But you got another guy who failed 2 tests and who was on the Balco report in Big Papi, David Ortiz, also who belongs in the Hall of Fame, one of the greatest clutch hitters I've ever seen, belongs in the Hall of Fame. But if you took all 762 of Barry Bonds' career home runs and turned them into outs, not singles, not doubles, not triples, just turned them into outs, his career OPS is still 5 points higher than David Ortiz's. That you can never, I don't think, it's almost like Michael Jordan for me. Like there will never be a player, I don't think, that you're going to get me to believe that will ever come close to what Barry Bonds has done, just because of how he played the game and what his numbers were and the consistency in which he did it with. To only swing, like, I'm not, like, a lot of guys back then didn't strike out a ton. I mean, there were, like, striking out over 100 times back then was like, you were looked at as you weren't a very good hitter, right? But just to swing and miss only 92 times, like that, it's unworldly. And to me, Barry Bonds will forever be the greatest of all time. So whenever you talk about greatest of all time, it's Barry Bonds, and then it's everybody else. So you could compete for second, but I don't think you can compete for number one.
I mean, that's a hot take, right there. I'm not sure if you get consensus, in thinking about that. I mean, you make, good arguments. I think that's all there. I think when you're talking about, body of work, I don't know if he was necessarily the defensive guru that you would, want somebody to be when you're talking about greatest of all time. But again,
he won 8 Gold Gloves.
Yeah, no. Again, I said I'm sure you're not going to find consensus, right? And we're talking about him being the greatest of all time, right? I mean, I think he's definitely there. I think most people admire him and agree with him. Now, the argument about whether or not he belongs in the Hall of Fame, I think there you can find consensus easily, right? Where people feel like, it is a crime to not have him there. But again, the beauty of the argument, right, is that you're comparing a career that is completed against someone that's still living it out in real time.
Right.
And so it's difficult to make the comparison and really say one is over the other. So no, it's a hot take. Like I said, not a dumb one, but there are a bunch of names that you could throw out there for sure.
Yeah, 110%. And you're right. I mean, it's eras. It's a guy whose career isn't completed. And that's why when I do hear people call Shohei Ohtani the GOAT, and our own Pat Boyle is one of those who already says Shohei Ohtani is the GOAT, I just don't know how you can make that argument when you haven't seen one. You haven't seen if he were to. I mean, he's already had 2 Tommy Johns. I mean, he's one more elbow injury away from never seeing him take the mound again. So,
Right.
like, I just don't know how you could put him in that conversation just yet. All right, let's move on to the next one. Let's go to the NFL. The Kansas City Chiefs are an 8-win football team this season.
That's
Hot or cold?
disrespectful. That's that's a freezing cold take that I would never get near. I mean, BetMGM got the Chiefs at 10.5 right now. So 8
Yeah,
is
under.
wild.
Under all day long.
I mean,
I was
again,
right
you're
on
getting
them
a
last
healthy.
year. I'm gonna be right on them again.
I mean, that's wild. The 8-win team is like, you're not even like, you're not at that point, you're not even like fading the bet. You're fading like Patrick Mahomes. You're fading Andy Reid. You're fading, the Chiefs and what they've built over the last, decade or so. I mean, I understand the argument, right? Last year, what did they have? 7 wins, six wins, something like that. And
yeah, something like that.
yeah, something like that. And he gets hurt, and they got the ESPN has them as the 5th hardest schedule in terms of opponents winning percentage, which we know how ridiculous that statement is. But listen, I think just like the Yankees and the Sox are dealing with in the present, the White Sox are dealing with in the present, like when you see that jersey on the other side, it does something to you mentally. And I think the Chiefs are still that, where they still feel like they could win any game that they're in. They don't feel like any team is superior to them. And whoever comes into Arrowhead or when the Chiefs get on the road, you're like, damn, Patrick Mahomes is the guy I got to go up against on Sunday. It's not an easy task. And so I think they'll win a couple games from that. They'll win a couple games from bad teams. And then I do think that they're going to want to, have a bounce back year from last year. I can't imagine a situation where, I can see him getting to 10, double digits for sure. 11 is hard in the NFL, but you got 17 games. Are they going 10-7? I mean, the other part of it too is that, when you're Patrick Mahomes and when you're the Chiefs, every team plays their best against you, right? Every D lineman wants to sack Patrick Mahomes. Every safety wants to blow up Travis Kelce. And now, they get have an improved running game with Kenneth Walker III. And so everyone's going to want to make a statement in that one because it's going to be on Thursday Night Football. It's going to be your Sunday Night Football matchup. So again, the level of intensity is there, but so double digits, I think 11 is might be crazy, but 8 is a wild number. People might need to get fired or retired if that happens.
Last year, I said the same thing going into the season. I was like, look, this Chiefs team is not built to make the playoffs. And that's not saying anything negative against Patrick Mahomes or Andy Reid. I think that they are both great. I think Patrick Mahomes is on his way to being in Tom Brady territory, right? If he's not already there for most people. But in the NFL more than anything, right? This is a team game. Yes, Mahomes could be Superman. He could try to play Superman, but you're not going to always be able to just carry a team offensively. They didn't do anything to this offensive line. So that's what I'm fading. I'm fading this offensive line that can't protect anything, right? So, yes, they go out and get a running back. They go out and get the Super Bowl MVP at running back. But who's opening up holes for him? A porous offensive line that you did nothing to enhance this offseason when you already knew it was bad. And then they barely did anything on defense. They actually lost more on defense than what they gained this offseason. So I look at this Chiefs team and I look at what they were last year. And when he got hurt in week 15 against the Texans, they had already lost 3 out of 5 heading into that game. Like they were not good heading into that game. That this offense has been bad. This offense has regressed each of the last 3 seasons. So that's why I look at the Kansas City Chiefs and heading into this thing, man. Look, they're going to start out hot too, right? Because they get the Broncos week 1, which I think the Broncos win that game. But then they play the Colts, Dolphins, and Raiders. So they're probably going to start out somewhere around 3-1. But man, playing against the Chargers, that defense is really damn good. They're the Chargers kind of have Kansas City's number right now. Then you play the Super Bowl champion Seahawks. Then you play the Broncos again. And yes, then you get the Jets and the Falcons and the Cardinals. But then after that, man, Bills, Rams, Bengals, Patriots, Niners, Chargers. Like that is a gauntlet. That is a lot of defenses. That is a lot of games. You are at Buffalo, at LA, and at Cincinnati in 3 consecutive weeks. 3 consecutive weeks on the road against really good teams and really good defenses and really tough places to play. I know how good Mahomes is, and if you told me right now to bet Mahomes is under, I would tell you no, because I will bet Mahomes is overs every single week. But to bet the team to win, I've got them as an 8-win team.
Yeah, I mean it's we gotta clip that one and put that one later. Maybe show
That's
Patrick
what everybody
Mahomes
told
they
me
can work
last
it
year.
as where they can. Well, I think we all know why that happened though. It's because he got injured, right? I don't think
They
he
had
plays the whole
lost 3
season.
out of 5 before he got injured, though. Like they had only had 6 wins before he got injured. They won 1 game after he got injured.
All right. Would you like to bet me that instead of the people, it should just be me and you? It could be a nice little friendly wager between you and I.
Hey, we could do something on it. We could do something on
Right.
it. We'll talk for sure.
I'll get a Sox hat. You get a Cubs hat or something like that. We could do something easy,
yeah.
or a Bears hat. We're both Bears fans. It could be a nice little Bears hat somebody gets.
Yeah, absolutely. Maybe a Caleb jersey or something. We'll
Okay.
play. I mean, they've got those nice. Yeah, they've got those nice all white uniforms coming out. I mean, we might need a Caleb one of those. So
I'll tweet Patrick Mahomes and make sure he's motivated to do that. All right, what you got next for me?
All right, let's go to the NBA. Darren Peterson will be a bust in the NBA. Hot or cold?
Freezing cold take again. Darren Peterson's going to be all right, guys. I'm telling you right now, he is Gilbert Arenas. He is the guy who thinks that he walks in the gym and scores 28 effortlessly. Like Darren Peterson does not worry about putting the ball in the bucket. And in the NBA, if you could do that at a high clip, you're going to find a job. I think where he really needs to improve his game, right? And I think he will in the NBA. 3-point shooting got to be better. He only shot 38% from the 3-point line in college. But it really is facilitating, right? One of the best things you can do in the NBA, and you see some of the best guards get to it, right? It's drawing defenders and being cognizant enough to know where the man is at when you're thinking about spacing. And if you can look, you don't even need to look to the corner because you know that individual is going to be there because of said defenders that you drew to yourself. You have to be unselfish and be able to give up the rock. I'm not saying that Darren Peterson is selfish. I'm saying that he averaged 1.6 assists a game at Kansas. Okay. So I'm not lying. The numbers are telling the truth right here. Right. So you have to be a more willing passer on your team, especially in the NBA, because you're going to be around talented individuals. But if you can be Darren Peterson, if you can average even 17, if you can average 17 a game, you will have lived up to the hype that is a top 4 pick in the draft. Listen, the Bulls are still reeling over a number 4 pick named Patrick Williams. Damn, unnecessary shade at Patrick Williams. Just literally unnecessary. I did not have to do that. But if Patrick Williams was averaging 17 points a game, nobody would be tripping off of Patrick Williams. So I'm thinking about Darren Peterson and what his potential is, right? People are saying, not that he's going to go number 1, but AJ DeBonce is only minus 350 we talked about yesterday, or 370, minus 370. Why? Because there's guys like Cam Boozer and Darren Peterson that are scratching the surface, and people are understanding that these are talented individuals that are elite scorers, high basketball IQs, and coming out of college, when you're thinking about a window that begins in 2-3 years, right? Once you've had those moments in the league, Darren Peterson could certainly be that. As I mentioned, assist numbers low, but also the turnovers, 1-to-1 ratio. He's only 1.6 turnovers a game too. So he's good with the ball. You know that. Decision-making is good. You know he can hit the buckets. So to me, absolutely not he's a bust candidate. Now, if you draft him number 1, right, and the expectations that you're a superstar, then I think that's where bust comes into play. But if he's going 1, Cam Boozer's going 2, and you got Darren Peterson at 3, or even 2 or 3, because you're only going to be compared to Caleb Wilson, Darius Acuff, and at that point. So it's really going to be interesting to see what ends up happening outside of that, but absolutely not. No bust in sight.
So you think that he's Gilbert Arenas, and if he's picked at 2, you don't think that that's a bust?
No.
Being Gilbert Arenas, like averaging
Absolutely.
20 points a game for a career, 23 and what did was it 23 and 5? What Gilbert Arenas average? Like
definitely not.
A three-time All-Star at. I mean, I don't know. Like if I'm picking a guy at number 2, like he's got to be a guy that is you know, he's got to be a guy that's going to lead my team. And I don't know that a guy who was averaging 20 points like Gilbert Arenas did with, I think it was 5 assists. Like, I don't think that that's a guy that's going to lead your team to what you're like. I need you to be Jalen Brunson. I need you to be, I need you to be, if I'm taking you at number 2, I mean, I think I need you to be a superstar. Even if I'm taking you anywhere in the top 5, you've got to be a superstar. In my opinion, in any draft, in any sport, you get taken in the top 5, you've got to be a top 5 player from that draft class. And I don't know that he's got that. Yes, sure, you talk about like he didn't average a ton of turnovers, blah, 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 but he also didn't average a ton of minutes. So he didn't have time to do some of these things because he was checking himself out of games. Like when you're only playing 8, 9, 10 minutes a game, it's not hard to only turn the ball over once, right? Like,
I get it. That's the knock on him. That's the knock on him for sure. I mean, obviously that's going to be that there, but he's going to be able to change that narrative in the first month of the season, right? When he's playing 40 minutes a game or 36 minutes a game and putting up 20 points, still, no one's going to trip about what you're doing in college because now all the fans in that. I mean, what's the if that he plays well or that he scores?
I said it's a big if that he plays that many minutes. Like we've never seen it. You know what I mean?
Like depends on what team he's on. If he's on a bad team, if you're on the Utah Jazz and they're trying to win and they got a running gun squad with Ace Bailey and obviously Laurie, they're gonna want to guard. I'm looking at the last 10 number 2 picks in the NBA. Dylan Harper, who didn't average 20 points a game, but going to at some point in his career,
was a dog.
Alex Sarr,
in the damn NBA Finals,
right? Brandon Miller, Chet Holmgren, Jalen Green, James Wiseman, John Morant, Marvin Bagley III, Lonzo Ball, and Brandon Ingram. Like if you end up being Brandon Ingram, there's nothing wrong with that, right? But on this list, you're like batting 500 if you get a guy that is not a superstar. There's 0 superstars in that list, but there are guys that can contribute to winning. And I think that's what you're hoping for in the number 2 spot, not necessarily somebody that's going to take your franchise to the promised land. All right, we got more hot and cold takes on the other side. Don't go anywhere. We'll try to throw some gambling in there too so we can win you some money. And then we'll also give you an update on that Colombia versus Uzbekistan. Did James score that goal to win us some money? We'll let you know on the other side. Don't go anywhere. It's Gabe Ramirez right here on BetMGM tonight on Westwood One Sports.
So I'm going to give you a couple teams first that I think could make sense for Sorsby, and there's one that stands above the rest. The teams that make sense to me, one of which I think will be a little bit of a curveball. What about the Philadelphia Eagles? Now, I love me some Tanner McKee. Could this be Jalen Hurts last season in Philadelphia? I don't think it's going to be clear. I'm a Jalen Hurts fan. I think he's going to play well. But I also have to acknowledge with A.J. Brown gone now in New England, the pressure's all going to be on him. And Sirianni, also Coach Sirianni, but I mean, Jalen Hurts is going to bear the weight of the world on his shoulders this season. There's no question about it for the Eagles. Why not make sure, if it goes poorly, if you're Philadelphia, assuming they like him, and I don't know that, right? You have Brendan Sorsby on the roster. The Dallas Cowboys are a little interesting, right? Dak Prescott is now 32. I think Dallas is interesting. The Carolina Panthers are a little interesting. Let me paint a scenario for everybody. The Panthers picked up Bryce Young's fifth-year option. What if Bryce Young is not great, but he's good? I don't think he's terrible. And the Panthers go 7-10. You're in quarterback purgatory. Like, you know that Bryce probably isn't the guy, but you're also not in a position to draft someone really high. I think Carolina's interesting. With the Tampa Bay Buccaneers, Baker Mayfield's entering the final year of his contract. Will they or won't they extend him? Could Tampa be a Brendan Sorsby destination? But there's one obvious team that I think this is a worthwhile swing for them. And I hope that you know the team that I'm about to say because I think it's obvious. That team is the Pittsburgh Steelers with Mike McCarthy and Aaron Rodgers currently as the starter. Now, assuming, and I don't know this, and I'm going to try and do some digging and find out, assuming the Steelers like Sorsby, and Mike McCarthy feels like he can coax it out of Brendan Sorsby, and they feel like Sorsby will stay on the straight and narrow, assuming that's the case. The Steelers have an opportunity, and I'm not interested in the Will Howard, Drew Aller stuff. I'm not interested. Aller goes in the 4th round. Will Howard's a 6th-round pick. I am not interested in it. Not interested. The quarterback of the future, and I can be wrong, but it's my opinion, right? I have the microphone. I don't think the quarterback of the future in Pittsburgh is on the roster. And this was one of my big critiques of Aaron Rodgers coming back and the way that the Steelers allowed Rodgers to hijack their offseason is I don't think they're going to be good enough to win the Super Bowl, and they're not going to be bad enough to pick high in the draft, so you're in limbo. Is Brendan Sorsby a get-out-of-jail-free card for Pittsburgh, where you use a mid-round pick on him, and maybe he can be the guy, and he could sit this year and learn from Rodgers and learn from Mike McCarthy? And let's say he stinks. Whatever. They feel like he gambles again. I hope that doesn't happen. Or they feel like he's not the guy. Like, okay, you've taken a swing, and you missed. Okay, you know what you do next offseason? You swing the bat again. You don't not swing. You have to swing. You have to try and get that quarterback. This is the team that makes the most sense. And honestly, let's say the Rams had not picked Ty Simpson. I would say the Rams should do it as well. But they did it already. They took Ty Simpson. Getting Sorsby for a mid-round pick to sit behind Stafford with Sean McVay? Hell yeah. Assuming, again, all those qualifications and all those boxes are checked. But since Ty Simpson's on the Rams, the most obvious landing spot for Brendan Sorsby in the supplemental draft is the Pittsburgh Steelers.
When the game goes live, the conversation turns up. BetMGM Tonight continues now.
And the runs keep piling up for the Colorado Rockies. Score is 8-5 now, bottom of the 8th. Cubs got a man on first, though, so looking to add some more insurance runs is what we're going to call it in the present. It's Gabe Ramirez hanging out with you here on BetMGM. BetMGM Tonight. Hey, Cubs are killing you. That is for sure. I think I even heard one of the producers say if they lose today, that in fact ends the season. But it begs the question, right? Are the Cubs, beating up on bad teams, or are they a good one? Right? That remains to be seen. But a lot of time left to right the ship. We're not even in July yet. Summer baseball is really not come through. No, I don't want your pessimism. It's littered all over this thing. No, I don't. I absolutely do not want that. But what I do want to do is continue with our hot and cold. All right. I know we got a couple more on the docket for me. Let's go ahead and toss to the next one that we got here. Before we get to some, actually, you know what? Let's get to the breaking news right now.
Yeah.
Trae Young
Let's do it.
declining his option with the Washington Wizards and becoming a free agent in the present right now. I think that there's a lot going on there when you're looking at Washington, right? You got Anthony Davis, AJ DeBonsa, the supposed number one pick. People were saying that AJ DeBonsa was, quietly behind closed doors, letting them know that, he wanted to have more space for his wings to spread. And maybe this might be a direct result of it, right? But I don't know. I don't know. If you're the Washington Wizards, you're still going to, I would still try to get Trae Young back. I remember when Trae Young, was playing in Oklahoma, and I'm talking to all my boys, and they're like, Trae Young is trash. What are you talking about? He's not there. He's a poor man's. And I'm like, guys, you don't lead the country in scoring and assists for the first time ever, and you're garbage, right? I think the situation just wasn't the best for him in Atlanta. All right, Trae Young is the original ice cold, right, at the Garden. He is the Nick killer. And I just think that when they were trying their hardest to build a team around them, I don't necessarily know they did a good job of bringing another superstar, which is what he really needed. And then in this situation, like, where is Trae Young going to go? Like, think about the top teams in the league who need a distributing point guard. Everybody, I guess, for that matter. But can I interest you in the Chicago Bulls? A Trae Young to the Bulls. It allows Josh Giddey, who does want to be ball dominant, but he could slide over to the 2 and doesn't have to be the 1. You still got Trae there. You got to spend money. Both got $58 million in salary cap. They need to change their fortunes somehow. You gotta have talent to attract talent, right? That's why they ended up getting Zach LaVine in the first place. You needed somebody over here to bring other players. And I think if you get a Trae Young, damn. Who would you guys rather have, a Trae Young or a Ja Morant? I feel like both are available.
Ja
and
Morant.
If you're the Bulls, they're both. I know that. Why Ja Morant?
I just think that I think he would be more effective. Is why I think Ja Morant, because I just, with the Bulls and the way they go, like I love Giddey. I kind of like Giddey running the point, to be honest with you. And having Ja Morant as a 2 as opposed to Trae Young running the point and having Giddey as your 2, to me, seems like a better start, especially with Matas as your 3. Like, I love Matas Buzelis. I think the kid's going to be he's going to be an all-star. This kid is really, really good once he comes into his own, and once they get a team around him. I like him a lot. So, yeah, I would Monty, give me Will Ferrell from Semi-Pro over both.
Oh, man.
I just think that that's your better 1, 2, 3 than Trae Young running the point with Giddey as your 2 and Matas as your 3.
Yeah, I mean, again, you got to kick the tires on it, right? You got to figure out what's going on. You got to see what's available. And again, I think when you're Bryson Graham, the GM of the Chicago Bulls, you're definitely going to make a phone call. Definitely going to see what it could look like. See what he's talking about. But again, Trae Young declines his option. Will become a free agent on Monday. And I assure you that, there are going to be plenty of teams that are looking for a guy like Trae Young, guys that can mask his defensive inabilities, right? Like, I mean, you got VJ Edgecombe in Philly, but a team like that, right? That has, like, imagine the San Antonio Spurs, right? If you move off of De'Aaron Fox, and let's say you move off from one other person, right? Addition by subtraction. You move off De'Aaron Fox, move off one other person. You got Trae Young now. Trae Young's a bucket, a real bucket, like a real bucket. Not Jalen Brunson bucket because he's not as strong and physical to withstand contact. Well, he certainly gets his. Everybody sees it night in and night out while he's playing. Put him with a Wemby. How many lobs is Trae Young going to throw to him? You know what I'm saying? And then if you get a Dylan Harper on the outside, now you got a formidable 3. So there's teams there that are going to be interested in the services of Trae Young. But I think it says more about the future of the Washington Wizards. Anthony Davis, AJ DeBonce. Anthony Davis is at this point, he's still smart over the trade from the Lakers. The man has yet to get over it. He's still sobbing and sulking as a result of it. But I hope he snaps out of it this season and really makes his presence felt in Washington and allows the kid AJ DeBonce to grow underneath him. But I think it leaves a void. I think it would have been good to have him there, but unfortunately, not going to be the case. All right, we got some hot codes still rolling out there. What you still got for me out there, Brandon?
I'm gonna throw one at you that's not on your not on the sheet here. Let's go Canada and Mexico money lines. Mexico's plus 105 tomorrow. Canada's minus 360. Is a better 2-game parlay in the World Cup tomorrow than Switzerland money line and Czechia money line.
Okay, I'm going to tell you right now, Switzerland, they played well their first game. You're going to want to see that. Czech Republic playing South Africa. South Africa, they have a guy on there. He plays for the Chicago Fire, Mbawazi. They got shut out by Mexico in their first game, so I know they're going to be pressing a lot. I'm not sure if that'll open things up. Czech Republic just at minus 125 right now, so maybe you might want to take an over in that game and use that in the parlay instead of actually taking the Czech Republic in that one. Switzerland, I love it. Bosnia is going to be playing hard. They're going to want to bounce back as well. Bosnia Herzegovina. But to me, it's Canada and Mexico. Canada, listen, they have this guy named Alphonso Davies. He plays for Bayern Munich. They have Joel Waterman, who is a defender for the Chicago Fire, who gets called up to the national team. And they're just dangerous. Now, Qatar, obviously they're going to be the inferior squad. They're 10-1 to win that match, just so we're very clear in terms of the disparity there in talent. But Mexico and South Korea, that game right there, South Korea, they have Son, who I think is phenomenal. He used to play for Tottenham. Now he plays for LAFC in MLS. I talk a lot about MLS because that's where I work, so I get to see the impact of these guys when they come to the stadium, right? And whether Lionel Messi, the Chicago Fire, last 3 seasons, whatever Messi comes, we break records in terms of attendance. Okay, I hadn't seen anyone else like that, right? That drew a crowd of people from different countries and just soccer fans from abroad. When Son came from LAFC, the amount of ticket requests I got from people, it was insane that they just wanted to be in the same building as him. And so he had a great showing his first match, didn't get any goals. I think he had a ton of shots, though. It was like 8 shots. So if you want to look for, again, something to parlay or some bets to look for tomorrow that you want to make a little money on, Son to score a goal. Mexico has a smaller team. South Korea, a bit bigger, Son being one of them. I could see him wanting to bounce back and, again, put himself in the conversation of some of these greats that have scored goals at the World Cup. So I could see him scoring a goal, but I do like Mexico winning. And then Canada on the other side, I'd go as far as taking Canada minus 1.5. I go Canada minus 1.5, Mexico, Son scoring a goal, and then I would steer clear of the other ones because you're just not sure. So I would say Canada, Mexico, part of that together. But us, Brandon, we like long odds. The last thing we want is a parlay that lands on like minus 150. No, my friend.
Okay.
I need long odds. I need Randy Moss from Tom Brady long odds in order for me to win some of these matches. Now, Mexico plus money is wild. I do want to be I want to live there for a second. Mexico plus money is wild. Again, that speaks to how good South Korea is. Remember, Mexico's a country when it comes to this World Cup. So they're playing their games in their backyard. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah.
I saw this funny video yesterday. They were in the streets of Mexico watching the games, and lucha libre, right? Wrestling, it's like super big in Mexico. And a fake luchador was in the middle of the streets. It was 3 of them. They were all fighting, and then all of a sudden, this South Korean woman came out of nowhere, like just wanting to get in the action and have fun, jumped on top of all 3 of them, like out of nowhere. And she was not part of the act. She just wanted to get in on the action. It was hilarious when you see the video of this lady jumping up. But again, everybody's going to be there in full effect. South Korea certainly has their people there. But Mexico at home, plus money, definitely something you're going to want to look at, or at least go to a bar to watch, because it's going to be fun. All right, we got one more break before we get up out of here. We will take a stroll around the scoreboard, let you know what's happening in MLB. We'll also take a look at this Colombia versus Uzbekistan match and see where things are there. And then some final thoughts before we get up out of here on Hump Day. Don't go anywhere. More BetMGM tonight. On the other side, I'm Gabe Ramirez, and this is Westwood One Sports.
If I asked you right now, name the best players in the NBA. You, the person listening and watching this, if I asked you right now, and I will lay out for a second, meaning I will be silent for just a moment, because it's an audio medium, and silence isn't great, unless you're trying to make a point, which I will be trying to make here. I'm going to ask you right now, name the 5 best players in the NBA in your head. Who are the 5 best players in the NBA? My guess is you have come up with some combination, right, of Nikola Jokic, of Luka Doncic, of Shai Gilgeous-Alexander, of Giannis Antetokounmpo, and of Victor Wembanyama. They're all great. They're all worthy of being mentioned in rarefied air. They all sit in the current pantheon of greats in the National Basketball Association. With that being said, you must now mention Jalen Brunson. And I would be willing to at this point, and perhaps there is a revenge middle finger tour waiting from this player, I would bump Giannis Antetokounmpo off the list for now, while acknowledging that he could nuke the league next year on a new team. That can happen. And at his best, I guess you can say he's better than Brunson at his best because he's won MVPs and he had the great closeout game and he won a championship also. But as of right now, Jalen Brunson, I bump above Giannis, and Brunson to me is a top 5 player in the NBA. And I don't even know what the argument is against it, given what Jalen Brunson just accomplished, and the fact that he outplayed Victor Wembanyama, and he has the iconic play of Game 5. Down 83-77, 6.5 to play, takes Victor Wembanyama to the bucket, uses his leverage, uses his guile, uses his instinct, bumps Wemby, and lays it in just over the outstretched pterodactyl wingspan of Victor Wembanyama. Delivered a championship to New York after 53 years. I'm not going to sit here and tell you Brunson's undisputed number 1, even though he's my favorite player. He's not the undisputed number 1. But you deluding yourself if you don't think this is one of the 5 best players in the NBA right now.
We have seen a lot of the favorites struggle their way through this match, through this tournament to start. Just kind of not being at their best. Brazil, Spain, France for an hour until they figured it out, right? The U.S. is in that second tier of teams here. But it's not crazy to think that they are now like true quarterfinal, semifinal contenders. I'm not exaggerating. It will come down to the draw, of course, right? If they end up playing Spain in the quarterfinal, which could well happen, like, yes, they're probably going to lose to Spain. But like, it doesn't take a lot to all of a sudden say, after what we saw from like even a Belgium, like if the U.S. played Belgium in the round of 16, Belgium looked very unathletic to me yesterday.
I think we'd win. I think we'd win. Is that crazy?
I think we're favored. It's not that crazy. What this midfield did to Paraguay, and I know everybody's like, now they're like, Paraguay sucks. They're no good. I mean, nobody was saying that before the match. So like, you can't just turn around now and say, actually, they're really bad. I think the U.S. midfield tactics with Tillman and McKennie making those little runs in behind that were so effective against Paraguay, it was awesome to see. Pulisic's injury risk now, though, has to come into play here. That's the reason we've all been skeptical of the U.S. That I think like it's a fragile setup. When everybody's healthy, when things are right, this team can be really freaking good. But now Pulisic has a calf issue, and you're like, uh-oh, is that the first domino to fall? So it's going to be really important for them to manage that. Ultimately, they are rightful favorites. I think the market's gotten pretty aggressive on them now, laying a full goal. Not sure I'd lay that. But home field advantage, I think the country, you can feel the country start to get behind this team. You can feel that in the energy and the crowds and stuff like that. I think there's going to be a potentially special thing brewing here if they can keep this main core healthy.
Late games, loud opinions, and money time moments. BetMGM Tonight rolls on.
You love a good intro instrumental. Puts you in the mood to lay some money down. It is Gabe Ramirez right here on BetMGM Tonight. Filling in for Pat Boyle for these last couple of hours. And then the noisy one, El Huevito. I'm going to start calling him that. I'm like, as a Puerto Rican male, you know what I'm saying? When the word huevos are thrown around, they mean nothing else but whatever is below your midsection. Like, you'll say, dame dos huevos, but like, that's more in, like, give me 2 eggs, but that's more like in context. When you're talking about it anywhere else, you're talking about that. And so the noisy huevos is wild. That's a hot one right there. I try to steer clear of it, but I think tomorrow, we've built enough rapport amongst Brad Evans and I that we might have to dive into that one just a little bit. Hopefully you dove into the action on Colombia and Uzbekistan. I was talking about Colombia, at 1.5, trying to pull the trigger. Got into the same conversation that we were having yesterday. Colombia was like at it was at like minus 320. And you say to yourself, man, if you got, they're going to win. Why do we give the Jews such a bad rap in those situations? And sure enough, Colombia came out swinging, got the goal. Daniel Munoz putting it through the net, giving Colombia the 1-0 lead against Uzbekistan. Now the question is, will they be able to attack on the second one? And that's where things get a little sticky. So we'll keep an eye on that. Looking at the scoreboard in Major League Baseball, Cubs were able to hold on to the victory 8-6 with a little sweat there. Brewers got the victory against the Guardians 9-4. Giants held on to it as well, taking home the victory 7-5 against the Braves. Yankees put up double digits against the White Sox, take them down 10-5. Blue Jays hold on with the shutout 3-0 against the Red Sox. And in the top of the 5th, this one's flying by. Orioles, Mariners, 2-1. When I went out, fellas, we got Monty, we got Brandon over here. When I went out to go, during our last break, I got, the wife here. She opens the door, and I'm like, "What do you want?" She's like, "Oh, there's something on the counter for you." Now she knows I'm trying to lose some weight, guys. I mean, aren't we always? Maybe not you, Monty, but aren't we always? And I open the door and I go out to the oven, and what do I see staring at me? Not just a brownie pan, not a cookie sheet, but a brownie cookie mix contraption thing that she's perfectly cut into squares. And I'm like, babe, it is 10 o'clock at night. You're going to go upstairs. Exactly. I'm going to have this whole sheet to myself with a half a gallon of milk while I'm watching this Columbia thing. Definitely packing up something before I do that. Hitting the balcony real quick, or the back porch. It's like, What are we doing? What are we doing? Go to sleep. Why are you making chocolate chip brownie things in my? Are you guys? Are you a big sweets person? Are you like a guy that has to have it at the at the end of a meal?
Not necessarily at the end of the meal, but yeah, I have a sweet tooth. I have a sweet tooth, I would say. But my days, Gabe, like, look, I work 2 jobs, obviously, so I wake up at 7:30 in the morning, and I don't get home until 11:30 at night, and so I by the time I get home, I eat dinner at 11:30 at night, and then I'm in bed at like 1 o'clock in the morning when my alarm goes off at for me to leave at 7:30. So my alarm goes off at 6:30. So it's I'm on a little bit of a different schedule. Yeah.
Yeah. So your dessert isn't quite hitting the same as mine would in those situations. I'm a dessert guy. I never was a dessert guy. Like if I went on a date or if I took my wife out, anything like that wasn't my jam. But I feel like as of late, because I have 3 girls, I very much turned into a sharing a dessert kind of a guy. Like I'll get a dessert for the table. Like bring me 4 spoons, put a dessert right in the middle. Like I don't want this whole thing because desserts are outrageous. You go to the restaurant, dessert's bigger than the damn table. And I'm like, look, bro, I can't eat this by myself. Then my girl wants to order one, or I feel cheap if I don't order each one of us an individual one. No,
I'm a sucker for a good lava cake too. Like if I'm at a place that has a lava cake, I'm eating the whole thing. I'm not sharing.
Okay, I think my go-tos, I like the unique stuff. Like if you have some unique scoop of ice cream that I never heard of before, but I don't like the cream filling stuff. I don't like none of that, none of those things. But give me I don't like a tiramisu. I don't like a tiramisu. Cheesecake only without the strawberry compote on top. Want none of that.
What? Are you one of those guys who doesn't like your foods touching?
I mean, like what? Like my ice cream and my
like strawberry on top of your.
Oh, nah, I just don't like I'm not a pie guy either. You know what I'm saying? Like I don't like apple pie, strawberry, blueberry pie, whatever it is.
What?
Yeah, it's not my jam, bro.
Not like apple pie.
It's not nothing I ever grew up with. Like nobody in my house ever had apple pie only apple pie I ever seen was the McDonald's ones that they had. That was it. In terms of like real apple pies, I had no exposure to anything like that.
It's probably why you don't like apple pie.
Yeah, exactly. Oh, right. Okay. And so like I'm eating like flan and everything like that. But who cares? Listen, this is what I'm talking about, Brandon. My wife did this to me. Now I'm doing the last 4 minutes of the show talking about my sweet tooth and what desserts I'm getting when I go out to a steakhouse instead of focusing on winning money tonight and whether or not I should lay this bet on Colombia to score another goal in the second half. See, I'm all thrown off and I don't even know what to do.
I think she's onto your game. She's like, if I give him brownies, then he's gonna stay off of the app. You know what I mean?
Exactly.
Like he's gonna eat himself into a food coma, and then he's not gonna spend more money. See, she's onto you.
She is onto me, and I feel terrible for it. Okay, wait. So I'm not on with you. I am not on tomorrow. I thought I was on tomorrow. I'm not on tomorrow. I forgot about that.
No, tomorrow it's Brad and PJ.
Yeah, tomorrow I got some TV to do, so I'm not gonna be able to jump on tomorrow. But I will be back Friday. Myself, Kate Constable, the duo back together again. And she just had a baby. So I can't wait to hear about her kids. I mean, we'll be talking about bets because Kate doesn't play around. She likes her money. So we'll be talking about bets, but we get an opportunity to check in with her and find out what's going on there. But yeah, tomorrow, be doing that. I got my 2 jobs tomorrow too. B96 during the morning and then doing this at night. Doing 10 hours of radio is not for the weak. Your brain needs to turn off a little bit. But guess what? I ain't turning anything off. I'm only turning things on, including the TV when I get out of here. Colombia, Uzbekistan. Gonna bet them to score another goal in the second half. Uzbekistan under half goals. Make sure you go ahead and lay something down when you get out there today. I want to thank Brad Evans for doing a fantastic job during the first few hours of this one. Also want to thank our video producer, Mr. Monty, hanging out with us as always. Brandon Combs, our producer, for keeping us lined up on the 1s and 2s. And then you guys for hanging out with us today. Make sure you're back tomorrow, same time, so we can win some money together. All right, mi gente, that means my people. Hasta la próxima. That means until next time. I am Gabe Ramirez. This has been BetMGM tonight on Westwood One Sports. Have a good one, guys.
My pick is Rory, and I'll tell you a couple reasons why. Rory, the last time the Open was here, missed the cut, and it was a stretch where he had missed multiple cuts in a row in the U.S. Open. And even though he had won this championship, everyone said, "Well, he can only win when it's an aerial game and it's soft." And he hits it higher than everybody else, and he won it in 2011 at a soft golf course at Congressional. Since 2011, his U.S. Open record: 9th, 8th, 7th, 5th, 2nd. And even last year, when he was kind of coming out of the haze of completing the career Grand Slam himself, he still finished in the top 20. He has got the most well-rounded game he's ever had in his life. At 37, I honestly believe, Nick, that he is improving. He can play shots around here now that he couldn't play 10 years ago, with all 9 windows being open, using the ground as his friend. And he's a much more developed and better chipper and short pitcher of the golf ball, which he was not 8 years ago. And I also will say this as the last thing. He wants to win not only everywhere he plays, but he wants particular bowl-type wins at cathedrals of golf. He loves golf on the east end of Long Island. He wants to win at Shinnecock. I asked him last year why he has gotten so much better in this championship, and he said it was his ego. He said, "I didn't want people to associate me with one place that was dissimilar from the rest of the U.S. Open rota," and he is hell-bent to win another U.S. Open. He wants it badly. I think he's winning.
The reason why I like San Antonio better than OKC next year is actually not because of Victor Wembanyama, even if I believe Wemby is the best player on either team. It's not because of Victor Wembanyama. It's because of Dylan Harper. Be honest with yourself. And let's just have a San Antonio versus Oklahoma City conversation. While understanding that J-Dub Jalen Williams has won a championship and was the second best player on a championship team a couple years ago and dropped 40 in an NBA Finals game against Indiana. I understand that happened. But be honest. When you factor in this past season that J-Dub had and his best ability is availability, and he was unable to stay on the court, who do you trust more as a second banana next year? As a Scottie Pippen next year? Dylan Harper or J-Dub? Dylan Harper or Chet Holmgren? And I understand they play different positions. But as a second banana, even at his precocious age, 20, who do you trust more? For me, it is the outstanding youngster, Dylan Harper. The New York Knicks just won the NBA championship. Think about that. And how crazy that would have sounded 5 years ago. How crazy it would have sounded 2 years ago. And candidly, for hardcore, diehard, lifelong Knicks fans, how crazy it would have sounded until the final seconds ticked off the clock on Saturday night. If the New York Knicks can do it, so can your favorite team.